My mom was a Girl Guide leader and she had a week-long camp coming up, so she decided that I would stay at her friend Eileen's place. I was fine with staying at her place. I got along with her very well. Truth be told, I had a crush on Eileen. The week had arrived. Mom dropped me off at Eileen's, gave me a kiss and left. She took me to her spare room where I was to stay and got me all settled in. Evening approached very fast. A storm was creeping in. I could hear thunder. Even at the age of 15, I was terrified of storms, from an early run-in with a tornado. Eileen said if I'd liked, I could grab my blanket and sleep in her bed with her. I jumped at the chance. I woke up and knew something was off. I just didn't know what. I was still really tired, so I just went back to sleep. Around 8:30, Eileen woke me up. I wet the bed. I started freaking out, but Eileen calmed me down, hugged me and told me it was fine. She told me to jump in the shower, she would take care of everything. I got out of the shower and Eileen met me in the hallway. She told me to get dressed quick, we had to go shopping. I went in the bedroom and looked at my duffel bag. The window was left opened and all my clothes were soaked. I closed the window as it was still storming, grabbed my duffel bag and went to get Eileen. She grabbed my clothes, threw them in the laundry room and told me to come with her. She had some spare clothes. I followed her, still wrapped in my towel, to her room. She pulled out girl underwear, spandex workout shorts and a girly tank top. I was horrified. She apologized and said it's the best she had and the underwear was brand new. I ended up putting it all on, thinking only she would see me. Apparently I was very wrong, because when I went downstairs she had my clothes in the washer and told me to jump in the car. Being as how I had a crush on her, I listened. On our way she kept giggling at me and joked with me. She said maybe we will buy you some heels and a bra. I was so embarrassed I just smiled and sat there. Finally we made it to the grocery store. Went, picked up a bunch of food and random things she needed. It seemed like it took forever and I just wanted to leave. I didn't want anybody I knew to see me. Eileen finished up and we went to the car. I assumed we were going home. Again I was wrong. She said she just needed to stop at Walmart and buy a couple things, but I could wait in the car. I did so gladly. We finally made it home, unloaded the car and she put everything away except for the 2 Walmart bags. I didn't really pay attention. I went to go sit on the couch. Even though I couldn't watch the TV as the power had went out at some point. Eileen came in with the bags. Out of them she pulled 2 packs of adult diapers and some wipes. She said she didn't care if I had accidents, but she would like me to have a diaper on. She was being really nice, but I really didn't want to wear a diaper. Then she said the magic words. If I wore the diaper I could sleep in her bed. She was trying to be nice, but I just wanted to sleep in her bed with her. I quickly agreed. The rest of the day went on pretty normal. The power came back on, I got my clothes back. Although Eileen told me not to change, we were staying home anyway and no sense dirtying more clothes. We turned on a movie and cuddled up on the couch. We both fell asleep, but when I had woken up apparently I peed again. I freaked out. Eileen woke up and asked what was wrong. She clued in and asked if I fell asleep. Not thinking, I said no, I was awake. Then shut myself up again. She smiled, said it was okay and told me to jump in the shower. When I got out of the shower I went straight to Eileen's room where my stuff was. Eileen met me there and asked me to put on a diaper and that until we figured out what was happening she would like me to wear them 24/7. I was shocked. No way was I going to wear a diaper specially all day. But she kept on asking. I finally caved. She asked me if I knew how to put them on. It was an actual diaper. Of course I didn't know how. So she told me if I was okay with it she would diaper me and change me. She made it clear only if I was okay with it and only until I gained control again. So hesitantly I agreed. Eileen got me to lie down on the diaper and told me she would do the rest. I did as I was asked but made sure no eye contact was made as I was embarrassed. She did up the tapes and told me just put on some comfy clothes as we were staying home and it was already 4 o'clock. So I put on a t-shirt and sweatpants, then went downstairs. That evening Eileen asked if I'd like to go for a walk with her. Not even thinking about the diaper and more on a romantic walk with her, I agreed. She asked if I needed a change before we went. I told her no, I was good as I was still dry. We headed out for our walk. I wasn't too worried about anyone seeing the diaper as my sweatpants would hide any bulges and it was pretty late so no one would be out really. Although it did crinkle a lot which made Eileen smile. Halfway through our walk I really had to pee but there was nowhere to go. I was positive I could hold it. Besides, it's only when I was asleep I had accidents, or so I thought. Being as how we were in town, it's not like I could just pee anywhere, but we weren't close to any stores or restaurants. Then Eileen decided that we should go to Tim Hortons for a coffee. I thought I could make it there. I kind of picked up the pace as the urge got stronger. We finally turned the corner and there it was, I could see it. I was going to make it. Then all of a sudden I let go and flooded my diaper. It swelled up so much it made me walk funny. Instantly Eileen knew what happened but told me it was okay, that's what they were for. She tried to tell me my waddle wasn't noticeable even though it was. I was really embarrassed now and all I wanted to do was hide. But Eileen told me we were still going to Tim's. I just agreed and walked as normal as I could there. Once we got there I told her I was going to the bathroom to take it off but she insisted I kept it on just in case. I would never argue with her so I agreed again and sat in my wet diaper and waited until she came over with our stuff. We sat there a while enjoying our drinks. Oddly enough I forgot about it and just enjoyed myself. We finished up and went back home where Eileen finally changed me. So I had a fresh diaper for bed. The rest of the week went by and I was still wetting uncontrollably throughout the day and night. Eventually I didn't care if anyone saw my diaper or saw that I was walking funny. When my mom got home we explained what was happening and she took me to the doctors. Apparently there was something wrong with my bladder. It took me 2 weeks after to get control again. Some days I really miss wearing diapers though. Caught wearing a nappy. Part 1. Andy is 19 years old and still no job since graduating high school. Andy would rather sit around at home and watch television. In spite of warnings from mom, Andy does not look for a job. Pam is his mother. She is not happy Andy turned out to be lazy. Really, Jane, my son is a couch potato, Pam told her sister on the phone. He watches television most of the time rather than work like most young adults. This sounds serious, Pam, Jane said. He needs some discipline. Send him over to my house as soon as possible, honey. Aunt Jane has a plan that will lead to Andy being treated like he acts. Aunt Jane is convinced Andy is immature for his age and acting like a toddler, not an adult. Today is Friday, July 10, 1985, when Pam and Jane discuss Andy on the phone. I don't know what to do with the boy, Pam said. I will drop him off at your place in the morning. Leave it to me to put Andy in his place, Jane said. I have an idea on how to handle Andy. The phone call ends and plans are made by Pam and her sister Jane. An hour later, Mom has a talk with her immature son Andy. Pam brings up at the dinner table that Andy needs a change in his daily life. Pam explains she is not happy with her son's lazy behavior and bad attitude. I am dropping you off at my sister Jane's house in the morning, Mother explained. She is expecting you. You must be kidding me, Mom, Andy replied. Aunt Jane is strict, not nice like you are. Maybe I have been too nice, son, Pam said. You are small for your age, but that is no excuse for being lazy. Supper is great, being Andy's favorite stuffed pork chops. Andy does not like the idea of staying a month with his Aunt Jane. After an argument, Mother comes out the winner. A bag will be packed for the trip for Andy after supper. Meanwhile, Aunt Jane is preparing for Andy and has come up with a plan. Andy has always been curious, that will be what gets him where he belongs. Aunt Jane has a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-story home in Houston, Texas. The guest room is ready with a twin bed, dresser, and a color television. The master bedroom is where Aunt Jane sleeps, and there is a bathroom in that bedroom. The third bedroom is Kathy's old room. It is basically empty since Kathy moved out 2 years ago. Aunt Jane smiles and sings lullabies as she assembles the old crib Kathy used to sleep in up to age 12. Kathy was a bedwetter, so mother kept her in diapers every night and she slept in the large crib. This was a family secret, and Andy was forbidden to go in that room when he visited with his mother Pam. Andy was always curious about what is in that room he was not supposed to see. Aunt Jane assembles a diaper table in the room too. There is a set of shelves along one wall and a large high chair just set up by Jane. At the age of 19, Andy is 4 feet 8 inches tall, weighing 70 pounds. Years ago when Kathy was 10, she was his size at his adult age. This got Aunt Jane thinking, so she set up the old nursery again. The shelves are stocked with cloth diapers and plastic baby panties for a little girl. Aunt Jane washes 24 Curity cloth flat diapers with pinked edges. These diapers are 20 inches by 40 inches and fit Kathy perfect when folded in half and layered. Aunt Jane washes 12 cloth pre-fold diapers 16 inches by 20 inches that also fit Kathy perfect. These diapers are 6 layers thick on the outside with a wide pad down the middle 10 layers thick. They are 6 Gerber pre-folds. Aunt Jane washes and dries all the diapers along with 10 pairs of plastic baby panties that will also fit Andy. There are 2 pink, 2 yellow, and 2 milky white. Aunt Jane finds the plastic baby panties Kathy liked the best. There are 2 pairs of a white nursery print and 2 pairs of pink rumba panties with white frills across the backside. They are very little girlish. Aunt Jane comes up with another idea. She unboxes some of Kathy's old clothes and washes them. On the shelves are the diapers and plastic panties. Also on the shelves are girls' shorts and tops neatly folded. Several old Onuses in Kathy's size are on the shelves. Aunt Jane made sure to wash Kathy's little girl's socks and a few training bras. All of this is placed on the shelves in the nursery. Shiny black strap shoes are found and placed on the shelves. In the closet, Aunt Jane puts 2 nightgowns that are short. One is pink and the other is yellow. Both are nylon tricot and little girlish. Several cute little girls' dresses are hung up. Aunt Jane's plan is to tell Andy the other bedroom that was Kathy's is off limits to him like before. She knows his curiosity will make Andy check out the room. Boy, will he get a surprise when Aunt Jane catches Andy. Back at Pam and Andy's house, also in Houston, Texas, a suitcase is being packed. Mom puts white briefs, tube socks, shorts, and t-shirts in the suitcase. Mom adds a pair of dress pants and a few dress shirts. Mom does not know everything Aunt Jane has in mind for Andy. Part 2, moving ahead in the story. Today is Saturday at 9 a.m. in the morning. Breakfast is served before Pam and Andy put his suitcase in the car with overnight bag. This has brush, comb, toothbrush, and cologne. Aunt Jane is expecting us at 10 a.m. so let's get going, Mom told Andy. I expect you to behave for Aunt Jane. Sure Mom, I am too old and mature to get in trouble, Andy said, being arrogant. At a few minutes after 10 a.m. they arrive at Aunt Jane's house. The yard is neatly cut, edged, and hedges trimmed. Aunt Jane has a dependable yard man. Aunt Jane comes out to greet her guests with a smile. Hello sister, wonderful to see you again, Aunt Jane said. How are you doing, little Andy? I am fine, but you don't need to call me little Andy, Andy pointed out. I am 19 years old now. Andy grabs his overnight bag and Mom grabs his suitcase. Aunt Jane shows them to her spare room where the luggage is put. They do not unpack anything at this time. Andy loves the room with a 20-inch color television. This is perfect for him. This is your room, Andy, Aunt Jane said. Like before, stay out of the other bedroom that used to be Kathy's. Sure, if that is what you want, Andy said curiously. The family gets in Aunt Jane's car to go grocery shopping. Extra food is needed with Andy staying a full month. Aunt Jane has a luxury 1982 Bic Electra 225. They arrive at Publix in just 10 minutes. I will need a shopping cart for all we must buy, Aunt Jane said, grabbing one. They go up and down every aisle in the store getting all that is needed. They get canned goods, frozen foods, deli foods, bakery foods, and finally meat and dairy. Fresh produce is also purchased. The family goes through a checkout and pays for their purchase, which is bagged by a nice young lady. Jane has Pam and Andy take the basket to the car. She wants to grab a few things she forgot but actually did not want Andy to see. Go ahead and load the bags in my trunk, Aunt Jane said. I need to grab a few more items. Aunt Jane goes to the baby aisle. She grabs a case of 6 cans of baby formula. She fills another box with many assorted jarred baby foods. At home she found a bib, 2 pacifiers, and some old baby powder. Aunt Jane picks up new baby powder and diaper rash cream. I got what else is needed, Aunt Jane said, putting the 2 boxes in the trunk. Let's go back home. After getting back home and parking near the front door, all grocery bags are carried to the kitchen. This includes the boxes that are covered so no one knows what is in them. Go ahead and get some exercise outside while I put the groceries away, Aunt Jane told Andy. Andy does this happily to avoid any more work. Jane puts things away with Pam's help. Before they get to the boxes, Pam goes to Andy's room to unpack his things. Toiletries are put in the hall bathroom and clothes are put in the dresser. Later Pam thanks Jane for looking after Andy. She is not sure what Jane has in mind but knows Andy will be disciplined. The 2 sisters talk about old times and how things are presently going. Lunch is served at 2 p.m. since they lost track of time talking so much. Andy is called inside and sits at the table. Roast beef sandwiches are served with a tray of raw vegetables. Everyone has a soda with lots of ice. I hear you are quite lazy and act immature for an adult age 19, Aunt Jane stated, looking at Andy. Huh? Where did you get that idea? Andy replied. From your mother, of course, Aunt Jane said. At your age you must prepare for the future. Andy ignores the comment, not thinking anything of it. The family plays Monopoly until supper, which is a baked frozen sausage and pepperoni pizza. Pam helps with the chores but Andy makes sure to go outside and avoid any work. It is great to see you again, Jane told Pam. I know you need to get back home and I will care for Andy. Yes, Jane, lovely to see you again, Pam said. I am happy you will look after Andy for a month. Andy gives Mom a hug before she leaves in her car at 7 p.m. Aunt Jane is quick to have Andy take a bath and wash his long blonde hair. Andy obeys since he needs a bath before going to bed later. I will find a pair of your pajamas and clean briefs, Aunt Jane said while Andy takes a hot comfy bath. Here is your night clothes, Aunt Jane said, entering the bathroom. I put them on the counter, sweetie. Andy bathes, washes his hair, dries off with a towel, and wet combs his hair. He puts on white briefs, white socks, and pajamas that are blue shorts with a top in blue. On the way to his room he notices the other spare room has the door closed. Andy is curious about what could be in that room. It has been kept a secret for years. Andy is not about to go in there now. Part 3. After a few hours of Andy watching television with Aunt Jane, she goes to bed at 11 p.m. Andy stays up until midnight before going to his bedroom. Andy passed by the other bedroom that is off limits. He is about to open the door but changes his mind. In his bedroom, Andy watches his color television for a half hour. At 12:30 he is convinced Aunt Jane is asleep by now. He shuts off his television and notices Aunt Jane's bedroom door is closed with lights out. Andy is curious about what is in that other bedroom. Being very quiet and sneaky, Andy opens the door. He shuts the door before turning on the overhead light. He dims the light with a dimmer switch. Andy is shocked to see a large girl's crib with matching diaper table. He concludes Kathy must have been a bedwetter. Andy is amazed to see the large pink crib with white sheets and pillowcase. The diaper table is also large, being pink with a white padded mattress. A large wood high chair is in the corner. Andy sees the shelves filled with diapers and plastic baby panties. He notices Kathy's old clothes neatly folded on the shelves. Wow. So this is the big secret, Andy is thinking. His girl cousin Kathy used to wet the bed and slept in her crib diapered at an older age. Andy opens the door slowly to see Aunt Jane is still asleep with lights out. Curiosity got the best of Andy as he checks out a pre-fold diaper. He opens the diaper and puts it on the diaper table. Should he dare to pin the diaper on? Sure, why not, since no one will know but him. Andy quietly finds 4 large pink head diaper pins. He puts them on the diaper table along with milky white plastic baby panties. Andy does not want the girls' plastic panties, but the white ones are cool. Andy is not a cross-dresser and has been out of diapers for years. Feeling a bit nervous, Andy undresses completely. He lays on the diaper table, curious about how it would feel to be back in diapers. Andy does not bother with diaper rash cream or baby powder. He wants to pin on a quick diaper and maybe check this idea out again when Aunt Jane is not at home. Andy lays on the diaper and pulls the front up between his legs. He fumbles with the diaper pins, having difficulty pinning on the thick cloth pre-fold diaper. All of a sudden, Aunt Jane opens the nursery door. "What the hell are you doing in this bedroom?" Aunt Jane said sternly, "You are trying to pin on a diaper." No ma'am, I was just curious what was in the room," Andy said, no longer wanting the diaper on. "You want to wear a diaper?" Aunt Jane asked. "No problem, let your Aunt Jane pin your diaper on," Aunt Jane said, coming up to the diaper table. "No ma'am, please don't do that," Andy said. "I was not going to keep the diaper on." Aunt Jane is humming a lullaby as she collects diaper rash cream and baby powder. She insists a diaper must be put on properly to avoid diaper rash. "I know now you want to be my toddler girl," Aunt Jane said. "Why else would you be in this room?" "No please, don't pin the diaper on me," Andy pleaded, about to get up and leave. Aunt Jane pushes Andy back down on his back. She takes the diaper rash cream and covers Andy's bottom. Baby powder is used next, and this is repeated on Andy's front diaper area. Andy is feeling embarrassed and humiliated at this time. Aunt Jane pulls the front of the thick pre-fold cloth diaper up between Andy's legs and pins it at the waist. She takes 2 more diaper pins and pins the diaper tight around Andy's thighs. Pink plastic rumba panties with white frills across the back are put on Andy. "Remember, this was your idea, sweetie," Aunt Jane said. "A diaper is perfect for an immature boy." "Stop this!" Andy exclaimed. "I don't need diapers." "Looks like you are staying in the nursery for a month," Aunt Jane said, grabbing a pink nightgown. A pink lacy training bra is fastened on Andy first. Aunt Jane stands her little nephew up and slips the nightgown over his head. The nightgown is pink nylon with short puffy sleeves. The nightgown barely covers Andy's thick diaper and rumba panties. "This is not fair," Andy said. "I am not a toddler girl." "I warned you to stay out of this room," Aunt Jane told Andy. "You wanted to be diapered and now you are." Andy is about ready to throw a fit, but is reminded he can be spanked if needed. This further embarrasses little Andy. His tube socks are replaced with pink lacy top girls' socks. Andy is easily picked up and placed in the girls' crib. The side is raised until it locks. "This is how an immature lazy brat like you needs to be treated," Aunt Jane said. "Taking off your diaper or getting out of this crib means an immediate spanking." Andy is not happy that his curiosity got him in this situation. Aunt Jane is keeping the boy diapered for his entire visit. "This includes day diapers," Aunt Jane told Andy. Aunt Jane dims the light more and leaves the nursery with the door half open. "I'm going to love having a baby girl again," Jane said. Part 4. Andy is laying in the crib thickly diapered like a toddler girl. He was caught in the nursery, which was off limits to Andy. Aunt Jane came in and found Andy trying to pin on a diaper. Being nice, Aunt Jane assisted Andy and pinned his diaper on. Andy objected to this. To further surprise Andy, his Aunt Jane put girls' plastic romper panties on Andy over his diaper. She dressed Andy in a pink nightgown. Andy is wishing he had his bedroom back with the twin bed and color television. Andy is having trouble sleeping knowing Aunt Jane is keeping him in diapers for his entire month-long visit. Aunt Jane is happy her little plan to get Andy back in diapers for being immature and lazy worked great. Andy drifts off to sleep around 2 a.m. sleeping in the crib. He wakes up a couple of hours later needing to pee. Andy can't hold it and floods his diaper. Aunt Jane will have to change Andy in the morning. Aunt Jane wakes up at 8 a.m. bright and happy to have a toddler girl to take care of again. She is using diaper discipline on little Andy, who is just 4 feet 8 inches tall, weighing 70 pounds. This will make it easy for Aunt Jane to dominate Andy. She decides to call her sister Pam. Ring, ring. Hello, this is Pam speaking, she said, answering the phone. Who is calling and how may I help you this morning? This is your sister Jane calling, Jane said. I have some news about your son Andy. I found him late last night trying to pin on a diaper in the nursery. You must be kidding, Pam replied. I thought the old nursery was stored in the garage. It was until I heard Andy is coming to visit, Jane said. I put everything back in the nursery, including all of Kathy's old cloth diapers and plastic baby panties. Did you tell Andy to stay out of the spare bedroom like in the past? Pam asked. Yes, I did, but his curiosity got the best of Andy, Jane replied. I had to go ahead and put Andy back in diapers and dressed him like a baby girl. This is great considering how immature Andy has been acting, Pam added. He deserves punishment. I knew you would agree and have a wonderful idea, Jane told her sister. Sell your home and move in with me, we can keep Andy a toddler girl. Ha ha, that would give the brat what he deserves for being so lazy and immature, Pam agreed. I told you I would put Andy in his proper place, Jane continued. Give me the month and then move in. I will call the realtor and sell my home, Pam replied. Jane and Pam make lots of plans, including her keeping Andy in diapers and changing him like a toddler girl. Pam needs time to sell the house and a month is good. At first Andy will not be told about mother moving in. Andy, are you awake in the nursery? Aunt Jane said after hanging up the phone. I bet you need changing. No ma'am, I need this damn diaper off, Andy replied. How dare you talk to me that way, Aunt Jane said. You are getting a spanking over my knee. Andy realizes he just made another stupid mistake. He is picked up after the crib side is lowered. Aunt Jane puts little Andy on the diaper table. She takes off his nightgown and plastic romper panties. Andy has a very wet diaper unpinned and put in the diaper pail. As soon as I clean you up you go over my knees, Aunt Jane said using the large baby wipes. Sorry Aunt Jane, please don't spank me at my age, Andy pleaded. Aunt Jane picks up Andy and stands him next to an armless chair in the nursery. Andy is wearing only a training bra and lacy girl's socks. Aunt Jane grabs the boy's arms and pulls Andy over her knees. Slap, 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 slap. Aunt Jane is spanking Andy's bare bottom on both cheeks. Slap, 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 slap. Andy don't like being disciplined like a toddler. He objects, but this don't stop his spanking. Slap, 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 slap. Aunt Jane spanks both but cheeks a bit harder. You are a bad little girl who needs this spanking, Aunt Jane said. You will be spanked anytime you show disrespect to me, tell a lie, or curse. Slap, 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 slap. The spanking continues for several more minutes. Slap, 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 slap. Soon Andy is crying and kicking his feet, unable to get away. Slap, 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 slap. Aunt Jane feels the boy has had enough. Aunt Jane picks up Andy and lays him on the diaper table. She rubs in diaper rash cream on his bottom, which helps the burn a little bit. Baby powder is used next. Andy's front diaper area is treated the same way. Aunt Jane opens up another thick pre-fold. She grabs Andy by both ankles and lifts his bottom. The diaper is slipped in place and Andy's bottom lowered. Aunt Jane pulls the front of the diaper up between Andy's legs and pins the waist tight. She pins the diaper tight around Andy's thighs with 2 more diaper pins. You get to wear the same sissy, frilly, plastic, rumba panties, Angie, Aunt Jane said, slipping them on. I will call you Angie from now on. A whole new world. A warm breeze swept across the sprawling grassy lawns of the State College. Spring had arrived at last, and with it the pressure of final exams, the anticipation of graduation. The college was abuzz with activity, the library filled with last-minute crammers, but the quad was just as packed with students desperate to get some sun after a long and cold winter. It was a stately old quad befitting a college steeped in tradition. The lawn was bounded on either side by brick century-old buildings, clothed in a dignified growth of ivy. Ancient trees lined the edges of the grass, filtering the sun for the students grouped around their roots. Most students were used to the beauty of the college in spring, taking it for granted. They had much more pressing thoughts on their minds, especially the seniors. Their college careers were nearing their ends, their adult lives unfolding before them, and for each this meant something different. Some were filled with ambition, others with trepidation. But as they sat amongst the trees thinking that their lives were about to undergo some major changes, not a one of them could have imagined just how right they were about that. At the foot of one of the largest trees on the quad, a group of 3 such seniors reclined in the shade, enjoying each other's company in silence for the time being. Brian, Megan, and Rachel had been friends since junior high. Of course they'd once been but a few members of a much bigger clique in high school, but with age things changed. Friends went to different colleges, others transferred or simply dropped out. A couple guys drunk or smoked their way to expulsion. So it was that only the 3 of them remained. But as their group shrank, they only grew closer, and that only made their impending graduation and separation that much harder to face. Brian, the lone young man of the group, was an average kind of guy. He was smart, he'd made it through the top state college in 4 years after all, but not a genius or even a nerd. His grades had mostly been BS, with a smattering of CS. He was a thin young man of average height, a couple inches short of 6 feet. He'd played high school soccer and volleyball, but he was no jock. Some girls thought him cute with his shaggy brown hair, hazel eyes, and light skin. But he didn't exude that air of confidence some guys had, and so most girls just didn't notice him. It hadn't been an easy spring for Brian. His average grades hadn't been enough to land a job in the tough economy. With each day he moved closer to the end of his time living in the dorms with his friends and closer to moving home with Mom. It was a future he didn't want to consider. Brian's mom wasn't mean or cold, on the contrary, she was just too loving. To her, Brian was still her baby boy, needing to be coddled and advised on every decision. His failure to secure a job had only reinforced her conviction that he needed her guidance. Meanwhile, without job prospects, Brian had lost all his ambition, and so rather than study for exams he now lazed on his back reading yet another dusty old novel he'd found in the expansive stacks of the college library. Rachel gave the young man a contemptuous look, glaring at him until he was forced to look up from his book. "What?" he asked. "You know what, Brian? How long are you going to play around reading trash when you should be studying?" Rachel demanded. Brian frowned and rolled his eyes. How could Rachel possibly have understood what he was going through? She was a successful young woman with excellent grades and a job waiting for her after graduation. Rachel had always been the studious type, serious and well-spoken. She'd been on student council in high school, captain of the college debate team. Brian knew it was never smart to get into an argument with her, but he just couldn't help himself this time. "It's Catcher in the Rye, Rachel, it's a frigging American classic. You can't call it trash. Rachel narrowed her piercing blue eyes and Brian knew he was in for it now. It wasn't just her intellect that shut down her opponents, it was her looks and her attitude. She was 5'7", wore her flowing blonde hair at shoulder length and regularly wore low-cut shirts to show off her sizable assets. Rachel knew what she had and she used it. Don't give me that American classic bullshit, she snapped, calm but dismissive. It's nothing but adolescent whining and vulgarity. Holden Caulfield is a spoiled little brat and that's exactly why so many teens today identify with him. I mean really Brian, aren't you a bit old to be reading that stuff? I think we read it back in 10th grade. Whatever, Brian mumbled, knowing he'd lost before he'd even begun. Rachel smirked and returned to her chemistry text. She'd hardly settled back to her studies when the crack of a book snapping shut broke her concentration. Megan threw a heavy literature text to the ground in disdain while the other two looked curiously at her, Rachel with an air of annoyance. This is hopeless. Megan sighed, defeated. What is? The other two chimed in at once. The whole damn thing. I mean, how can I study on such a beautiful day? I know you have no problem with it, Ratch, but it does my head in. All I can think about is springtime in Paris and Rome, eating in sidewalk cafes and strolling along the Seine. Ah, do we have to hear this again? Brian grunted. Megan looked betrayed. Can't you just be happy for me, for a moment? We get it, Megan, you're going to be traveling the world, escaping this awful, boring, pedestrian little backwater while we wallow in it. Have fun, sure, but stop rubbing our noses in it. Brian told her. Megan seemed to want to reply, but seeing she would get no help from Rachel she swallowed her words, staring intently at a small bird hopping around the grass nearby. Megan was the least mature of the trio. Only 5'2" and with a cute face, she looked more like 17 than the 21 years she and the other two actually were. She still dressed like a teenager, not a young woman, still got roaring drunk at weekly parties. Megan had no interest in leaving college at all, certainly not in getting a real job, waking up before 10 a.m. and paying bills. How she'd managed to convince her mom to fund a trip around the world for her nobody knew. She'd probably just put on her perfect little princess act once again. In any case, she delayed her entrance to the real world for at least another year. After a couple minutes of awkward silence, it was Megan who hopped up and broke the tension. Look, I'm gonna go play some frisbee instead of wasting this sunshine sitting in the shade. Either of you wanna join me? I'm good right here, Brian shrugged lazily. Well, I have studying to do, and so do you, Rachel replied pointedly. Fine then, do whatever you want. But I expect to see both of you at Brad's party tonight. Might be our last chance to really party before exams, you know. Brian and Rachel each gave her a tepid nod before she picked up her flip-flops and took off sprinting across the grass. The whole building seemed to vibrate from the noise of the party. Juniors and seniors mixed with the occasional underclassmen, drinking and yelling to each other over the boom of the pulsing music. At a table in the corner of the main room, several guys and a couple girls played kings. Already a couple looked like they might actually pass out. On the balcony, someone had broken out the heavier stuff and a gaggle of young revelers were gathered around a bong. Rachel and Brian weren't in the main party themselves though. They'd both slipped back to an adjoining bedroom to escape the deafening din. Brian sat on a messy couch, wedged between piles of dirty clothing abandoned there. He was still dressed in his typical college casual outfit of tight Abercrombie t-shirt, khakis, cargo shorts and flip-flops. Brian was in the process of downing his 5th or perhaps 6th beer of the night, he'd lost count. Rachel was wearing another one of her low-cut halter tops and some short shorts. She wasn't degrading herself by drinking beer, but she had polished off a few margaritas and a couple rum and cokes. Still, she seemed composed, in control, as she texted friends and checked her watch. The door to the bedroom swung open, the noise level trebling and making Rachel cover her ear. "Close it, will you?" she called over the roar. Megan stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. She looked a bit tipsy herself, her short black dress slightly askew. Sorry about that, she giggled, smiling drunkenly. Having fun? Rachel asked wryly. Sure. How about you guys? It's been a pretty good party, but it's getting late, Meg. I think I should be heading home. Megan looked scandalized. You can't go. The party's barely started. Sorry, Megan, but we can't party all night, you know. There are exams coming up, Rachel reminded her. Oh yeah, fucking exams. God, am I tired of hearing about that. We can't all be perfect, you know, Rach. We aren't all like you. Rachel frowned deeply. Had she been sober, she probably would have just walked away, but though she didn't show it like Megan, Rachel was a bit drunk herself. I'm not perfect, Meg, never said I was. Meg sneered. Ha. Not perfect, good to know you can at least admit that. But we still have to keep hearing about that great job you landed, don't we? You complain about my trip, but you're just as bad with your bragging. For once Rachel looked at a loss for words. Her eyes fell to her feet for a moment while she struggled to respond. Finally she looked back at Megan and she seemed a changed woman, the veneer of confidence stripped away by alcohol and shame. I'm sorry, Megan, I really am. I don't mean to brag. I just talk about it to reassure myself because I'm the one who's scared. I've never had a real job, Meg, I don't know the first thing about it. All I've ever been is a student, and it's all I've ever been good at. I can barely sleep at night because I keep thinking, what if I suck at it? Megan stared at Rachel like she'd grown a second head. Never in all their years of friendship had Rachel admitted to such a lack of confidence in herself. It took a moment for Megan to process what she was hearing, then she decided to make an admission of her own. I'm only going on this trip because I don't want to be an adult yet, she blurted out. Both Rachel and Brian smiled now. What? Why you all smiling? Megan asked. We know, Brian piped up. Everyone knows that about you. I mean, you don't exactly hide it, do you? Drunk as she was, Megan just shrugged and chuckled in agreement. Then she noticed what Brian was doing on the couch. Shit, dude, is that fucking book you've been reading? You actually brought it to a party. Yeah, it's a good book, and it sounds like both of you could really appreciate it. Rachel's right, man, that book is stupid, Megan told him. Just some stupid whiny kid complaining about everything. Where the hell did you get it anyway? That thing looks ancient. Brian felt the black leather-bound book carefully in his hands, as though considering its age. It was in the library, found it while I was looking through archaeology books, must have gotten misplaced somehow, he explained. And anyway, it isn't just about some stupid teenager. Holden Caulfield is just like us. He's trapped between childhood and adulthood, unable to go back, but afraid to move forward. Oh, come on, spare me. I've read the book too, you know, Rachel joined in. Then you'll understand, Rach. Holden spends the whole book being disgusted by the adult world. When he's asked what job he wants most in the world, he says he wants to protect kids playing in a rye field from falling off the cliff at its edge. But it's all a metaphor. He wants to protect children's innocence, save them from the phony and morally corrupt world of adulthood, the cliff. The two girls considered this for a moment before Megan shook her head and rolled her eyes. Rachel just looked pensive. I mean, think about it. Don't you find the adult world dirty and corrupt, filled with dangers and responsibilities? Well, of course, Rachel joined back in. But there's nothing you can really do about it. That's why Catcher in the Rye is stupid, it's pure adolescent fantasy. You can't just stop time. You don't get to avoid adulthood. I mean, it doesn't turn out so well for Holden, does it? He ends up in a mental hospital in the end, doesn't he? That's not my point, Brian interjected. I'm just saying it strikes a chord with me, and I think it does for you too. I'm willing to say it. I wish we didn't have to grow up. I don't want to be out on my own, no money, no job, having to make all new friends. And now Megan was nodding too. I know, it really sucks, she sulked. Rachel shook her head at the pair of them. Wish all you want, but that doesn't change facts. We're 21 years old, a good deal older than Holden in that story already. And at this age we are adults, we just have to accept it. Now I'm going to bed, and I suggest you two do the same. With that, Rachel gathered her handbag up and slipped out the door. Though she was the first to go, the others weren't far behind. Soon all three had climbed into their beds in their cluttered dorm rooms. Brian drifted off to sleep after pushing aside a pile of unwashed socks and underwear left on his bed, leaving his book discarded on the floor between pairs of sneakers and flip-flops. As he slept, the darkness of the room was disturbed by a glow from the old leather-bound book, as though it were irradiated. It glowed brighter and brighter until the whole room was lit by its flickering bluish hue. Then it flipped open, the pages fluttering back and forth like they were caught in a high wind. As Brian and all the others slept peacefully that night, the world began to shift around them. For Brian hadn't found that book in the library after all. It had found him. From the moment Brian began to creep towards awareness following morning, he knew that something was wrong. The pile of dirty underwear that had been pressed up against him was gone. As he swept his hand back and forth across the bed, he found nothing impeding it. What was more, the sheets felt different. Rather than the coarse, inexpensive sheets he'd bought for his dorm bed, he now felt soft, cozy flannel under his hand. Opening his eyes, Brian found himself staring up at a familiar and yet incredibly strange sight. It was the ceiling of his bedroom, but not his dorm bedroom. No, it was the ceiling of his bedroom back at home, and a dozen years ago. The white ceiling was covered in glow-in-the-dark star and moon stickers, just as it had been when he was a kid. By the time he was 10, he'd had his dad take them off because he was getting to be too big for silly little kid stickers. Yet there they were, perfectly intact. Looking down the covers at the end of his bed, Brian saw that a whole lot more than the ceiling was different. He wasn't in his dorm room anymore, that much was for sure. It was his bedroom, just as he remembered it from long ago. The walls were painted a light sky blue hue. The TV and PlayStation 3 that should have been at the end of his bed were missing, replaced by a big plastic toy chest. A big poster showing the constellations covered one section of wall, and pictures of planes and trains, his elementary school obsession, covered another. Sitting up in bed, Brian's hand brushed against something firm to the right of his head. It was a scruffy brown teddy bear, missing an eye and with a few little rips. He knew instantly that this was Buddy, his favorite stuffed animal from his childhood. He'd thrown poor Buddy away when he was 7 and had regretted it bitterly for a year afterwards at least. For a moment Brian felt a pang of deep guilt for throwing away his best childhood friend, and on impulse he grabbed the teddy tight and cuddled him tight in his arms, feeling the bear's soft material with his hands and almost muttering an apology to the long-lost old friend out loud. Hugging the teddy filled him with a sense of peace and safety such as he hadn't felt in years. It was like the bear was protecting him somehow, like nothing could hurt him as long as Buddy was here in his arms, soft fur nuzzling his cheek. Recovering his wits, Brian realized he needed to focus on what was happening to him. Putting Buddy aside, though careful to make sure he was seated comfortably against the pillow, Brian looked more closely at his room and saw that it wasn't exactly as he remembered it after all. The bed sheets were covered in Ben 10 decals, rather than the Thomas the Tank Engine designs he'd had when he was actually a little kid. His clothes had changed as well. His stylish t-shirt and shorts were gone. Now he wore a baggy white t-shirt emblazoned with SpongeBob's smiling face and no pants at all. Pulling back the t-shirt, he found he now wore white briefs with red piping and cartoon designs he didn't recognize. Brian's first thought was that he was still dreaming, but the more time passed the more real it all felt. He'd never had a dream that was anywhere near this lucid. That was when his heart rate started to pick up. At first glance, everything in this room looked like it belonged to a 5-year-old boy. But the more he looked, the more he realized that wasn't entirely right. While his bed was covered in kiddie designs, it still fit him perfectly. The childish t-shirt and underoos were snug and comfy on him. Surely they didn't make underoos like this for adults. No, everything in the room was designed for someone with the interests of a kindergartner but the body of an adult. That was what really frightened Brian most of all. Peeling back the covers, Brian swung his legs off the bed and placed his feet on the carpet, feeling its softness under his soles. Sure enough, his floor was covered in a wall-to-wall carpet, well worn from years of play, just as it had been until he was 13. Brian tiptoed around the room, afraid to make any noise, but needing to explore further. He found a bookshelf against the wall, but all the books were children's stories, filled with large print and lots of pictures. There were classics like The Little Engine That Could and newer ones based around Shrek and Cars, books which told him he had not been transported backwards in time. When he was actually 5, it was Lion King and Aladdin he was obsessed with. The real shock came when he opened the Shrek book. He looked down at the simple sentences written in block letters around colorful drawings and felt a sickening drop in his stomach. A wave of nausea rolled over him as he stared intently at the pages, as though that could solve the problem. But it was no use, no matter how long he stared, it didn't change the fact that he couldn't read. For a second he'd held out the faint hope that it was written in some foreign language he didn't know. It wasn't. He was able to recognize a couple words in the sentence after much struggling, though only the smallest and simplest words there. Despite the fact that he knew he was a college senior, Brian had to admit he was also now illiterate. Casting aside the book, Brian took to exploring the room further, hoping for some explanation. He was rummaging through the toy box when he heard footsteps approaching down the hallway. He froze where he was, unsure what to do. What on earth was going on here? "Brian, honey, wakey wakey," called a voice that Brian instantly recognized as being his mom's. He stared at the door in shock, heart pounding in his throat as he watched the knob turn. ***. Rachel was having a bad morning. She had gone to bed a dignified if slightly tipsy college girl, but had awoken to find herself in a room she hadn't seen since she was a little girl. After getting over her initial shock, she had quickly moved on to anger. Someone was playing a very nasty joke on her. Someone had clearly drugged her, brought her here and was trying to fuck with her head. Opening up her closet, she searched for something more appropriate to wear. She'd awoken, to her burning shame, in a pink frilly nightgown befitting a Barbie-obsessed little tyke. Unfortunately, whoever was pulling this prank on her was sparing no expense, because entire wardrobe in the closet was suited to a 5-year-old girl who had an adult body. There were princess dresses, t-shirts with Barbie designs, sweaters with knitted-on bunnies. Seeing this, Rachel had a much more disturbing thought. What if this wasn't a joke at all? What if she'd been kidnapped by some kind of nut? The more she thought about it, the more sense it made. Who would do all this for a laugh? No, she had to be in very serious trouble. She needed to think of an escape plan, and fast. But first she needed to get dressed in something. She settled on a pale pink sundress that was at least free of cartoon designs. Her massive collection of shoes was gone, of course, but there were several pairs to choose from. None were stylish, nothing with heels, of course. Little girls didn't wear heels. She settled for some simple flip-flops. Dressed as well as she could be, Rachel was ready to make her escape. She crept to the window but froze when she looked outside. It did indeed look just like the backyard of the house she'd grown up in. But how was that possible? She couldn't deny it though, this was definitely the exact view she'd looked out on year after year growing up here. She was back in her childhood home. At that moment, without warning, the door to the room clicked and swung open. Rachel spun on the spot and gasped in disbelief. Her mother was standing there in her pajamas, smiling, as though everything was as it should be. "Mom," Rachel squeaked. "Well, good morning, honey bun. I'm surprised to see you in here," her mom commented brightly. "What? Why?" Rachel asked, hoping her mom had some idea why everything in her room had changed to fit a little kid. Well, usually when you're up before me you run downstairs to watch toons. What's so interesting outside that you'd rather look out the window than watch Bratz? Now Rachel was doubly confused. Her mom was acting as if she was 5. Couldn't she see that Rachel was clearly a young woman? Had her mom lost her mind? Mom, I don't watch cartoons, I'm an adult woman, she told her as seriously as she could given the way she was dressed. But her mother just shook her head and chuckled. Oh Rachel, what an imagination you have. Maybe you've been watching a few too many cartoons, honey. Mom, for God's sake look at me. Can't you see I'm the same size as you? Can't you see I'm 21 years old? Rachel demanded, becoming hysterical. Honey, calm down, her mother soothed, stepping closer and running her hand through Rachel's hair. Of course I can see you're 21, honey, she assured. You can? Rachel asked desperately. Well, of course, silly Billy. I'm old but I'm not blind, you know, she joked. You're getting to be a big girl. Pretty soon you'll be going to all-day school and learning to read and write just like Mommy, she crooned, pulling Rachel into a hug. Rachel's eyes widened as he mother spoke. She tried to push away as he mom hugged her, horrified by what she was saying, but somehow unable to muster the strength to get away. It was as if her mom had become super strong, or she'd become very weak. Mom, I'm not a little girl. I can read and write on my own already. I'm in college, she insisted, her voice muffled as she was pulled tight against her mom's shoulder. Now Rachel, you shouldn't tell lies, you know that, her mom chided, slowly releasing her. But. No buts, young lady, it's time we get some breakfast in that tummy. We need to get you off to school on time. With that her mom took her hand and led Rachel out of the room and down the hallway. It's so nice to see you got yourself dressed all on your own today, and in such a pretty outfit too, her mom praised. Now I just have to get your brother dressed, thank you for helping Mommy, honey. Had to get her brother dressed? What did that mean? Rachel's brother, Dan, was 18 and would be graduating high school in a couple months. Why would he need help getting dressed? Rachel now had to assume her mother had gone totally mad and was treating her and Dan like incompetent little children. Perhaps he'd have a better idea of how to deal with this situation. No sooner had she had this thought than Dan made his appearance, jumping out from the open doorway of his room, blocking their route. Rachel let out a little whimper of horror at what she saw. It was her teenage brother as she'd never seen him before. Like Rachel, his body was unchanged, but he too was dressed in childish attire, in fact the most childish outfit imaginable, his birthday suit. Whatever had happened to her, Dan was worse off by far, something had obviously happened to his mind. He was grinning ear to ear and giggling like an idiot, his hair wild and uncombed, hopping up and down bare naked before his mom and his sister, his penis bobbing and dangling about between his legs exposed to the world. Yet he clearly didn't care one little bit who saw him this way. Well, there's my little jaybird, their mom announced brightly. Danny wanna eat, the boy screeched loudly. Well, okay honey, but first we need to get you dressed, Mom told him. Danny pouted, sticking his upper lip out and shouting, no. Don't wanna. Rachel couldn't believe how ridiculous the pouting naked teen boy looked with his arms crossed, stamping his foot like a stubborn toddler. Oh, come on honey, don't you wanna get dressed like a big boy, Mom enticed. But Danny shook his head vigorously. Nah. Danny go naked. Well, okay then, but only dressed up big boys get peanut butter and jelly for breakfast, Mom told him, bargaining. Danny's look changed to one of deep desire. IWAN butter and Dewey, he demanded. Mom stepped forward and Rachel cringed as her mom tickled her teen brother's bare tummy, making him squirm and giggle. Well then, will you get dressed like a good boy so Mommy can fill up that tum-tum with P-Ban-J? Aha! Danny squealed between giggles. Mom stopped her tickling and turned Danny towards the doorway, giving his bear but a gentle shove and directing, okay, scoot mister, Mommy will be right in to get you dressed. Then she turned to Rachel. Honey, please go downstairs for Mommy and take your seat at the table. I'll be down in a minute so we can eat and then get you to kindergarten so you can play with all your friends. Kindergarten? Rachel was too stunned to even speak anymore. So she simply turned and ambled down the stairs in a daze, wondering what had happened and whether it was she who had lost her mind. ***. Brian had always been his mom's little baby boy. No matter how big he got, she always treated him that way. So for him it wasn't as much of a shock when his mother came smiling into his bedroom and talked to him like a senseless little child. Furthermore, years of conditioning kicked in and Brian put up even less of a struggle than Rachel. In fact, he was still in shock, too dazed to fight back, to do anything but go with the flow. That was why he'd barely made a sound while his mom took him by the hand and led him down to the kitchen still dressed in his t-shirt and underoos alone. Mom looked at his frightened face with concern. "What's wrong, Brian? You can't go to school like what?" Brian gestured to his SpongeBob t-shirt, eyes wide, pleading for her to understand. "Like this. The way I'm dressed." Now she smiled again. "Don't be silly, Brian, you aren't going to school dressed like that. I wouldn't send you in your undies, you silly goose," she chided him. Brian relaxed a bit, but not entirely. Mom looked up at the clock again. "Oh my, we'd better get you dressed right now, honey. Time is just flying by." Brian held out hope that this was all going to turn out to be some kind of joke. So he couldn't read and his mom was treating him like a little kid. Once he got out of this house, got back to campus, someone would be able to help him. It wasn't really logical, of course, but then nothing about the situation Brian found himself in was logical. In his fear, Brian had left his logic behind. Back up in his room, Brian stood idly chewing on his fingernails out of nervous habit while his mom picked out clothes from his closet. As she laid them out on the bed, Brian's nervous chewing only increased. Things were quickly going from bad to worse. "There we go," she announced brightly once the whole outfit was set out before him. Brian looked from the outfit to her smiling face and back again. He didn't want to upset her, a big part of him wanted to be a good boy for her, in fact. Yet he couldn't just accept such an outfit. His mom had chosen a blue and red Spider-Man t-shirt that no doubt any 5-year-old would have considered the height of cool. To go with that was a pair of jean shorts with an elastic waist and worst of all a pair of white Velcro sneakers. "Please Mom, can't I pick something to wear?" he begged. "We don't have time, Brian, now get your butt over here so we can get you dressed. You want to see all your friends, don't you?" "No," Brian screeched. He didn't want to see anyone he knew dressed in that get-up. "Don't be silly. Now come over here or there will be consequences, young man," Mom ordered, her voice going suddenly stern. Brian pouted but nonetheless found himself creeping closer to her in obedience. He didn't know why, but the need to be good for his mom seemed to be overwhelming. It was almost a physical urge, it was so strong. He seemed unable to resist as she lifted his hands in the air and slicked the t-shirt off his head. A second later he felt the cotton material of the new shirt brush over his face, his world going all blue for a second. Soon she had his shorts pulled up and he saw to his shame that they fell well above his knees, like no self-respecting teen or young man would allow. Then came the socks. They were white tube socks that came all the way up to calf length when Mom pulled them up. With the Velcro sneakers added to the mix, Brian had never felt so stupid in his life. Every step of the way Brian wanted to rebel, to run away. He was dressed, he had shoes on, he could have escaped. But to where? He looked like a special needs boy dressed this way. So he continued on his illogical mission to let his mom take him to college, dressed like a preschooler, so that he could find his friends and they could help figure out what was wrong with him. Brian was convinced by now that this was all due to something his mom had done. He just had to play along until she left him at school, then he'd be free. So he followed her down to the kitchen, where she packed a lunch for him and placed it in a bright blue plastic backpack covered in Thomas the Tank Engine designs. Seeing the backpack gave Brian conflicting feelings. He had to cringe at the idea of wearing such a childish accessory, but at the same time he felt a flutter of excitement. He really did love trains after all, had since he was very little. He had vivid memories of whole afternoons spent lying on the carpeted floor pushing his Thomas trains around as a boy. "Okay," Mom declared, taking his hand again. "Let's get going, buddy." Brian let her lead him out to the car, feeling certain everyone in the neighborhood had to be staring at him right now. He prayed no cars would go by, no joggers run past until he was safely hidden in the car. Keeping his eyes on his feet out of shame, Brian didn't even notice Mom was leading him to the back seat until she'd opened the door. To his surprise, a large booster seat, big enough to accommodate an adult, sat in the right back seat. "Hop in," Mom cheerfully directed. Brian climbed into the seat, finding how it sat him higher in the car than he was used to very strange. Despite his adult size, the raised seat meant his feet didn't quite reach the floor. Only his toes brushed it as his feet dangled. Mom leant over him and did his seatbelt up for him, then got in the front and buckled herself in, smiling at him in the mirror. As the Subaru station wagon cruised slowly through the residential streets of their suburban neighborhood, Brian got his first inkling that the changes he'd been through might not be unique. As they waited at a four-way stop, he noticed a 30-something woman pushing a stroller along the sidewalk. The stroller seemed much too large, and a quick glance at the occupant revealed why. A boy of about 12 was sat in the stroller. He was dressed in nothing but a large and puffy white diaper, sucking on a big red pacifier and grabbing at his wiggling bare toes with a look of innocent curiosity in his eyes. Brian only had a second to stare at the boy in wonder before the car lurched forward through the intersection. It was possible the boy was just mentally challenged, of course, but then what mother took a kid like that out in public in nothing but a diaper? Brian began looking intently out the window at the passing houses, looking for something else out of place. It didn't take long to find something. Brian's eyes went as wide as saucers as they passed a small brown split level a couple blocks from his house. Right there in the front yard was a rather large kiddie pool, and standing in it was a teen girl perhaps a few years younger than himself. She was standing in the pool naked but for a pink and white swim diaper and a pair of bright orange floaties on her arms. Her pert bare breasts, dripping with pool water, were exposed to every passing car while she stood there and flapped her arms, grinning like a cheerful idiot at all the passing traffic getting a free peep show. As the drive to school continued, Brian grew more and more certain that the whole world had gone mad. A young man who looked perhaps mid-20s was riding a bike down the sidewalk, nothing unusual about that at first glance. But the bike he was riding was no 10-speed mountain bike or thin-tired racer. It looked like a simple kid's bike complete with playing cards hitting the tires to make a motor noise. The man was shirtless and barefoot, his long toes gripping the bright green plastic pedals, ratty cut-off jean shorts hanging below his knees. There were more teens in strollers, riding tricycles, 20-somethings walking along holding parents' hands. Brian was so rapt watching the houses go by he didn't even pay attention to where they were headed. It was only when they pulled up in front of a squat brick building with a basketball court and playground out front did he realize they were at the local elementary school, not the college campus. "Here we are," Mom announced, putting the car in park. The young man wasn't listening, he was watching the kids on the playground. 20-somethings ran this way and that, helter-skelter across the tarmac. There were big hulking men wearing Pokemon t-shirts and shorts, sneakers with flashing lights and Velcro instead of laces. There were beautiful young women too, wearing shortals, hair in pigtails, jumping rope and playing hopscotch. Brian understood now that there would be no escape from his mom. It wasn't just him, it wasn't just his house. The world had turned upside down. Kindergarten. Rachel hadn't noticed the changes in the neighborhood. As she rode to school, her thoughts were still focused on what had happened 20 minutes ago in the kitchen. She'd been sitting in her seat at the table while her mom dealt with her little brother. Danny had gotten dressed by then, wearing a simple red t-shirt with white stripes and a big pull-up with yellow stars and all. It looked ridiculous on the grown teenager as he squatted on his seat, toes wrapped over the edge while Mom tried to clean off his milk mustache. It was then that Rachel had looked over at the cereal box on the table. She wondered what strange foreign brand it was. She looked closer, noticing it was clearly a box of Rice Krispies. Rachel's eyes went back to the label. It was indecipherable. That was the moment when she realized she couldn't read. Even as the car rumbled along the suburban streets, Rachel couldn't get over the loss of her reading ability. She always had taken such great pride in her intelligence, her superiority as a student. Now she couldn't even read. Changes to the rest of the world were inconsequential when something so horrible had happened to her. Her mother dropped Danny off at daycare first, lifting him out of his big car seat and setting him down on the pavement outside. Rachel only glanced over at the daycare building. She could see other teens playing in the front yard, but she wasn't interested in that. Mom was telling Danny to say goodbye to his big sister. He waved a silly little kid wave at her, flexing his fingers up and down and yelling bye-bye to her. Rachel gave him a slight nod, noting that Mom had at least slipped a pair of shorts over his silly pull-ups, even if she hadn't bothered to put shoes on his feet. The door slammed shut and Mom hopped back in the driver's seat after handing off Danny to an attendant. Then they were back on their way to kindergarten. With a glossy Barbie backpack swung over her shoulder, Rachel edged her way across the playground in front of the elementary school. Her simple plastic and rubber flip-flops scraped across the blacktop and she tried to keep her eyes focused on them and not on the swarming hordes of oversized children. Most of them were older than her, the oldest appearing to be close to 30 but dressed like preteens. She spotted a group of kids who appeared to be college-aged playing on a jungle gym amidst the woodchip-covered playground area. One girl was hanging upside down from the metal bars, her skirt flopping down to reveal her pink panties to everyone, though she didn't seem at all bothered. A handsome young man beside her was dressed in corduroy overalls, picking his nose and making no attempt to conceal it. Rachel had no intention of approaching those nose-picking, dirty adult-sized kids. Clearly they weren't like her. She may have lost her reading, but she still had her mind. Just as she was about to leave the playground, she spotted someone familiar. Sitting crouched on the ground beneath the jungle gym was Brian. He was dressed as goofy as any of the big kids here, but from the way he was hiding and the desperate look in his eyes, Rachel guessed he was feeling like her. At least she hoped that was the case. She didn't know what she'd do without at least one friend to commiserate with. "Brian," she called, rushing over and dropping to her knees in the woodchips before him. Immediately she saw the relief in his eyes and knew she wasn't alone. "Rachel? You remember me?" Brian asked, sounding greatly relieved. "How could I forget you?" she exclaimed. "You're the only person I've met yet who isn't acting like a dumb little kid. I know, it's like the whole damned world has changed. Everyone thinks we're 5 years old again." "No, it's worse than that, Brian." "Worse than that? What do you mean?" "My mom knew I'm 21. But she thought it was normal for me to go to kindergarten. It's like our whole reality has been altered and now it's normal to go through developmental stages at much later ages," Rachel explained. Brian nodded in agreement. "That makes sense to me. I mean, it doesn't make normal sense, but I think you're right. This whole thing is messed up." "You're telling me?" "Brian, you didn't see my little brother. You remember Dan?" Brian nodded. "Yeah, of course I remember him. He was always trying to tag along with us when we were kids. Well, he was running around the house buck naked this morning, refusing to get dressed. And right now he's at a daycare center and wearing a fucking pull-up," she exclaimed. "He was naked? Ah, that's awful. And Mom seemed to think that was normal too. He's 18 but he acted like he was 2, maybe 3 at best. Brian looked around the playground and shook his head. Rachel, you and I can still think like normal. But why do you think that is? I mean, why are we still able to sit here talking while all our old friends eat their boogers and play in the dirt? Our old friends. Yeah, didn't you notice? Brian asked, pointing around at other young people on the playground. Most of these guys and girls are from college. A lot of them went to high school with us too. Rachel looked at the kids around her more carefully. It dawned on her that Brian was right. The nose-picking guy was in her chemistry class. The upside-down girl had been one of the popular girls in high school. In fact, she knew pretty much all of these kids. Brian was right too, they were the only 2 here who weren't acting like dumb little brats. I dunno Brian, it's pretty weird isn't it, she agreed. More than weird Ratch. I think it means all of this has something to do with us. Before she could comment further, a loud bell rang and children began to hop off play equipment, climb out of sandpits and hurry over towards the front doors of the building. We better go too, Brian suggested, standing up and brushing the wood chips off. Rachel nodded and followed him towards the growing lines of kids. It seemed they lined up by grade. In a normal school it would have been easy to tell 6th graders from kindergartners by height. Here though they had to judge by clothing and behavior as pretty much everyone was in their 20s. They headed for the line of kids in overalls and skirts squirming about unable to stand still. They had just fallen in at the end of the line when another girl with a familiar face bumped right into them. Megan looked cuter and more immature than ever with her hair tied in pigtails with pretty pink bows. She wore a frilly purple short-sleeve shirt under hot pink shortalls with a pair of purple Dora the Explorer sandals completing the outfit. For a moment Brian and Rachel were each certain that Megan would soon give them a silly grin and start picking her nose or doing something else childish. She just really looked like an overgrown 5-year-old. But as soon as she recognized them, Megan yelled, "Oh my God, I'm glad to see you guys." "Megan, you've got your mind." Rachel blurted out, perhaps sounding a tad too shocked. Megan frowned at her. "Of course I do, why is that so surprising?" "Well, look around you," Rachel declared, trying to cover up her faux pas. "Oh, right," Megan agreed. Brian nodded at her sadly. He had never seen Megan look so uncomfortable and unhappy. She was always the cheerful party girl of the group, but this change seemed to have hit her pretty hard. "You doing okay, Meg?" he asked with concern. She nodded feebly. "Everyone has been treating me like a little kid all morning, but I guess we're actually pretty lucky. My little sister, Sue, has it so much worse." "How do you mean?" "Is she like a toddler?" Rachel asked. Megan shook her head. "Worse. She's like an infant, a big overgrown baby. And she's not like us guys, she hasn't got a fucking clue. She's 15 years old, but she looks happy as could be creeping around the house in nothing but a big droopy, stinky diaper, chewing at her hair and drooling all over herself." All 3 stared at each other in shock. Nobody seemed able to even reply to offer some comforting words to Megan. What could they say after all? The piercing whine of a whistle broke them out of their funk, all 3 looking at the front of the building where several older adults had appeared. A woman in a long red dress was blowing the whistle, calling all the children to attention. Once there was relative silence, the teachers began taking the classes line by line. A kindly-looking woman in a fuzzy knitted sweater and a long dotted skirt stood before their line, smiling cheerfully at them. With a little wave she urged them forward and the trio found themselves walking silently through the hallways of the school. The classroom they were led to was clearly the kindergarten. It had a faded red carpeted floor, well worn from years of kids playing on it. At the center of the room were several large tables with plastic kiddie-style chairs sat around them. In the corner was a pile of mats, probably for napping on. One wall was decorated in big letters, going from A to Z in order across the wall, each with a little picture of some object that matched the letter. A had a big red apple drawn next to it, B a yellow school bus, and so on. The other wall was lined with cubbies, each with a laminated yellow name tag on it. Beside that was a very large toy chest overflowing with toys. The children raced over to the cubbies, stuffing backpacks and lunchboxes in them. Sure enough, the trio all found ones with their names and dutifully put away their backpacks before heading for the tables. They chose one that still had 3 open seats before sitting together. Though the chairs were brightly colored plastic and looked like they should be tiny things for kids, they were actually normal-sized. They had hoped to have some time to scheme and think up ways to fix their situations, but the teacher, Miss Henshaw, ruined that by repeatedly checking to make sure they were making progress on their work. That was what she called it, at least. The day began with simple coloring. At first Rachel had rolled her eyes as she watched the other 2 children at their table, a red-headed girl with pigtails and the boogie-eating boy from the playground, make messy scribbles with little attempt to stay within the lines. Then she discovered that it was harder than she thought. Her fingers weren't coordinated properly. It was as though she were very drunk. It took all her concentration to stay, mostly, within the lines. Brian and Megan didn't even try. They quickly found that it was pointless, and in any case there was a feeling of freedom and relaxation they got from scribbling the crayons this way and that without worrying much about lines. After coloring came snack time, and each kid was given a carton of milk. Brian found himself wishing it was chocolate milk, then pushed aside the errant thought, reminding himself how degrading this all was. Just as he thought that, he noticed the boog-eater was blowing bubbles in his milk with his straw. The ginger pigtailed girl was laughing her head off at his antics. Brian watched the boy blowing bubbles and felt a strange curiosity roll over him. Experimentally, he blew air into his straw. His milk bubbled in a strangely satisfying way. Brian couldn't help but let out a giggle. He blew more, making bigger and bigger bubbles. This was pretty fun. Brian, stop playing with your food. Show me you can eat like a big boy, the teacher reprimanded, having appeared behind Brian while he was distracted with his bubble blowing. Brian was sure he turned as red as a cherry. He couldn't believe he'd just been told off for playing with his food like a dumb little kid. At least snack time didn't last long. Soon it was time for some proper lessons. Miss Henshaw called all the children over to a corner of the room where they had to sit on their butts on the floor. Brian always hated that when he was a kid, and now he recalled why. There was no way to get comfortable on the floor. He tried Indian style, then sitting with his legs under him, then with legs stretched out. None of those positions was comfortable for long. Meanwhile, the teacher got to sit in a nice comfy chair. Miss Henshaw hushed the children and pulled out a pack of big cards. Okay children, now we're going to practice our letters. I'll show the card and call on one of you to tell me what letter it is. The rest of you have to be quiet though. If you can stay quiet for me, everyone will get another star on their charts. The teacher began to flip the cards up, calling on the eager children one at a time. Seeing their former lab partners and prom dates hopping on their butts and stretching out their hands to identify letters of the alphabet made Brian, Megan, and Rachel all share a collective groan. Rachel, Miss Henshaw called, looking down at the girl. Rachel looked up, stunned. All eyes were on her now, and she actually felt fear. Miss Henshaw was giving her an encouraging smile. Come on Rachel, you know what letter this is, don't you? Rachel looked at the letter on the card and felt a bit sick. What letter was that? It was so familiar, and yet she couldn't quite seem to name it. How was that even possible? She was grasping at straws, determined not to look like a fool in front of her friends, in front of this gaggle of stupid brats. Finally the name of the letter flashed into her mind, just as it looked like Miss Henshaw was about to call on someone else. Ah, she blurted out. It's an R. Rachel felt so relieved and proud for recognizing the letter. Or at least she did, until Miss Henshaw frowned slightly and gave a little shake of her head. Sorry dear, not quite, she said. Rachel felt like she'd been kicked in the stomach. Tears welled up in her eyes as she sat there stunned by her failure. Miss Henshaw pointed to a dumb-looking 20-year-old named Becky who was busy sucking her thumb until a second ago. "That's a F," Becky eagerly yelled out. "Very good, Becky," Miss Henshaw praised, while the girl beamed and returned her thumb to her mouth. Of course it was an F. How could she have been so stupid? Rachel recalled that as a little girl she'd always had trouble with those two letters for some reason. They didn't even look similar though. Now she'd been one-upped by a girl so dumb and juvenile she couldn't stop sucking her thumb. It was beyond embarrassing, it was humiliating. Rachel felt salty tears tracing their way down her cheeks and she forced her head into her drawn-up knees to hide her shame. Since kindergarten worked on a half-day schedule, it mercifully came to an end not much later. After enduring Miss Henshaw's reading from Winnie the Pooh, they were told they could have free playtime until their moms or dads arrived to take them. Brian and Megan made their way over to the toy box dutifully while Rachel just sat by herself in the corner and sulked. At first Brian was sure the toys would be stupid kid stuff that he'd have no interest in, but then he found there were several Thomas trains. They were brightly painted and appealing. They even had coaches that linked up to them. He hesitated to touch them at first. After all, why would he actually want to play with such silly toys? But then another boy grabbed Percy and James and ran off with them. Brian instantly felt a pang of jealousy. He wanted James. That was always his favorite character. Brian gave in and grabbed Henry and Gordon toys from the chest. In moments he had Henry's green plastic body attached to a line of red and white coaches and Gordon's longer blue form linked to several boxcars. He lied down on the carpet on his tummy, swinging his legs automatically in the air above him, and began to push them towards each other. Without really thinking about it, Brian began to make chugging sounds, quietly at first, but then louder. What did it matter if others heard him? They were all dumb kids anyway. Brian ran the two trains towards each other, imagining the spectacular crash that was coming and beginning to imitate Gordon and Henry's voices. The two toy trains smashed into each other, creating a satisfying wreck of coaches and boxcars. Brian grinned and made all sorts of smashing and crashing noises, giggling to himself at the fun of it all. "What the hell are you doing?" Brian stopped his giggling and looked up at Rachel, feeling immediately ashamed. I was just, he stammered. "You were playing like a little kid. Is this what you want, Brian? Did you make this happen to us, so you could play with kids' toys?" she accused. "What? No. Of course I didn't cause this, how could I? It just, I dunno, felt right." He's right. They both looked over to see Megan standing there with a Barbie doll in one hand and a toy brush in the other. "I was just playing with my Barbie, brushing her hair. And, well, it felt right. It was fun." Rachel frowned again, her cheeks still red from tears, her eyes still bloodshot. "What are we going to do?" Brian put the toy trains down, feeling funny about playing with them now. "I'll tell you what we can't do," he spoke up. "We can't get separated again. We need to stick together, guys." "How do we do that, Brian?" Rachel asked. "We're little kids now. Our moms will be here soon to take us home for damned naps or something. We could ask to have a play date," Megan suggested. "What?" "You know, a play date. My little cousins have them with friends from preschool all the time. It gives the moms a chance to spend time with other grown-ups too. We should convince our moms to let us all play this afternoon. Then maybe we can figure out a way to fix this." Brian and Rachel considered Megan's suggestion, then they both nodded in agreement. When Megan's mom turned up a few minutes later, the girl put on a convincing act. Mommy, I wanna play with my friends today," she announced, hopping up and down like a hyperactive little kid. "Please. Can I go over their house and play?" To Brian and Rachel's surprise, the little kid act worked like a charm. Megan's mom just couldn't say no to the eager little girl. So they swallowed their pride and repeated the act for their moms. Brian had the toughest job because they'd decided his place would be the best location to go to as he was an only child. He had to convince his mom to have them all back. In the end, though, it turned out to be a piece of cake. All the moms were eager for their children to make friends, or maybe just for the chance to socialize with other moms. Either way, the trio was soon gathered at Brian's house. The moms placed the kids in the backyard to play while they had tea in the kitchen. Of course, that allowed them to watch the children closely through a sliding glass door, just in case they got into any trouble. The backyard was no exception to the transformations the world had gone through. A plastic play place with a little ladder and yellow slides sat in the middle of the lawn. Along the side was a swing set with an attached slide of its own. Just beside that was a small sandbox shaped like a turtle. The lawn showed all the signs of belonging to a family with a growing little boy. The newish swing set had replaced the plastic play place as the boy reached big boy kindergarten age. The three friends headed as far away from their moms as they could, settling on their bottoms in the grass along the far fence. Brian and Rachel hadn't even bothered to remove their backpacks and now dropped the bright cartoon bags beside them. "So, what's the plan?" Megan asked Rachel as soon as they'd Saturday. "What plan?" "Why are you asking me?" she retorted. "Well, I dunno, Rach, maybe because you're always the one with a plan," Megan huffed. "Well, I'm sorry if having my whole reality change overnight has thrown me off my game a bit. I mean, I can't even read. No, worse, I can't even recognize the alphabet. How do you expect me to come up with a plan to fix that?" Okay, we need to stay calm," Brian reminded them. "Now, I don't know how this happened, but the only thing we can do right now is accept it and try to go with the flow." "You go with the flow, I've had it with being treated like a kid," Rachel snapped. "I'm tired, I'm dressed like an idiot, and I'm hungry. But if I go in there and ask for something to eat, all I'll get is fussed over and fed like a baby." "Well, maybe there's something in here we can eat," Brian suggested, opening the zipper of his Thomas the Tank Engine backpack. Brian rummaged through the pack, finding only crayons, a coloring book and a leather-bound copy of Catcher in the Rye. All three gasped as the book fell onto the grass. Brian picked it up tentatively, as though it might burn him. He felt the leather in his hands, looked over the worn book. It was completely unchanged. "What is that doing here?" Rachel demanded. "I didn't put it in there. I swear I haven't seen this since last night," he insisted. "So it just packed itself in your backpack all on its own then?" Rachel scoffed. "Maybe it did," Megan interrupted ominously. They all exchanged wary looks before their eyes returned to the book. "Do you think," Brian stammered, "do you think it could have caused this? How could a book do this? How could anything or anyone do this? I think we are beyond the realm of the normal here. And this is the only constant between last night and today that I've seen yet," Brian answered. "Where did it come from anyway? You're sure you found it in the library, Brian?" Brian looked guilty, his eyes on the grass as the girls stared. "Well, Brian, I did find it in the library. But, when I looked in the back, it didn't have a library card or a barcode or anything. So I just took it," he admitted. "Well, that's just great. A book has ruined our lives, that makes this all so much better, knowing what caused it," Rachel mocked sarcastically. "We should destroy it," Megan breathed. "No, that could make things worse," Brian said. "Worse? How?" "I mean, so the book is all about how much adulthood sucks and how great being a kid is, right? So now it changed us into little kids, saved us from adulthood. Well, I've got news for it. Being a kid sucks. I hate this," Rachel roared. "We all hate this, Rach," Brian reminded her. "None of us likes being kindergartners, for God's sake." Brian had barely spoken the words when he let loose a horrified yelp and threw the book on the grass between them. "What?" the girls shouted. Brian looked at them with terror in his eyes. The color had drained from his face. It was like something inside kicked at the cover, trying to get out. Not again. 3 sets of eyes locked on the book, watching as it began to vibrate on the ground. Then an eerie green glow began to emanate from the cover. No one spoke a word as the book cover flew open as though caught by a gust, despite the air's unnatural stillness. The pages fluttered back and forth, and all around them the world began to change. The swing set vanished into thin air while the play place in the middle of the yard grew brighter, newer. The sandbox moved from the edge of the yard to the middle, pails and plastic shovels and toys appearing in it and around it. A shiny red tricycle now sat next to the back deck. Beside it was a toy lawn mower. Then the changes began to affect the kids themselves. Rachel's sundress began to change, becoming pink, its hem rising higher and higher up her legs. A blast of wind seemed to whip her hair about until it settled in pigtails with pink bows on each. Her flip-flops vanished completely. Megan's pink shortballs didn't change, but the shirt underneath them changed until it sported the smiling face of Elmo from Sesame Street. Her Dora the Explorer sandals vanished the same as Rachel's had. Brian watched these changes happen before it began to affect him as well. His shorts began to lengthen, the cargo pockets disappearing. The elastic waist disappeared as the jeans began climbing upward as well. His Spider-Man t-shirt faded to a light baby blue, the cartoon motif changing to Winnie the Pooh. Soon it was mostly covered by his new overalls. As the legs lengthened, his tube socks receded down his legs ahead of the cuffs. The overall cuffs stopped just above his ankles, rolling themselves up to keep from getting dirty. His socks disappeared into the Velcro sneakers, then with a pop both disappeared, leaving him barefoot too. As quickly as it began it ended. The book slammed itself shut and the breeze picked up again. The 3 kids looked each other over and knew that things had indeed just gotten worse. Brian was staring particularly hard at Rachel, specifically at the hem of her dress. What? All this stupid stuff happening and you gotta look up my dress? No, it's not that. It's just your dress is really short. I know it is. I didn't choose it, you dum-dum. No, I mean, I can see your underwear. And, well, it looks kind of thick. Rachel's eyes widened and she pulled up her dress, revealing white pull-ups with little pink star designs. Oh my gosh. I don't need those, she yelled in horror. Brian felt around his own crotch. Sure enough, it felt a bit too padded down there on him as well. He pulled back the bib of his new Oshkosh overalls and slipped a hand down his pants. He felt the waist of the pull-ups between his fingers. There was no more doubt he wasn't in big boy pants anymore. As he withdrew his arm, he found something else. His skin was smooth, too smooth. In fact, all the hair on his arms and legs was gone. He felt his chin and cheeks, no stubble, smooth as could be. He feared that he'd even lost his hair in a more intimate area, but was too afraid to check. Brian looked up at the pained expressions Rachel and Megan wore. I'm in pull-ups too, he admitted sullenly. What happened? Megan whispered, her voice shaky. I think we just got younger, Brian replied. They all turned their heads towards the house as they heard the back door slide open. Kids, you know not to play out there by the fence. Brian's mom yelled to them as she strode across the lawn towards them. She didn't look any different from before, but the way she was looking at them had changed. It wasn't something that could really be measured, but they all shared the sense that she didn't see them as kindergartners anymore. When she reached them, she bent over without another word and slipped her hands under Brian's armpits. He was so shocked by the sudden invasion of his personal space that he didn't have time to react. With incredible strength, she lifted him to his feet, even though he was fully 4 inches taller than her. Okay, little boy, you get your butt over to your play area right now, she scolded, giving him a gentle pat on his bottom to send him on his way. Brian padded barefoot through the grass without a word, too overwhelmed by the fact his mom had just manhandled him so easily to respond. Meanwhile, she placed her hands on her hips and gave the girls a stern motherly look. "Let's go, Rachel." "Megan." "Scoot." The girls did as they were told. They could see there was no room for argument. They stood and followed Brian back to the bright plastic play place, watching him climb into one of the holes and disappear inside. Only then did it occur to Rachel and Megan that they'd left the most important book in the world sitting back in the grass with the bags. Unfortunately, it was too late to go back now. They'd just have to wait until the adults weren't looking to go back for it. As they got closer to the play place, they realized it was surprisingly big. It was clearly built for people their size. The slide reached over their heads in height, and climbing up the pink ladder on the side actually looked tricky. Rachel and Megan hesitated, wondering what to do. Brian's mom was still standing there waiting for them to start playing. "Come on, guys, it isn't so bad." Brian's voice called out. The girls looked around and then up, realizing he was now standing atop the play place smiling down at them. "It's huge," he enthused. "Yeah, I noticed," Megan agreed, feeling the plastic ladder rungs experimentally. "Come on, don't be a scaredy cat." Brian chuckled. The girls shared a skeptical look. How on earth could he actually be having fun after what had just happened to them? Still, Megan at least decided it was worth a try, and besides, his mom wasn't going to go away until she saw them all engaged in silly kid games. So she slipped a barefoot onto the plastic ladder and started climbing. Brian was waiting for her at the top, still smiling. "Look," he told her. She gazed around and was amazed at how high up she felt. "This is pretty fun," she admitted. "Come on, let's slide," Brian urged, taking her by the hand. It was an amazing feeling, sliding. The smooth plastic rushing past across her calves, the air rushing over her face, the sensation of speed and falling. It ended with a sharp drop onto the tickly grass and the gleeful screech of Brian as he barreled into her. It was addictive. Rachel couldn't resist long, and soon all three had forgotten their other troubles, reveling in their play world. There was no organization to it as there had been at kindergarten. They didn't play any particular games, just climbed and slid and tumbled about in the grass. They had lost all sense of time when Megan froze midway up the ladder and gasped, looking horrified by something. Rachel, waiting her turn to climb, got annoyed at her friend hogging the ladder. "Come on, Meg. Get a move on." Megan didn't move an inch. She took a hand off the top rung and felt her crotch, letting out a low moan. Rachel recognized now that something was wrong. "Meg, are you okay?" she asked, concerned. "No," Megan squeaked meekly, still not budging. "What is it?" Brian asked, appearing from the other side. "I dunno." "Something's wrong with Meg," Rachel told him. Megan slowly, cautiously, climbed off the play place, her bare feet turning inward as they settled in the grass, toes pointed together. Slowly she turned to face them, now grasping at her crotch with both hands. Her face was red with shame and she wouldn't make eye contact with them. "What is it, Meg? You need the bathroom?" Brian asked. She shook her head and closed her eyes tightly. "No, I don't need the bathroom. Not anymore." Brian and Rachel shared a concerned look. "You mean?" Brian began, letting the rest of the question hang in the air. Megan nodded. "Yes. I went pee-pee in my pants," she sobbed, tears running down her cheeks. Rachel stood frozen where she was, a look of revulsion on her face. Brian recovered more quickly, reaching in and putting a hand on Megan's shoulder. "It's okay, Meg, I'm sure your mommy will clean it up." Meg sobbed and hiccuped all the more. I didn't even feel it. I just tinkled myself and I didn't even know it till I felt my pull-ups get all soggy." "Let's just get you to your mommy, okay?" Brian repeated, taking Megan's hand and leading her towards the house. As they trod towards the house, Megan's mom appeared and quickly headed towards her crying daughter. Her mom was a bigger woman than the other moms, overweight and frumpy. She had a look of deep concern on her face as she met them. "What is it, sweetie pie?" "What's wrong?" she crooned, stroking the girl's tear-stained cheek. "I had an accident," she sobbed. "Oh honey," the rotund mom crooned, wrapping her arms around her daughter and cuddling her close. "It's okay, Meggie, Mommy will get you all cleaned up and dry in no time," she assured, rubbing Megan's back. "But, I didn't even feel it happen, Mommy. I'm supposed to be a grown-up, not a baby." "Oh Meggie, you're not a baby. Lots of girls your age have accidents now and then. You're only 21 after all. You'll get the hang of it soon enough, I promise." Megan sniffled and stopped crying, feeling somehow comforted by her mother's presence if not her words. "Everything all right, Amanda?" Brian's mom asked, emerging from the doorway. "Yes, Sarah, it'll be fine, little Meggie just had an accident, that's all." "Oh, poor dear. Was it just a pee-pee accident?" "Well, she's not too stinky," Amanda replied, making her daughter blush again. "Honey, did you make any poopy, or just tinkles?" Megan's lip quivered in shame as she shook her head vigorously and declared, "Just tinkles, Mommy." "Well, that's not so bad," Sarah told the distraught girl. "My little guy still tinkles in his pull-ups more often than the potty," she told her, gesturing to Brian. Now it was Brian's turn to burn bright red in shame. "Mommy," he called, willing her to stop. "Oh hush silly," she replied. "In fact, as long as you have to change Megan, we might as well get Brian and Rachel on the potty before they need to be changed too," Sarah added. "I don't need to pee-pee," Brian yelled, feeling ever more frustrated by being talked down to like this by a woman who was shorter than him. "Well, if you keep up that yelling, I think you'll need to take a nap," Sarah warned him. Then she turned to Amanda and remarked, "He always gets fussy when he needs his nap. If he misses his nap, I've got a surefire temper tantrum on my hands." "Oh, I know exactly what you mean," Amanda agreed. "You should have seen it the time Meggie went off at the supermarket. She can really make a scene when she gets cranky." "Do I hear temper tantrum stories being told?" Rachel's mom asked as she joined them outside, a cup of tea in her hand. "Yes, Joy, but they can wait for now. We really need to change poor Meg's pull-up," Sarah told her. "Okay, let's go, little princess," Amanda chirped, scooping up the college girl and carrying her into the house, her bottom resting on the mom's arm. Brian followed them into the house while Joy walked out into the yard to retrieve her daughter as well. The kitchen had changed since they were last in it a few minutes earlier. The white refrigerator was covered in pieces of paper covered in childish crayon scribbling. There were baby locks on all the bottom cabinets, and a red fire engine designed booster seat sat in one of the kitchen chairs. Heading into the living room revealed even more changes. The toy box that had been there before had disappeared. Gone was the little rug designed to look like a city street plan, and with it all the Tonka trucks and toy cars. The Lego set was nowhere to be seen, the Mr. Potato Head and radio-controlled car vanished. Instead, their big letter blocks and shapes. A colorful xylophone sat abandoned in the middle of the room, and beside it Buddy, his teddy bear. Although Buddy was now looking a lot newer and nicer than he had earlier. His fur was lighter and cleaner at least. In the corner was a toy vacuum cleaner, and against the wall a whole toy kitchen set. Everything was bright and colorful. Nothing was small enough for a stupid toddler to choke on. Brian stopped in the middle of the room and wiggled his toes in the plush cream carpet as Amanda laid out a mat on the floor and then beckoned Meg to lie down on it. She stood stock still and shook her head. "Come on, Meggie, you don't want to stay in that wet pull-up, do you? Be a good girl for Mommy and lie down." "No, I don't want to do it like this. Please, I'm not a baby," Megan begged. "Oh, I see, you want to stand up like a big girl. Is that it, honey?" Amanda asked, not waiting for an answer before she took Megan's hand and pulled her to the middle of the mat. "That's okay, honey, you can stand up. Mommy knows you're not a baby. You're in big girl undies, so you don't have to lie down." Megan shook her head still but didn't seem able to resist as her mother undid the buckles of her shortles, letting them drop to her ankles with a plop. Megan shut her eyes to the world as her wet pull-ups were revealed to her mom and Brian. He felt a bit bad about standing there watching this all, but like a car accident, something compelled him to stay and watch. Amanda poked her fingers in the waist of the pull-ups and yanked them down as well, revealing Megan's naked bottom to Brian. The poor girl whimpered and covered her privates from her mother while the woman took her ankles one at a time and slipped the shortles and sopping wet pull-ups off her. "There we go, Meggie. Isn't that better?" Amanda cooed. Megan was still too busy trying to cover her shame to care about anything else. She just wanted her mother to get the new pull-up on her. She didn't even care that it was something a toddler wore, she just wanted something to cover up her nudity. But her mother was taking her time, oblivious to her daughter's embarrassment. She looked around and then declared, "Oops, forgot the wipes." "Okay, just wait right here, sweetheart, while mommy goes upstairs and gets some tissue from the bathroom. Don't go anywhere till I get you cleaned up." "Don't go anywhere." "Where would I go? I'm all naked," Megan exclaimed. "You're not naked, silly goose. You've got a shirt on. But still, I don't want you running outside naked, since this isn't our house and Brian's mom might not be happy about that." Megan stood there absolutely flabbergasted as her mom left the room to look for tissue. There she was, naked from the waist down, wet with her own pee and in plain view of one of her best male friends. For a few minutes out in the yard this had all been fun, but now it had taken a serious turn for the worse. And now that she thought about it, why had that been so fun in the yard? What was happening to them to make them enjoy kiddie toys and lose control of their bladders? Brian was having similar thoughts as he watched Megan stand shivering and ashamed before him. The only bright spot for him was that he still seemed to have control over his bladder. At least he hoped he did anyway. "Okay, time for my big boy to make mommy proud," Sarah announced, entering the room with a strange contraption. Brian couldn't figure out what the heck it was she was carrying. It looked like a big plastic flower pot built into a stool. As she came closer though, Brian could see that the top was a hole surrounded by a contoured yellow plastic seat. It was only when she set it on the carpeted floor that it hit him. This was a potty chair. It was just like the kind he'd seen toddlers use, except that it was bigger and had legs lifting it slightly higher off the ground. In other words, it was meant for someone fully grown, like him. Sarah smiled encouragingly at her son and gestured to the seat. "Come on, Brian, let's get all that pee-pee out so you can play and not have to worry about keeping you big boy pants dry." "No," Brian yelped, stepping back from the disgusting little seat. "I don't have to go." "Don't play that game with me, mister. We both know that's what you say every time right before you tinkle your pants. Now let's give the potty a try for once, like a big kid." Brian didn't want to sit down on that stupid potty and make pee-pee right in front of his mommy and his friends. That would be even more humiliating than what was happening to Megan right now. He considered running away, bolting out the front door right now. But then how far could he get? He was barefoot, no sign of shoes anywhere. Everyone in the world now seemed to think he was an incompetent toddler. He'd be found and returned home by the police in no time. So Brian just stood there, unable to figure out what to do as Sarah stepped forward and began to undo the buckles on his overalls. With a couple of snaps, Brian heard the buckles undo and felt the shoulder straps go loose. Mommy slipped them off, and just like that the overalls dropped to his ankles, revealing a white pull-up with a Winnie the Pooh design on the front. As his mother reached for his pull-up, Brian squirmed, trying to step backwards but impeded by the bunched-up overalls. "Stay still, you little wiggleworm," Sarah told him. Brian let out a little moan of despair as his mom grasped the pull-up and yanked it down. Instantly he shivered from head to toe as cool air rushed across his exposed privates. He tried to cover up his shame as Megan had, but his mom had grabbed his hands and was turning him around and forcing him to sit on the potty seat. Soon he felt the cool plastic on his bare bottom. There we go, sitting on his potty like a big boy. Good job, Brian. Sarah praised. Brian didn't feel like a big boy, not one little bit. He felt demeaned, stripped of all power and dignity. The only small comfort was that the potty seat shielded his penis from view. At least he wasn't being forced to stand half-naked in the middle of the room like Megan was. Unfortunately, Joy had just arrived with Rachel and she led the girl into the room, positioning her so she was looking at Brian. He couldn't bring himself to make eye contact with her. He stared at his feet, the bare toes just peeking out from the pile of his clothes. Joy seemed oblivious to the young man's embarrassment. Look, Rachel, she directed her daughter, pointing at the poor fellow on the potty seat. Brian's using the potty like a big boy. Are you going to show him how you can use the potty too? Brian could just make out Rachel wordlessly shaking her head from the corner of his eye. It all seemed like a bad dream to him. It was like the recurring nightmare he'd once had about being naked at school. This, however, seemed infinitely worse. He wondered how long he'd be subjected to this humiliation. She couldn't make him sit here for too long, could she? It wasn't like he could actually go. There was no way he could pee-pee in front of all these people. It was the strange sound that broke Brian out of his reverie. It sounded like water rushing down a drain somewhere. He couldn't figure out where the noise was coming from, though it sounded very close. Then he saw the wide grins his mom and Joy had on their faces and the look of horror Rachel had on hers. Now it was she who was avoiding eye contact with him. Good boy. Sarah cheered. It took another second for Brian to put it all together. Then it finally clicked. The noise was one of liquid splashing against plastic. It was the sound of him making tinkles in the potty. He hadn't even felt his bladder let go. He was tinkling his pee-pee out into this silly child's toy in front of his best friends and his mom without even being able to control it. And the worst part of it was that these adults were actually praising him for it. Look, honey, Brian is making tinkles, Joy announced to Rachel. Even Megan was now looking over her shoulder at Brian's plight while her mom assured her, don't worry, Meggie, you'll get the chance to show Brian you can use the potty like a big girl just like him soon enough. It was all too much for Brian. He could feel his eyes beginning to sting as they welled up with tears. He tried to control his emotions, not look any more of a little kid than he already did. He couldn't keep it together though, and soon salty tears were streaking down his blushing cheeks. Oh sweetie, Sarah cooed as she saw Brian's distress. What's the matter, buddy? Mommy is very proud of her big boy. There's no reason for crocodile tears. The steady flow of pee into the potty had tapered off to a few final spurts, the noises still echoing through the room to Brian's horror. As it finally stopped, Brian sniffled and declared, I'm not supposed to use this little kid potty. Sarah gave him a sympathetic look and leant in close, wrapping her arms around him and brushing her hand through his hair. There, she whispered. It's okay, buddy, I think my big boy just needs some cuddles from his mommy. Brian sobbed quietly as his mom snuggled him close. He couldn't deny that this felt really nice, being in his mommy's strong protective arms. Her sweater was soft and cuddly on his skin and she smelled of her familiar perfume. Brian leant his face onto her shoulder, drying his tears on it while her hand rubbed his back. As his sniffles slowed down, he heard Mommy whisper into his ear again. There we go. Feeling better, sweetie? Brian pulled back and looked into his mommy's loving face, seeing that her eyes filled with concern for him. Whatever else was wrong, it at least felt nice to be so loved. He didn't have to reply to her question, as she could see his answer in his eyes. Okay, let's get you up so Rachel can make her tinkles too, she directed, lifting Brian back to his feet by his armpits and helping him back into his pull-up and overalls. Brian was led over to the couch to wait while Rachel did her business. Mommy sat next to him and slipped his teddy, Buddy, into his arms to comfort him. It didn't surprise him that much anymore that snuggling the teddy in his arms was actually quite comforting. In fact, he found himself resting his head against his mommy's shoulder again, growing a bit sleepy. His potty ordeal had really been quite draining. Megan meanwhile was being forced to give up her attempts to retain a shred of her privacy as her mother pulled her hands away from her privates so she could wipe her clean. The young woman at least managed to face the opposite wall so that all Brian could see was her bare bum. After a few moments, Amanda helped Megan to step into a new white pull-up with pink print swirls. "There we go, all set," Amanda declared. Megan stared at her, dumbfounded. "What about my pants?" she asked. "Oh, I don't think we need to bother with those, princess. It'll be nap time soon anyway. I don't want to run around in just a dumb pull-up, mommy." Amanda chuckled and said to Sarah, "Isn't it cute when they try to act all grown up, ignoring the girl's plea?" "I know, they all want to grow up so quickly." Sarah agreed. Soon they'll be missing the days when they could run around with no pants on. The sounds of pee-pee splashing in the potty echoed through the room again and all heads turned to look at Rachel. The poor young lady, only yesterday an honor student and mature adult, had her face buried in her hands as she peed. "That a girl." Joy was praising her, to no avail. Rachel finally looked up from her hands with anger etched across her face. She was humiliated all right, but she was also pissed. "This is all wrong. I will not let you treat me like this," she spat at her mother. "Rachel, good girls don't talk to their mommies that way," Amanda sternly told the girl. "And remember to use your inside voice please," she added. The young woman on the oversized potty fumed, but seemed stung by her mom's rebuke. Joy turned to the other moms and said, "I think they're all getting pretty cranky. Rachel certainly needs a nap anyway." "Yes, I think they could all do with a nap before we get a full-blown temper tantrum," Amanda agreed while Sarah nodded. Joy helped Rachel to stand again, wiping her dry with a tissue and then letting her slide her pull-ups back up. No one bothered to ask them if they were actually sleepy. All three simply found themselves being led upstairs to Brian's bedroom. None of them struggled this time, not after Brian winked at the girls and placed his finger to his lips. The three college friends stayed silent and behaved while their moms settled them on the carpeted floor of the room and placed well-worn baby blankets over them, slipping plush stuffed animals into their arms. Then with a flurry of forehead kisses the moms withdrew so their little ones could sleep in peace. Alone again at last, none of the trio actually went to sleep, despite the fact that they all did feel oddly drowsy. It wasn't dark out yet, heck it was only late afternoon, but there they were lying down to go to sleep while older kids could be heard playing outside. None of them said a word about the ridiculous situation they were in. None of them wanted to risk a mom coming back in to shush them and coddle them even more. After 5 minutes of silence it was Brian who finally spoke up, though only at a low whisper. "Rach, Meg, you still awake?" "Yes," two voices whispered back. Brian rolled on his side to look over at his friends, still cuddling Buddy's soft form against his chest. Rachel was nearest to him, a stuffed white bunny in her arms, sad eyes staring back at him. Megan was beside her, but crept forward from underneath her blankie to be part of the conversation. "This is all too weird, guys. How do we get out of this?" Brian put to them. "Why don't we just run away now?" Megan suggested. "Our mommies aren't here, they think we're sleeping. We could just sneak out your window." Rachel rolled her eyes. "Oh yeah, 3 pants-wetting toddlers running barefoot down the street, one without so much as a pair of shorts to cover her pull-ups. I'm sure no one will stop us," she muttered sarcastically. "Well, do you have a better idea?" Megan snapped back. "This is no time to argue," Brian reminded them. "But Rachel's right. Even if we could change into better clothes, everything in that closet is no doubt made for a toddler and none of us has shoes. That also doesn't change the fact that we apparently can't control our pee-pee anymore." "I didn't pee-pee in my pants," Rachel reminded them haughtily. "Yet," Megan snapped. "Look, the point is we wouldn't make it far without some adult intervening. This is America, people tend to notice unattended little kids out on the street. So what do we do then?" Rachel sighed. We know that book caused all this, right? So we get our hands on it again and find a way to fix things. The girls both nodded now, agreeing with Brian. But where is it? Rachel asked. Remember, we just left it out there in the yard. With all the pants tinkling and playing, I forgot all about it. Look, one of our moms will have taken it with the rest of our stuff, so whoever finds it first stash it somewhere until we can look at it together. We don't want to cause any more changes now, do we? Rachel and Megan nodded vigorously. So what do we do till then? Megan asked. Just keep playing along, I guess. It's not like we have much choice. Yeah, but Brian, Megan began, her voice quavering now. There's something wrong with me too. I really enjoyed that place. I mean, it was fun going down that slide and climbing. I forgot how stupid I must look. I forgot I was dressed like a toddler. And then, I didn't even feel it. I tinkled in my pants and didn't know till I felt it all over my pull-ups. Brian and Rachel shared concerned looks as Megan whispered her fears to them. I know what you mean, Meg. I thought I was just going to hide from Mommy in there at first. But then, when I got inside something came over me. I don't know why, but it was just so much fun to play like a little kid. And I didn't realize when I started to pee either, Brian admitted. This is all wrong. We're mature young adults and we still have our minds, right? We haven't been changed into drooling idiots like our friends. So it is up to us to fix this thing. So let's pull ourselves, Rachel interrupted herself to yawn loudly, together. As though it were contagious, both Brian and Megan began to yawn as well. Why am I so sleepy? Megan asked. Dunno, I think we all are. Think I'll just shut my eyes for a sec, Brian mumbled, cuddling his teddy closer and shutting his droopy eyes. Rachel and Megan followed suit, and within seconds all three were fast asleep, cuddled with their stuffed friends at 4 in the afternoon. All dressed up. Wakey sleepyheads. Brian and the girls opened their eyes some time later to find Sarah standing smiling over them. Looking over at the window, they could see it was still daylight out, but it was definitely later in the day. They had actually taken a nap. Their mommies had been right about them being tired after all. Come on, you're 3, nap time is over. We need to get some nummies in those tummies now. We're gonna eat. Brian asked his mom. Yep, Rachel and Megan's mommies went and picked up their little brother and sister so we can all go out to dinner. We're all going to Pasta Pete's, Sarah announced. Brian swallowed a groan. Pasta Pete's was a local family restaurant, always filled with annoying kids and squalling babies. It wasn't the kind of place college kids ever ate at. In fact, he couldn't remember going there since he was about 10. Still, he forced a smile, remembering the decision they'd made to play along until they had the book again. They followed Brian's mom back downstairs to the living room where the other 2 moms were already waiting. As they entered the room, Brian got his first look at Dan, Rachel's little brother. She'd said before that he was dressed and acting like a toddler, so Brian was interested to see if the second reality shift had changed him as well. As soon as they set eyes on the 18-year-old young man, they knew the world had shifted for everyone once again. When they were kindergartners, he'd been a toddler. Now that they were somewhere in the terrible '20s themselves, it appeared he had gone even further back. Since his body hadn't changed, it was hard to gauge his mental age exactly, but from his dress and behavior, Brian figured the kid was about 18 months rather than years now. Danny was sitting on his bottom in the middle of the room wearing a small green striped t-shirt and a bulky white diaper. The puffy garment was certainly no set of pull-ups, that was for sure. He wore no pants over the diaper either, his long bare legs, smooth and hairless like Brian's, splayed out before him. He wiggled the toes on his bare feet back and forth idly as he scribbled aimlessly with an awkwardly held green crayon across a sheet of paper between his legs. The sight of Danny grinning while he scribbled with crayon was nothing compared to what was going on just across the room. There Amanda was sitting with her daughter Sue on the couch. All three of them stopped where they were and gaped at what was happening before their eyes. Sue was dressed in a fuzzy yellow onesie, her crinkly white diaper sticking out of it a bit around the leg holes. Her smooth bare legs were draped across the couch as her body lay across her mom's lap. They couldn't see her face, only the back of her head, the thin wild hair tied up in a single hairband so it stood straight up. Her face was obscured because Amanda had her pulled in close to her bosom. The teen girl was suckling on her mommy's boob. In the silence that fell when the trio froze, all they could hear was the scribble of Danny's crayon on paper and Sue suckling. Amanda was gently rubbing the teen's back and whispering into the overgrown baby's ear. Rachel seemed to be the most disturbed by the sight, covering her mouth tightly as though trying not to vomit. Brian was having a different but equally embarrassing reaction. Physically he was still very much a guy, and so he couldn't help but stare at the scene on the couch, praying for Sue to finish so he could get a look at Amanda's boobs. He'd thought they looked unusually big before, and now he knew why. She was nursing. "Well, here we all are," Sarah announced cheerfully, entering the room behind the three frozen kids. Danny looked up from his drawing, the crayon dropping from his uncoordinated fingers. "Danny, eat," he yelled, patting his tummy with both hands. "Yes, Danny, we're all going to eat soon," Sarah agreed, nodding to the boy. "Who that?" Danny shouted back, pointing at Brian. "That's my little boy Brian," Sarah replied. "Who that?" the teen shouted again, now pointing at Megan while he's twiddling his toes together. "That's Megan. She's a big girl like your sister Rachel," she answered. Apparently satisfied, Danny rose awkwardly to a squat, then stood with his arms out for balance. Once he was fully upright, he stuck his hands out towards them and toddled over. His legs were bowed out widely, but they couldn't tell if that was due to the thick diaper or just his immature gait. In any case, he seemed able to walk and even run on his own, but clearly not with very much skill or balance. He made a beeline for his sister, wrapping his arms around the poor girl who was still trying to hold back an urge to throw up. "Ah!" Sarah cooed as Danny gave his sis a big baby hug. All eyes turned to the couch just then as the sound of suckling abruptly stopped. Amanda was easing Sue's mouth off her breast, a bit of white milky liquid dribbling down the girl's chin and a visible strand still connecting nipple to slack lips. The string of milk and spittle broke as Sue's head slipped back into her mom's cradling elbow. Brian's eyes were big as saucers and he felt drawn towards Amanda, not taking his eyes off her exposed breast. He moved across the room towards her, barely aware he was doing so. Amanda didn't seem to notice or care about his interest. She only had eyes for the big baby in her lap. Brian was standing right before her soon enough, licking his lips and feeling glad the tight pull-up and overalls hid the reaction he was having. Then a hiccup broke his concentration and he glanced down at the teen girl lying across the couch before him. Sue was a pretty girl, but it was clear that she was now nothing but a big infant. Her bare legs were bowed out by the thick diaper, even more so than Danny's. They twitched and kicked without coordination. Sue's eyes were wide open, but there was nobody home. The baby blue eyes stared vacantly between the ceiling and her mom's face, glassy and empty of recognition. A rivulet of slobber was creeping down her left cheek, her chin already wet with milky drool. Sue burbled and spluttered silly meaningless sounds before bringing her hands to her mouth and chewing on her fingers. As she mouthed them, Brian was able to see that Sue had no more than a couple small teeth. It was a stunning sight. "Is Sue all done feeding?" Sarah asked. "Yep, my little Susie's had her nummy-nums," Amanda replied, fixing her bra and doing her shirt back up. "Okay, let's get the kids ready," Sarah said. Joy came in from the kitchen and headed straight over to where Danny was now playfully turning the hallway light switch on and off. She was carrying a pair of elastic waist khaki shorts. "Okay, buddy boy, time to get you all dressed up for the restaurant," she declared. Danny cooperated while she slipped the shorts on him. He seemed too enthralled with the light switches to even care that he was being dressed. Brian doubted the boy cared one bit, was he was dressed in anyway. In his state of mind, he probably would have been happy to go to the restaurant buck naked or in a frilly pink dress. Amanda set Sue down on the carpet and rummaged through a bag to get something for Megan to wear. Soon she emerged with a pair of pink shorts. "Okay, sweetie, come to mommy," she beckoned. Megan was all too happy to comply. She was sick of being the only one with no pants on. Little pink shorts with hearts were not her usual, but they could have been so much worse. So she let her mom slip them over one foot at a time and pull them up. It was a relief to have her pull-ups covered up at last. In fact, she was better off than Rachel now, as her short little dress failed to hide her puffy pull-ups. Having successfully clothed her son, Joy had now turned to Rachel, directing her to sit on the floor. Rachel had done as she was told, hopeful she'd be dressed in something at least marginally better than the silly outfit she had on at the moment. She was not a fan of frills and cutesy short dresses, even on little girls. She'd have been happy even to be dressed as her friend Megan was. But when Joy returned from the front hall, she didn't have a new outfit for her daughter, just a pair of glitter-covered jelly sandals which she proceeded to strap onto the pouting girl's feet. With the kids dressed, the other two moms seemed ready to go as well. Amanda scooped Sue up from the carpet and steadied the teen girl on her hip, slipping a red and white binky between the girl's lips. Brian looked around and furrowed his brow. "Where are my shoes, Mommy?" he asked. Sarah shook her head. "Don't worry, honey, you'll be fine without them," she assured. Brian shook his head. He couldn't go out in public, to a restaurant, without any shoes on. They wouldn't let him in like that, would they? "Mommy, I need shoes," he insisted. Sarah rolled her eyes and turned to the other moms, ignoring her son's pleas. "He pulls his shoes and socks off every time I put them on him. I can't tell you how many sneakers and socks are now missing a partner because he throws them away. It's easier just to let him go barefoot, you know." Joy nodded. "I know, my little Danny's the same way. He just loves having his toesies all free. Funny how little kids just hate shoes." "If it's just shoes they hate, you're getting off easy," Amanda told them. "My little ones hate wearing clothes altogether." The mothers shared a round of laughter at their struggles while Brian continued to plead. "But Rachel has shoes." "Well, Rachel is becoming a young lady and she knows how to keep her shoes on like a big girl," Sarah retorted. Brian was crestfallen but could see this was a losing battle. Megan was being led by the hand to the car in her bare feet as well, but she wasn't complaining. She was just happy she'd been given something to cover her pull-ups. Of course the restaurant wouldn't care that they were barefoot, Brian admitted, because little toddlers didn't count as real people. So he gave up and padded out the front door after his mom, wincing as he trod over sharp pebbles and hot tarmac to the car. He just kept thinking about how he would get the book back soon and then somehow he'd end this nightmare. Eating out. Pasta Pete's was a buzzing cauldron of activity. Families with screaming kids sat at every table while waiters in tacky white shirts, red bow ties, and black suspenders rushed about with large trays of food. It was a cheap family restaurant, all right, complete with red and white checked plastic tablecloths and pictures of stereotypical Italian street scenes on the walls. As they waited for a table to open up, Brian looked around at the other families seated or waiting for a table. Men a few years older than him twisted back and forth excitedly while parents held their hands. A 40-ish woman tied a bib around the neck of a messy-faced young lady about their age. Brian decided that in this new world children stayed infants much longer than normal, but then rather suddenly grew up between age 18 and 30. He saw no appreciable difference in behavior between kids who looked 16 and those who looked 10. After 10 minutes of excruciating waiting in the crowded entry area, a man in a stupid waiter outfit topped off with a straw boater hat appeared with a set of menus. He looked over the assembled family and smiled pleasantly at them. He didn't groan at the sight of a gaggle of unhygienic and potentially vagrant young adults in a restaurant without shoes. All he saw was a group of cute 20-year-old toddlers. "Welcome to Pasta Pete's. Follow me please," he directed. The table was made up for them already. Two of the chairs were quite different from the rest. They couldn't really be called high chairs because of course they didn't lift their occupants any higher than the normal seats. Yet they looked like high chairs. They even had straps to buckle occupants into them. 3 other chairs at the table had red booster seats on them. The trio knew these were for them and they took their special seats without comment. They had been sat next to each other, a cup of crayons and 3 placemats with lots of kids' puzzles and games laid out before them. Trying to get their minds off their predicament, they each took a crayon and began to work on the puzzles while the moms got the babies settled in their high chairs, threading legs through the holes and doing up seat buckles. Sue's binky dropped from her mouth and she immediately began to squall. Luckily Amanda found it and cleaned it off quickly, reinserting it in the crying girl's mouth. Her tears were gone as quickly as they began. Returning his attention to the puzzle, Brian found the maze he was working on trickier than expected. For one thing, it was very tough to manipulate the crayon. He couldn't grasp it correctly for some reason. He'd used pens and pencils for years, but the manner in which he was supposed to hold one escaped him. Sending the crayon where he wanted to was equally difficult. He kept crossing the lines. Even worse though, he couldn't seem to think ahead. He kept hitting dead ends in what should have been a simple maze. The whole thing was frustrating and worrying. Brian finally abandoned the maze and threw his crayon away, looking over at his friends' papers to see they too were having trouble. Rachel was having a hard time just connecting the dots on her mat, while Megan's usual drawings were now nothing but scribbles. It was quite a relief when the food finally came, though Rachel was particularly upset their mothers had simply ordered for them without even asking for their preferences. She didn't want plain old spaghetti, but no one would give her a menu, and even if they had, she knew she wouldn't have been able to read it anyway. As the waiter set down plates before them, the moms were all quickly out of their seats, tying bibs around Sue and Danny, then turning to the toddlers. Joy picked up Rachel's napkin, unfolded it and began to stuff it into the neck of her dress like a makeshift bib. "Hey, stop it. I don't need that," Rachel insisted, twisting back and forth to escape her mom's hands. "I'm sure you'll be a big girl and be very clean for me, dear, but just in case we need to keep your pretty dress clean." "Pretty dress? I hate this stupid thing, just leave me alone," Rachel wailed loud enough to make heads turn from nearby tables. "Rachel, don't make a scene," Joy scolded. "Sit still and be a good girl or there will be no dessert for you." Rachel pouted but quieted down, not because of the threat but because she realized people were indeed looking at her like a bratty toddler. Megan and Brian said nothing as their moms tucked napkins into their shirts the same way. If coloring with crayons had been hard, eating was near impossible. Brian blamed the utensils. While the adults had normal metal forks and knives, they had to make do with simple plastic cutlery. Abandoning the proper adult grip, Brian held his fork in his closed fist and shoveled the spaghetti into his mouth as best he could. Sure enough, it wasn't long before his napkin bib was stained liberally in tomato sauces. He was certain his cheeks and chin were no better. It took all his concentration to bring the fork to his mouth properly. His only consolation was that Rachel and Megan were doing no better. "This is stupid," Rachel finally declared, throwing down her fork and crossing her arms in frustration. Joy looked up from her meal and gave her daughter a firm look. "Rachel, finish your meal," she said calmly. "No. I don't even like spaghetti with tomato sauce." "Rachel, if you don't finish that, no dessert for you tonight." "I don't care." "Really? You won't care when your friends Brian and Megan are eating yummy ice cream and you have to just watch." Rachel said nothing, but didn't even look at the food. Joy sighed and got up from her seat, going to Rachel's side. "Rachel, you are going to eat your dinner or Mommy will have to feed it to you like a little baby." "No." Rachel gasped, looking up at her mother with terror. "Yes, Rachel, eat like a big girl or like a baby, it's your choice." Her bottom lip quivering, Rachel picked the fork back up and shoveled another messy load of spaghetti into her mouth. "I'm not a baby," she insisted. I know that, honey, her mommy assured her. You're a big girl who can feed herself. Now show mommy how you can finish all your food, Joy encouraged, rubbing Rachel's shoulder. By the end of the meal, all three were feeling quite silly about how messy they'd gotten. Although they weren't nearly as bad as little Danny, who'd fed himself with his fingers. The giggling teen's hands, cheeks, and chin were all red with sauce. Megan was feeling a bit overly full from the meal, even though it hadn't really been that much. She burped loudly and then cringed with embarrassment at her faux pas. The mothers just smiled and giggled at her rudeness though. As the moms worked on cleaning their babies' faces with wet naps, Danny's smile left his face and he got a look of intense concentration. For a moment the trio wondered it may be some of the old Dan's adult mentality was trying to break through. Then they heard the rude noises, muffled by his diaper and shorts, erupting from him. Loud farts and little popping sounds could be heard as he squinted and grunted softly. Brian gasped and looked away when he realized what was happening. Rachel was frozen in horror watching her own brother soil himself. Megan was absolutely disgusted. The teenaged young man smiled again as he finished his business, looking up at his mommy and announcing, "Poopy." "Uh-oh," Rachel chuckled, "I think we have a little Mr. Stinkerpants here." The smell of what the young fellow had done wafted through the air, leaving no doubt he'd made a real load in his big diaper. The scent of it and the smile on Danny's face was too much for Megan. She gagged and covered her mouth, but combined with her indigestion she couldn't hold it back. Megan vomited a bit before regaining control. It wasn't that much, but it was down her bib and badly stained her shirt. Just the sight of the disgusting stuff on her Sesame Street shirt made her want to throw up even more. "Oh, Megan!" Amanda exclaimed, rushing to her daughter's side. "Are you feeling sick, honey?" "It stinks." Megan managed to blurt out. "Oh, poor girl, you must have eaten too much, baby. And you've gotten it all over your nice shirt too." Megan blinked back tears, looking around her and realizing people were staring. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "It's okay, honey, mommy will get you all cleaned up." Amanda turned to the other moms and asked, "Could you watch them for a sec? I need to go to the car and get her a new shirt." Sarah nodded. "I'll watch them. Joy, you just go take care of Danny." Joy nodded and unbuckled the boy from the chair. "Okay, little stinker, let's get you changed," she chirped, leading the still grinning boy to the bathroom with the diaper bag over her shoulder. Amanda tutted as she looked over the mess her daughter had made of her shirt. "Okay, honey, let's get you out of this messy shirt. Mommy will get you a clean one from the car," she told Megan, grasping the bottom of the shirt and pulling it up. Megan shrieked and pulled away, but it happened so suddenly she wasn't prepared for it. In one swift motion her shirt was up over her head and slipping off her upraised arms. Just like that she found herself sitting in a crowded family restaurant topless, not even a bra to hide her breasts. "Mommy, I'm topless," she gasped, crossing her arms to keep some dignity. "Well, you can't just sit in a shirt covered in throw-up, sweetie. Mommy will be back with your unicorn shirt in a second." As her mother left with her shirt, Megan shivered in shame. This was worse than what had happened at home. As bad as that had seemed at the time, being topless in full public view was infinitely worse. Sure, it had happened a couple times at drunken parties back at college, but that was different. Then she'd chosen to take off her shirt and she'd been one of several topless girls. Now no one was even staring at her, no one cared that her boobs were on display. She was just another toddler who'd ruined her shirt as far as anyone was concerned. Somehow that made it all even worse. While Brian was trying not to get caught staring at his half-naked friend, Rachel had problems of her own to worry about. The urge to pee had struck her suddenly and violently. It was as though she'd been holding it in all day. She was seriously worried she wouldn't be able to wait long. I need to potty," she called out, immediately regretting her childish choice of words but unable to think of how else to explain her need. Sarah gave her a sympathetic look. Okay honey, just hold it a second. Your mommy will be right back. Rachel shook her head. Didn't this woman understand she needed a potty now? Can't wait, need to potty, she exclaimed. Sorry Rachel, but I can't take you to the potty until Megan's mommy or your mommy comes back, Sarah explained. Rachel squirmed in her seat, crossing and uncrossing her legs. She needed to go potty but no one was here to take her. It struck her that she shouldn't really need anyone to take her to the potty, and yet by now she needed to go so badly she was afraid even to stand up lest she lose control. It was all for naught though. After a few more seconds of struggling, Rachel felt her loins growing warm and wet and the pressure releasing. After holding it in so valiantly she had lost the battle. The feeling of release was so nice she had to fight not to sigh contentedly. She felt ashamed by what she was doing, but it was impossible to stop. It seemed she had quite a lot of pee-pee to get out. She felt it trickling through the leg holes of her pull-up, warm liquid running down her leg to her sandals as she sat on the edge of her seat. She tried to look nonchalant, like nothing had happened. No one could know the disgusting thing she'd just done. Honey, did you just have an accident? Sarah asked kindly. What? Rachel gasped. No, she insisted. Are you sure, dear? You didn't make pee-pee. Rachel shook her head again, refusing to admit the shameful truth. As she sat there in her cooling pee trying not to cry again, she felt a brief flicker of jealousy for Sue of all people. The teen girl was simply sucking away at her binky, content, oblivious to all the shame Rachel and the others were going through. Joy returned with Danny soon enough. The young man toddled along pulling ahead of his mommy, who held him by the hand, picking his nose with his free hand. As soon as Joy had him settled in his high chair again, Sarah turned to her and said, Joy, I'm afraid you have another little one needing a change. Oh, what happened? Rach really needed to potty a little while ago, but she hasn't said anything for a couple minutes and she got that look on her face I'd recognize anywhere. I'm pretty sure she's had an accident. Joy nodded and walked over to Rachel's side. The girl was about to deny she'd done any such thing, but her mommy didn't even bother asking her. She just reached down and yanked her skirt up, pulling back her pull-up and sticking 2 fingers down it. Rachel felt horribly violated, but worse, she knew the game was up now. Rachel honey, you're very wet. Why didn't you tell someone you'd had an accident? Mommy asked her. Rachel tried to think of an excuse, but she was drawing a total blank. I'm sorry Mommy, she gasped at last, tears filling her eyes. It's okay. Let's go to the bathroom and get you changed, Joy told her kindly, taking her hand. Rachel sniffled and let her mom lead her through the restaurant to the bathroom. She was sure everyone knew why she was being taken there. With every step her wet pull-up swished and squeaked across her thighs. The cooling pee made her bottom and legs sticky and uncomfortable. At least there was no one else in the ladies' room when they entered. Mommy took her to the largest stall, where a diaper changing station was built into the wall. Please Mommy, don't make me lie on it, she begged. Don't worry sweetie, you don't have to lie down. Little girls your age have accidents, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Joy lifted Rachel's dress and pulled her sopping wet pull-up down, slipping it off each foot. Pulling out a couple wet naps from the diaper bag, she wiped Rachel's privates and thighs, cleaning off the pee-pee. Looks like you leaked a bit, dear. I'm afraid you've gotten it all down your leg, Joy commented, getting more wet naps. Rachel stood still and thought about happy college memories while her mother wiped down her leg. Honey, you've even gotten it all over your sandals, her mother sighed, undoing the buckles on her glittery jelly shoes. Well, you can just go barefoot like your friends, Joy told her. Rachel pouted as she felt the cool tiled floor of the bathroom under her feet. She reminded herself that this wasn't so bad. Megan was the one sitting out in public topless, being barefoot was nothing compared to that. Mommy was getting out a new pull-up from the bag already and Rachel eagerly stepped into it, glad to feel the thick garment slipping up her legs and protecting her again. By the time Rachel and Joy returned to the table, Megan was wearing a new t-shirt and everyone was getting ready to go. None of them had a chance to speak to each other again before they were separated. Each found themselves being led to separate cars, wondering when they'd see each other again. The worst of it was they still didn't know what on earth had become of that cursed book. Destruction. Part of Megan was relieved to be home after the day she'd had. She'd woken up a kindergartner and somehow things had gotten worse from there. In fact, it would have been a relief if she'd woken up a kindergartner again the next morning. Even preschool age would have been an improvement on her present situation. As it was, she was still shivering from the traumatic experience of being sat topless in a booster seat at a family restaurant in front of her closest friends. Mommy dropped her bag on the floor in the living room and slipped Sue into a large automatic baby swing in the middle of the room while she went to check messages. "Meggie sweetie, play with your toys while Mommy checks the computer, and don't make a mess please," she called as she ran upstairs. Megan watched her sister rock slowly back and forth in the swing, awake but far from alert. She wiggled the teen's toes and whispered to her, "What's it like for you, Susie? What's going on in that head of yours?" Sue stuck her tongue out a bit and began blowing spit bubbles in response. Megan sighed and left her little sister to enjoy her silly swing. There were other things in the room to amuse herself with, of course. A jack-in-the-box sat in the middle of the floor, a set of large choke-proof Lego blocks nearby. Megan didn't want to touch them, lest she become enthralled with toddler toys again. She headed over to the couch instead, looking for the remote. She found it between the cushions and switched on the TV. A middle-aged white woman was smiling at the camera. "I want my little ones to get all the nutrition their growing bodies need. But there are so many brands out there that just can't deliver. That's why I stick with the tried-and-true company for babies' dietary needs, Gerber's," the woman enthused. The scene shifted and now the woman was seen standing in a kitchen with a lanky teen boy sat in a huge high chair before her. The boy was dressed in nothing but a puffy white diaper, grinning ear to ear and banging his hands on the tray as the woman spooned gooky yellow stuff into his open mouth. An announcer's voice explained that Gerber's Growing Bodies products were specially designed for infants aged 12 to 15 years old. "Ah!" Megan moaned, switching channels. A diaper ad appeared on the screen next. Now 2 older teens, 1 girl and 1 boy, were pictured lying on their backs on a soft white carpet dressed only in disposable diapers, giggling and pedaling their legs in the air while a graphic showed the stretchiness of the diaper. Megan turned the TV back off in exasperation. Just then Mommy hurried back into the room and scooped Sue out of her swing. "Okay Meggie, Mommy needs to give Susie her bathie, then it will be your turn. Be a good girl and stay in the living room for me." Megan nodded and watched her mother disappear with Sue riding on her hip. Now there really was nothing to do. She feared her mind would eventually turn to mush just like Sue's if she didn't find something to occupy her. Sitting down on the floor, she gave serious thought to giving in and playing with the Lego blocks. Maybe she could build a pretend city or something. By chance she glanced over at her mother's bag, lying on its side on the carpet nearby. Among the possessions visible there was a book, a black leather-bound book. Megan crept across the floor to the bag and reached inside. As she drew her hand back out, she got a feeling of elation for the first time tonight. It was Catcher in the Rye. The book was in her hands now, but she was no closer to figuring out what to do with it. She held it tightly in her hands and said out loud, "I want to be a grown-up again." Nothing happened. Megan stared hard at the book again and tried a new tack. "I like being a grown-up," she whispered to it. "I am happy as a grown-up," she pled, willing it to work. Her eyes shut tight, book gripped tightly, she wished silently over and over for it to change her back, to fix things. Then she opened her eyes and looked around. Nothing had changed. She was still dressed in a unicorn t-shirt and pull-ups, there were still toddler toys all over and an adult-sized infant swing in the middle of the room. Now Megan felt a new emotion, anger. In fact, it was more than just anger. Megan was enraged. If the book couldn't fix her, what good was it? It seemed that it could only make things worse, not better. After all, just as Rachel had pointed out the night before, things hadn't turned out so well for Holden Caulfield, had they? He'd ended up in a nut house. In fact, that's what happened to another devotee of this novel, John Hinckley, too. No, the book was clearly evil and there was only one way to deal with that. Megan knew she had to destroy the wicked thing and she had to do it now. First, she needed to make sure she wouldn't be interrupted. So she crept upstairs, hearing the sounds of cooing and giggling echoing down to her. At the top of the steps, she peeked her head just around the corner until she could see into the bathroom. Mommy had left the door wide open. Sue was sitting in a baby bath seat in the middle of the bathroom. It was a light green kind of plastic bucket seat with a big yellow spongy section between her legs. She was naked, of course. Mommy held a bright yellow rattle in one hand, shaking it high above Sue's head. The teen girl gaped open-mouthed up at it and squealed in delight, reaching her hands out for it and batting them clumsily about while Mommy cleaned her bare breasts and her tummy with a sudsy sponge in her other hand. Assured that Mommy was well distracted, Megan scurried downstairs and tiptoed into the kitchen. The place was well baby-proofed with plastic locks on every cabinet. While those may have thwarted a mental toddler, Megan easily undid them and rifled through cabinets and drawers until she found what she was looking for, a big box of matches. Grabbing the trash bin from beside the fridge, she dumped out its contents on the floor, then retrieved the book. Dropping it in the bin, she opened the matchbox and took a handful out. It was hard to get a grip on them individually. Her fingers were clumsy and she dropped the first couple. She listened intently for any sign Mommy was coming. Finally, the third match lit and she dropped it in the bin. It went out before it hit the bottom. Trying a new tack, she lifted the book back out and managed to light another match. This time she held it to the pages of the book until it lit up. She watched the yellowed old paper retreat, blackening and curling before disappearing in flames. Once the book was well ablaze, she dropped it back in the bin. The fire spread quickly and Megan grinned triumphantly as the novel was consumed. Thick acrid smoke began to pour from the bin and a moment later the smoke alarm began to beep loudly. Megan could hear Mommy hurrying down the hall and the stairs. She knew she'd be in trouble for this, but it didn't matter. The book was already destroyed. Whatever power it had was gone. She'd won. Oh my God! Megan, what are you doing? Mommy screamed as she came racing into the kitchen. Without asking for an answer, she raced to the sink and filled up a couple glasses with water, then dumped them in the bin. Just like that, the small fire was out. Amanda grabbed a tea towel and waved it wildly at the smoke alarm until it stopped its ear-piercing warning. Then she turned to Megan with shock and fear in her eyes. She lunged at the girl and grabbed her hands tightly. Naughty Megan. Playing with matches is very bad. You must never ever do that, she scolded, putting her face just inches from Megan's. Megan tried her best to look scared and contrite, but inside she was just hoping the whole world would shift back to normal any second. Her mother's scolding was cut short when Sue began crying loudly. Mommy gave Megan a stern look and told her, "Don't touch anything. Mommy will be right back." Her mother took the matches and hurried back upstairs to see why Sue was wailing, leaving Megan alone once more. She was disappointed that the world hadn't changed again, but relieved that at least things wouldn't get worse. Perhaps they would still be able to find a way to set things right yet. The smoke had cleared from the trash bin and Megan leant over it to see what was left of the book. There appeared to be nothing but watery ashes left in the bin. Megan smiled with satisfaction for a moment, but then the smile faltered. She squinted down into the bin. Was that something pink in there? Why would there be something pink in all those blackened ashes? Megan turned the bin over, dumping the contents onto the kitchen floor. Dropping the bin, she knelt by the pile of burnt paper on the floor. Sure enough, there was something pink sticking out of the blackness. She brushed aside some ashes and instantly jumped back, not believing what she saw. There was a new book amidst the destruction. It was a bright pink and glossy new-looking picture book with rounded corners and thick pages like a toddler book. Despite the cartoon images of bunnies on the cover, the title still said Catcher in the Rye. Sue's cries had died down by then, and Megan knew Mommy would be back to scold her soon. She didn't care about that. What she was seeing right now scared her far more than any punishment Mommy could dole out. Then things got worse. The book began to glow once again, though this time a bright pink emanated from it. The ashes and embers around it vanished, the smoky air clearing and the trash bin reappearing back next to the fridge where it was meant to be. Megan could only watch, transfixed as the kitchen righted itself. Then the glow expanded and all she could see was the blinding pink light. She couldn't even shield her eyes. In her terror she felt pee-pee flooding her pull-up once again. Then her fear seemed to leave her, a feeling of peace and contentment settling like a soft blankie over her mind. Whatever it was she'd been thinking about a second ago didn't seem important anymore. And whatever it was, she couldn't recall it anyway. The pink light faded away and Maggie found herself sitting on the linoleum floor of a clean kitchen, warm pee-pee squishing around her bum and a pretty pink book on the floor nearby. Maggie liked pink. She couldn't quite recall what the color was called, but she knew she really liked it. Mommy walked into the kitchen with Sue bouncing on her hip. She smiled down at her 21-year-old toddler daughter as the girl squatted on the floor looking curiously at some picture book. "Maggie, what are you doing? Are you trying to read like a big girl?" Maggie smiled innocently up at her mother and shook her head. "No. Maggie no wed. Maggie week pictures," she announced. "Oh, you like the pictures?" Mommy translated. Maggie nodded, then dropped the book and slapped at her crotch with both hands. "Made pee-pee, Mommy." Maggie had axed den. "That's okay, Maggie, Mommy will clean you up, but then you have to show me you can use the potty like a big girl before you go to bed, boys. Can you do that for me, honey?" Mommy bargained. Maggie nodded eagerly, desperate for her mommy to see she could be a big girl. And so it was that Maggie finished her day sitting on a big pink potty seat in her mom's kitchen, smiling ear to ear and clapping her hands with glee when the sounds of pee-pee splashing on plastic finally filled the air. Daycare. Joy pulled her minivan up in front of Sarah's house the next morning, tooting the horn twice and then glancing at her kids in the rearview mirror. They seemed to be fine, though Rachel was still looking cranky. Joy hoped her little girl would get over her sour mood soon, her constant whining was getting tiresome. Rachel sat in her car seat in the middle row of the minivan with her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. She was going to daycare now, daycare. Kindergarten had been bad enough. What kind of boring, mindless activities could she be expected to be subjected to now? In the car seat beside her, Danny had no such worries, of course. Dressed in a Toy Story t-shirt and loose blue sweatpants, his feet were still free of shoes or socks. Danny was perfectly content to swing his dangling legs back and forth and munch on his thumb. Meanwhile, Rachel was again disgusted with her outfit. Today Mommy had put her in a blue and white check dress with short sleeves and a hem that fell to her mid-calves. Underneath she wore a Tangle-inspired cartoon print pink pull-up. She couldn't take solace in the fact that she had shoes today because they were ugly white kiddie sneakers with Barbie decals. The laces were covered in glitter and her clumsy fingers meant she'd need to ask for someone's help to tie them. The frilly white socks only added to their silliness. Though they matched the girly dress and the big pale blue bow Mommy had fixed atop her head. As they waited in the car, the front door of the house swung open and Sarah appeared leading Brian out by the hand. Rachel felt slightly better upon seeing her friend in his toddler get-up. Sarah had dressed the young man in a pair of blue and white pinstripe train engineer shorts over a bright red t-shirt. A Thomas the Tank Engine decal was even visible on the bib of his shorts. Once again Sarah had seen no need to put shoes on the 20-something, so he padded barefoot down the front steps, holding his mommy's hand. Joy hopped out and slid open the minivan door so Sarah could help her boy inside. She had a big car seat for him in her free hand and she and Joy set about placing it in the back row. Rachel could see there was no real need for such seats. After all, the world hadn't gotten any larger, the normal seatbelts would fit them as well as their parents. No, the purpose of the seats was to keep the child constrained and unable to undo the seatbelt. There we go. Okay, big guy, come to mommy, Joy beckoned once the seat was in place. Without a word, Brian let mommy strap him into the car seat, leaving him sitting high enough so his bare toes just brushed the floor of the car. Good boy, mommy praised, leaning in and pecking a kiss on his cheek. Sarah and Rachel stepped outside and the door slid shut with a bang. While the two mommies chatted, Rachel twisted around as best she could and looked back at Brian. So, where's the book? Brian frowned and shrugged, looking defeated. What's that supposed to mean? Rachel demanded. It means I looked everywhere last night and the book is gone. After mommy went to sleep, I snuck all over the house, but there was no sign of it. So you just gave up? Rachel snapped. Well, what else could I do? Keep looking. This is our lives we're talking about, Brian. Nothing is more important than finding that book. Well, did you search your place? Of course I did. It wasn't there, of course. We left it at your place after all. Brian just shrugged as a beeping noise alerted them to Joy opening the door and hopping back in the car. They spent the rest of the ride in tense silence. The car soon pulled up in front of what appeared to be a normal house. However, there was a sign on the fence that identified it as Grow Together Daycare and Nursery. Indeed, the front yard was cluttered with children's toys. An aging metal swing set was placed near the side fence and a deflated pink bouncy ball sat in the driveway. Once Joy had the three freed from their seats, she led them up the paved footpath to the front door. There was a sign placed on it which matched the one on the fence, save for the addition of the words, caring for little ones aged 10 to 24 years. Of course, neither Brian nor Rachel could read the sign, nor recognize the numbers on it. Somehow that information had seeped out of their brains. The moment they stepped over the threshold into the daycare, Brian and Rachel were bombarded with a cacophony of sound. Someone was crying loudly, other voiced screamed and screeched in the distance. They could hear the pounding of heavy footsteps here and there in the house. The walls of the alcove were decorated in sheets of colorful construction paper with glued-on macaroni designs and glitter. Running along the wall just below the ceiling was a line of linked colored paper cutouts in the shape of balloons, each with a name on them. Some were clearly written by an adult in black marker. Others had childish scribbles in crayon, barely decipherable as names. Hi there. They all looked over to see a 30-something woman entering the alcove from the main room, glowing at them. Hello, Pam, Joy greeted. Then she looked Brian and Rachel in the eyes and said, well, come on kids, say hello to Miss Deva. Hi, they mumbled. The woman nodded and replied in a syrupy sweet tone, hello children. Are you ready to have fun today? Rachel just stared at the woman coldly, but Brian managed a feeble nod. Danny, on the other hand, was clapping his clumsy hands gleefully. Okay then, say bye-bye to mommy and we'll join the others. They waited while Danny gave his mother a bear hug that seemed to last forever. When she at last managed to separate from him, she guided his hand right to Pam's, letting her lead him away, still vigorously waving his goodbyes to mommy. The playroom the woman led them into was noisy and cluttered. In the far corner of the room, a half-dozen children who looked to be in their early 20s were sitting on the floor at the feet of another adult carer. She was reading to them from a big picture book, holding open the pages so they could all see the illustrations. The young men and women gaped up at it in rapt attention. They appeared to be a bit older than Rachel and Brian. A second group of even older kids were seated in a circle in the middle of the room. There were no overalls or pull-ups peeking out of skirts among this group. These former young adults rocked eagerly back and forth on their butts while one young man in a red Cars t-shirt circled them, patting heads and singing duck, 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 goose. He bopped the pigtailed head of a young woman and then took off running around the outside of the circle while she gave chase. Their giggles echoed through the room. Brian took in the room as the carer led them across it. Tonka trucks and matchbox cars were scattered across the carpet. Stuffed animals were discarded here and there. The walls were a bland creme tone, and the carpet originally must have been brown. Both the walls and carpet were tarnished by stains. This room wasn't meant for toddlers though. No, the carer was leading them past this playroom and into an adjoining one. As soon as they entered this second room, it was apparent that it was meant for younger kids. The walls were painted in a mural of rainbows and bucolic scenes of fields and playful animals. It was so saccharine sweet it made Rachel want to gag. They had barely entered the room when a man rushed up before them, blocking their way. He was a big man, at least 6 feet tall with buzz-cut blonde hair, a square jaw and thick neck. He was built like a marine. But the way he walked was off, his gait a bit uncoordinated and halting. He was wearing a green cartoon print t-shirt which just reached his belly button and pair of bright blue pull-ups. He had no shorts to cover them up and he eagerly hopped up and down making the whole room shake as he exclaimed, "Looky. Maked all gone," as he raised his arms and showed his empty palms to the carer. "Yes Timmy, I see you ate all your crackers. Good boy." The well-built man beamed and then began to wriggle and squeal as she reached in and tickled his exposed tummy with her free hand. As Timmy scurried back to his toys, Danny pulled free of Pam's grip and toddled off after the larger man. Rachel and Brian didn't move though, they were still taking in the occupants of the room. Some of them were kids they recognized from kindergarten the day before. Now though they were mostly sitting on their butts on the floor or lying on the tummies, playing with silly little toys. Aside from Timmy, a couple other boys wore no pants or shorts over their pull-ups. The rest wore shortalls, frilly dresses, and other toddler wear. One man was creeping along the carpet on his hands and knees right at their feet. He had a toy horse held with both hands and he was simply banging it on the floor. As they stared down pitifully at him, he looked up into their faces, raised the toy in the air and announced, "Go moo. Moo moo." "Aren't you a smarty?" Rachel commented sarcastically. Brian brushed Rachel's arm to get her attention. "What?" she asked quietly, turning to him. He looked at her with concern as he admitted, "Rachel, the toys they have here. They're baby toys, stuff for stupid little tots. But a big part of me wants to try them out. I dunno why, but I kinda want to play with 'em." Rachel returned his look of concern, frowning. "Well, don't give in to it. We're not like these drooling idiots," she reminded him. Pam returned from getting Timmy and Danny settled, smiling at the serious-looking duo. She looked them up and down quickly and chirped, "Why the long faces, you two? Don't you wanna play with your friends?" They managed to give her a hesitant nod, playing along. "Okay then, Rachel, sit on your bottom for me please," she directed. "What? Why?" "Because I said so, silly. Now be a good girl and sit on your bottom." Rachel frowned again but did as she was told. She didn't want to make a scene. Pam knelt before her and took her right foot in her hand, undoing the glittery laces of sneaker. "What you doing?" Rachel asked. "Shoes make the carpet dirty, Rachel, you know that. We'll just put these in your cubby till your mommy comes to get you." Looking around, Rachel noticed that nearly all the other kids were indeed barefoot, only a couple wearing socks. But you've got shoes," Rachel insisted, hoping to stay one level above the rest of the mindless tots in this place. Pam chuckled as she slipped one sneaker off and started on the other. "Yes dear, what a smart girl you are. I need my shoes because I have to go out and do grown-up things. Children have no need for such things." "Don't worry, you'll be much more comfy this way," she assured, slipping the second shoe off. Rachel felt so powerless. It was silly to be so wounded by simply having her shoes taken off her, yet it made her really sad. She knew she shouldn't be getting so worked up over it, that she was acting like a dumb little kid, and yet she felt her nose clogging with mucus, her eyes tearing up. She fought to maintain control, sniffling and blinking her eyes to hold back the tears. It was just shoes, she reminded herself. And stupid kiddie shoes she hated anyway. Of course it was more than that. Rachel was crying because she was powerless to stop the woman, because she felt trapped and dependent. Pam left with Rachel's sneakers as the girl wiped her eyes with her arm and sniffled loudly. Brian squatted beside her and rubbed her shoulder. It was just your shoes. I don't even have any to be taken away, he reminded her. Before Rachel could tell him it wasn't just about silly shoes, they were distracted by the arrival of a new child in the room. Megan had just toddled into the room, not from the doorway they entered by, but from a side room. Apparently she had arrived here before them. She was dressed in a light pink sleeveless dress that fell just below her knees. Her pigtails bounced as she hurried through the room with an immature gait. Megan! Rachel called out, forcing her tears back and standing again. Megan looked over at her friends and a big smile appeared on her face. She scurried over to them, and Brian felt somehow disquieted by her broad grin. It wasn't like she was happy or relieved to see them. It was like she was actually very happy about being here, like she was really enjoying herself. Megan stopped before them, cocking her head a bit to the side and blinking wordlessly at them. Megan, how long have you been here? Rachel asked, trying to ignore the goofy grin on her friend's face. Meggie PP, the college girl replied gleefully. Brian and Rachel shared astonished looks. Megan, don't play around. This isn't funny, Rachel told her. But Megan was still looking cheerful as ever. Apparently incapable of standing still, she was playing with the hem of her skirt and twisting back and forth. Meggie go potty pot, she announced, ignoring Rachel's admonition. Now Rachel and Brian were genuinely frightened. What the hell was wrong with Megan? She'd been fine the last time they saw her. Well, as fine as one could be in the circumstances. Yet now she was acting like peeing in the potty was an exciting accomplishment. Megan, do you remember who we are? Brian asked, trying to be gentle. Megan's wide blue eyes remained blank, empty of recognition. Got a dowie, Megan told them, pointing in the direction of a pile of toys no other kids were near. Rachel couldn't take it anymore. Megan, cut this out right now. You're not a dumb little kid, Megan. You're an adult, a grown-up. You don't use a stupid potty chair, you don't wear pull-ups and play with dolls. You're bigger than that. Megan stared at the angry woman with worried eyes, as though afraid Rachel might reach out and hit her. Then she blinked and seemed to be trying to think. For a second they held out hope that somehow they'd gotten through to her, reached out to the part of her that still knew who she really was. Megan grasped the hem of her dress with both hands and insisted, Meggie by girl, flipping the dress up to expose her Winnie the Pooh pull-ups. She twisted back and forth with her dress pulled up to her chest, then began chewing absent-mindedly at the hem, wiggling her bare toes together, eyes tracing the ceiling. Brian and Rachel knew they had lost an important ally. Megan was gone, there was no doubt about that anymore. All that was left was Meggie, a silly potty-using, thumb-sucking little toddler with an exhibitionist streak. What was worse, they had no idea how Megan had ended up this way or how to avoid a similar fate themselves. While Meggie skipped back over to her pile of toys, Rachel and Brian settled on the floor where they'd been standing. She's gone, Rachel lamented. Do you think that could happen to us? Of course it could, Rachel snapped, angry. Look at what's already happened. So what do we? Brian trailed off as a pantsless young man crawled up to them with a toy in his hands. It was an 8-sided yellow plastic ball with different shaped holes on each side for matching plastic blocks to be fit through. The young man banged it repeatedly on the floor, making the couple blocks within it clatter about. Then he thrust it at them, sitting back on his bottom with bare hairless legs spread wide. He sucked his thumb and stared at them hopefully. I think he wants the blocks out of it, Brian suggested. So how is that our problem? Rachel asked callously. Let's just do it so he'll go away, Brian told her. He picked up the toy and shook it to get a look at the blocks. The sounds this action produced were quite satisfying actually. Brian gave the toy another good shake and was rewarded with more sounds. Somehow, knowing he was producing those sounds made him feel good, like he was in control. He sat back on his butt and continued shaking the thing, banging it on the floor over and over. It didn't get old, in fact he liked the repetition. What are you doing? Rachel demanded, grabbing his arm to stop him. Brian paused, realizing Rachel was still sitting there. Then it hit him what he was doing. He was sitting there in his shortals, toes wiggling back and forth, shaking a plastic toddler toy with a big stupid grin on his face. The smile was wiped from his face and he stammered, I dunno what happened. Rachel was shaking her head. I'll tell you what happened. For a minute there you looked just like a real toddler, grinning away while you made noises with that dumb toy. Brian nodded in shame, blushing. Let's just get the blocks out and get rid of this thing, he mumbled. Fine, Rachel agreed, taking it from him. For a fleeting second Brian felt an overwhelming urge to seize it back from her, to scream out that it was his. He didn't want to share the toy, he wanted to keep making all the noises. It took all his willpower not to yell out, mine, but he held it together. Rachel shook the toy lightly, producing smaller noises. The pull-up-clad young man facing them clapped his hands in glee, and Brian shivered in disgust as he realized how he must have looked a moment ago. I can't get it out. Rachel complained. What? The stupid shapes, they are stuck. You just have to match them, that's all, he assured her. I know that, dummy. I can't. Brian looked closely at the shapes within. There was a red square block and a green triangle, though for some reason the names escaped him. Still he recognized the shapes and he recognized the same shapes on the outside of the yellow toy. But as soon as he looked back at the blocks inside he lost track of which shape matched which hole. Something in his mind was missing and he couldn't make the connection. It was terribly frustrating and concerning. Angry at her inability to fit the shapes through the holes, Rachel slammed the toy into the floor, pouting and crossing her arms. It's a stupid little kid toy anyway, she huffed. Rachel, what's the matter, sweetie? Why the frowny face? They turned to see Pam had returned and seen Rachel's disgust with the toy. She knelt beside them and ran a hand through Rachel's hair. The girl grimaced and pulled away. She didn't like being petted like some kitty. Pam drew back and frowned at the fussy girl. Are you feeling okay, Rachel? Does your tummy ache? Do you have an OE? She prodded in a sing-song voice. No. Rachel snapped back. Just leave me alone. Now, Rachel, we don't talk to grown-ups like that. Be a good girl and use your inside voice. Rachel seethed but kept her mouth shut. Well, you'll be feeling better soon, honey. We're going to have some real fun now, she promised. While Rachel sat fuming, Pam and another carer fetched a large rolled-up sheet. They spread it across the carpet in the middle of the room until it covered half the space. The other carer then brought in a bundle of white garments. The duo watched as Pam and the other woman began slipping smocks over children's heads, covering up their clothing. Baggy armholes left their hands free. Rachel watched Brian accept his smock willingly and decided not to put up a fight as Pam threaded the girl's arms through the appropriate holes. She even bit her lip and stayed silent as the woman slipped her socks off so the pretty princess socks wouldn't get messy. The reason for their new wardrobes was soon revealed. Pam and her colleague brought in several painters' buckets filled with various colors of paint. They also had large sheets of paper for each child. They set these down in the middle of the protective sheet and then clapped their hands to get everyone's attention. "Okay, children, we're going to do something really fun today," Pam announced. "It's time for finger painting." Several young men and women screeched happily and clapped their hands. Maggie could be seen hopping on her bum in excitement. Rachel groaned. The last thing she wanted was to get all messy. She hated being dirty and now she was going to be forced to actually dip her hands in icky paint. Rachel sat resolutely still while the others crept and toddled over to the paint buckets. Brian shrugged and made his way over as well, leaving Rachel alone. Soon the kids were all quite messy. Bright purple, red, green and yellow paint were everywhere, splashed across the sheet, rubbed all over the smocks, on face and in hair. The marine-built man had moved beyond finger painting, dipping his feet into the green bucket and slapping his bare soles back and forth on his canvas to create lots of green footprints. To Rachel's dismay, even Brian seemed to quickly get absorbed in the game. He had yellow handprints all over the front of his smock, green paint smeared across a cheek, his toes covered in blue, yet he was smiling. "Come on, Rachel, don't you want to have fun?" Pam called from the middle of it. "I'm fine," Rachel replied. Pam didn't take no for an answer though. She headed over to the college girl and took her hand. "You can't just sit there like a bump on the log, silly goose. Now let's make some pretty pictures for your mommy. You don't want your mommy to be the only one without a pretty picture, do you?" "I don't want to," Rachel whined, trying to stay put but failing. Somehow the woman seemed exceedingly stronger than Rachel even though she was the same height. "Don't be silly, you'll have lots of fun." "I don't want to get messy," Rachel insisted. "It'll all wash out, Rachel, I promise. Just have some fun. Look how much Brian is enjoying it." Rachel grunted with disdain as Pam sat her down in the middle of the gaggle of screeching messy toddlers. A fleck of purple splashed across her cheek and she recoiled as if slapped. But Pam still had her hand and she was pulling it down to a bucket of yellow paint. She couldn't resist as she felt her hand dip into the smooth, cool liquid. It wasn't as viscous as house paint, it was more gelled, less likely to splash all over or drip into sensitive eyes. She felt it squish between her fingers, across her palms. Pam lifted her hand out of the bucket and guided it to a blank sheet of paper, placing it down and then lifting so she'd made a handprint. Rachel looked down at the results. There was no picture to paint, of course, no design to follow. It was a simple sensory exercise for small children. And yet it felt so nice. Far from feeling dirty and sullied, the paint on her hand squished delightfully as she flexed her fingers. Rachel looked around at the other colors. They were all familiar, but their names escaped her, much as with the shapes. One triggered a memory though, and so she dipped her clean hand into a bucket of blue, then rubbed her two hands together. Aside from the pleasant squishing sensation, she was delighted to find that both her hands were now a brand new color, green. "I made a new color," she announced out loud. "Very good, dear," Pam praised. Rachel giggled to herself and placed her hands back on the canvas, smearing them about. Her skin seemed super sensitive now, nerves lighting up with pleasure as she dipped her hands back in more paint and smeared it more. Feeling mischievous at getting so messy, she leant over and rubbed brown paint all over the back of another child's smock. Then she felt foreign hands on her bare arm. She turned to find Maggie smiling wickedly as she coated the arm in pink paint. Rachel had to get her back. So she wiped her now purple hand on Maggie's cheek. A finger paint war had begun. It was only 15 minutes later as one carer removed the paint buckets and Pam led the children outside to get cleaned up that Rachel became aware of what a fool she looked like. She was covered in finger paint. It was in her hair, across her cheeks, down her arms and all over her smock. To her chagrin she saw that Pam was right to take her socks off, as paint was even squishing between her toes. Pam was right, little kids here were better off barefoot, and that clearly included Rachel herself. In fact, as they stood to head outside she saw that even Brian wasn't as messy as her. Somehow clean, mature Rachel had ended up among the dirtiest of these overgrown tots. She wished she could escape to the bathroom so Pam and Brian wouldn't see how far she'd fallen. It was bad enough when Meggie gave her that goofy idiotic grin and declared, "All methy." Outside Pam was stripping the children out of their smocks after washing the paint off them with a garden hose. Rachel stood in line sulking and trying not to make eye contact with Brian while Pam washed Timmy's buzzcut hair clean of the green paint he'd gotten in it. When she lifted his smock off though, Timmy started to grab at the crotch of his visible pull-ups, knees bending inwards. "Timmy got a potty," he announced loudly. "Oh, okay, just hold it in for me like a big boy and Miss Corley will be right out to take you to the potty. Can you hold it like a big boy for me?" Timmy nodded and moved to the side as Pam took the next girl to be cleaned. But behind her back Timmy toddled away across the small backyard to a bush that sat in the middle of the grass. There he inserted a finger in either side of his pull-ups and yanked them down to his ankles. Rachel watched in disgust as he proceeded to pee-pee on the bush. When he was done he simply kicked his feet free of the pull-up and turned around, ambling happily across the lawn towards them with his equipment dangling out for all to see. "Oh my gosh," Rachel gasped. The marine-built young man skipped along the grass, his wee-wee swinging and bobbing about freely without a hint of shame. Soon he was back next to Pam and eagerly tugging at her sleeve. "When potty," he told her happily, his free hand playing idly with his former manhood. Pam looked down at his nudity and chuckled. "Looks like we have a little streaker here," she joked. "So you went potty, did you?" Timmy nodded emphatically. "Where'd you do that, hon?" "Dear," Timmy announced, pointing to the bush. "Honey, that's good that you didn't use your pull-up, but big boys use the potty chair. Can you try and wait till you're on the chair next time?" "For me, honey." Timmy nodded solemnly now. "Okay, now where are your big boy pants, why little jaybird?" Timmy pointed wordlessly at the bush again. "Well, go get 'em if you're a big boy." Timmy hurried across the grass again, bending over and picking up the pull-ups with both hands, and giving everyone a look at his big bare bottom. Then he returned and handed them to Pam, who praised him for keeping them dry and then helped the 6-foot-tall half-naked man slip them back onto his legs and up to cover his privates again. Rachel was aghast at the whole scene, but it only got worse when Timmy skipped back into the house. Pam then turned to her and said, "Okay Rachel, your turn." Rachel cringed as the woman looked her over and clucked her tongue. "My oh my, it looks like someone had fun after all," Pam declared. Rachel kept her eyes on the ground as the woman took her hand and began to scrub it clean. The cold water of the garden hose poured over her arms and then her head while Pam cleaned her. "My, what a messy girl you are, Rachel," she exclaimed more than once. It was all too much for the woman and she began to cry in earnest. Tears streamed down her blushing cheeks. She could taste their saltiness as they reached her lips. Pam heard the girls sobbing and stopped scrubbing for a moment, kneeling to look into Rachel's eyes. "Oh Rachel, don't cry sweetie. I was just teasing, dear. You're not a dirty girl. You just got messy playing, like you're supposed to. It's your job as a little girl to get messy and my job to clean you up." Rachel only cried all the more at being reminded of her new station in life. Pam brushed her cheek and shushed her quietly. "Come on Rachel, no more crocodile tears. When you're all cleaned up I'll give you a big snuggle." That idea was humiliating and appealing at the same time. She didn't want to be hugged and fawned over by another adult woman, but at the same time the need to be held and cuddled was very strong. She wanted to feel safe and warm and comforted. Rachel's adult side won out in the end and she pulled herself free as soon as she was clean, hurrying back into the toddler playroom. There she collapsed to her knees and cried into her hands until she felt an arm wrap over her shoulder. Brian was at her side now, pulling her close so she could weep onto his shoulder. I know, Rach, I know it sucks. I got so messy, she whimpered. Me too. I couldn't help it. Once I started playing. You couldn't stop, Rachel finished his sentence. He nodded. The sliding door to the backyard slammed shut and Pam strode to the middle of the room. Okay everyone, it's potty time. Let's get all you big boys and girls on your potties so you can make your wheeze and poos. With that she went over to the door at the other side of the room and gestured for the kids to follow. Come on Rach, we gotta do it, Brian told her, pulling her to a standing position. Not all at once, Rachel disagreed. I can't control mine anymore, Rach. I don't wanna go pee-pee in my pull-ups in front of everyone. I gotta use the potty just in case. Rachel nodded and followed Brian into the line. The room they entered was not a bathroom though. It was a plain white-walled room with a linoleum floor and a dozen oversized potty seats placed in a circle. They weren't all identical. A couple looked almost like real toilets aside from being made of plastic and having bright primary color designs. Others were simple big red buckets with yellow seats and a few had backs for kids to lean back against while sat on them. One by one Pam pulled down shorts and skirts, hiked up dresses and yanked down pull-ups to seat the kids on the potties. None of the young men or women seemed any more bothered than Timmy had when their privates were exposed to the group. They twisted back and forth distractedly as Pam set their adult-sized forms on the big potty chairs, tucking penises behind guards and warning them to stay put till they'd made their pee-pees and poo-piss. She reached Brian, undoing the buckles on his shortals and letting them drop to his ankles, then slipping his pull-ups down too. Unlike any of the other boys, he immediately covered his weenie, making Pam snigger at his modesty. He also insisted on slipping his own pee-pee behind the guard, trying not to think about all the people watching him sitting here. Rachel didn't go so easily. It didn't matter that the other kids were too busy picking their noses and twiddling their toes to be staring at her. She was not about to be stripped half naked before a dozen of her former friends and classmates. When Pam approached, she stepped back and shook her head. No, I don't have to go right now. I'll tell you when I need to pee-pee. Honey, you know the rules. All children have to sit on the potty before nap time. You don't want to have an accident and end up back in diapers like a little baby, do you? I won't have an accident. I just don't want to go in front of everyone. You've got nothing to hide, sweetie. Just be a good girl and you can have a treat after nap. So do you use a toilet with in front of all the other women here? There are different rules for grown-ups, sweetie, you'll understand when you're older. Rachel shook her head again and this time the carer moved towards her quickly, ready to force her. Brian couldn't sit by and watch his friend be manhandled, so he stood quickly and started to move towards them, hindered by the clothing around his ankles. He'd only made it a step when he felt warm liquid splash across his knees. He felt dizzy with shame. He was making tinkles all over the floor and his bunched-up shortals, a golden steam of wee spurting from his dangling weenie. He froze in horror. Brian! You need to stay on the potty, dear. Pam called out, forgetting Rachel as she rushed over and put her hands on the boy's shoulders, guiding him back onto the potty. Brian was still too embarrassed to speak as he felt the carer's cool fingers grasp his penis and push it below the splash guard. The sound of pee splashing on the plastic filled the room, but it was too late to save his pride. Several of the other children were smiling and giggling as they fidgeted on their potties. Pam had her hands on her hips and was shaking her head back and forth. Brian, look at the mess you've made, she chided, gesturing to the yellow puddle on the linoleum floor. Sorry, he mumbled. It's okay, dear, learning the potty isn't easy. You just need to remember to stay put if you feel the urge to tinkle. Now you've gotten your nice outfit all dirty, she said, crouching and drawing the soaked shortles off his feet. I'll get you a new pair of big boy pants, but these will have to dry out for a bit, she remarked, carrying them away. As Pam left the room, Rachel thought she'd actually escaped for once. She did feel truly awful for Brian, but at least she'd been spared. Or so she thought. Then the sound of several grown men and women tinkling loudly in their potties began to affect her. The urge to pee hit suddenly and violently. Rachel grabbed her crotch and crossed her legs sharply, seized by the need to empty her bladder. Oh no, she shrieked, waddling cross-legged to the one empty potty seat. She didn't want to do it, but the alternative was far worse. So she hiked up her dress and pulled her big girl pants down, plopping her bare bottom on the plastic seat and letting go. She sighed with relief at having made it, glancing over at the shaggy-haired boy of about 20 seated beside her. He was staring at her blankly, picking his nose with one hand and playing with himself with the other. She refused to become his equal. Whatever she had to do, she would remember that she was better than these dumb brats. Upon returning, Pam hadn't said anything to Rachel, but she had given her a knowing smile. Then the children were stood up one by one so the carer could clean them. In most cases this consisted of Pam dabbing the ends of pee-pees and wiping privates clean, then pulling the pull-ups back up. But when she stood the boy next to Rachel, it revealed his smelly, poopy bottom. Rachel gagged and very nearly threw up as the carer led the boy to the wall and had him spread his legs so she could wipe his bum clean. Rather than wait, Rachel stood and yanked her pull-ups back on, rushing out of the potty room. It was nap time next and Brian, now clothed in just his t-shirt and pull-ups, settled on a mat beside Rachel, facing her. You okay? She managed to ask. I guess. You? She shrugged. Want a hug? Brian asked, sounding timid. Rachel couldn't resist the urge anymore, she nodded. Brian wrapped his arms around the girl and the two cuddled close. It's not a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, you know, Brian whispered to her. I need this. I know, you wanna feel safe and warm. I feel it too. I can't fight it. I want my mommy, Rachel told him. Me too, he admitted, feeling drowsy as the lullaby Pam had put on helped the kids drift off to sleep. Soon he and Rachel were both peacefully asleep in each other's arms. Home again. Oh, that is just too cute, Sarah declared, looking down at her son and his friend napping cuddled together. His mommy's voice roused Brian from his slumber just as the lullaby tape clicked off. He blinked his eyes open, looking into Rachel's still sleeping face. He stretched his arms as the lights flicked back on in the room. It was then that he noticed his mommy was actually standing right there above them. He jerked onto his back and away from Rachel in surprise. It was like his mommy had walked in on him while he had a girl over in his dorm room. Well, hello there, sleepyhead, did you have a nice cuddle with your friend? She asked him cheerily. Brian didn't know what to say, so he just nodded slowly. Rachel came to at this point and felt a little weird to wake up with this woman standing over her. Meanwhile, Brian noticed the bunched up shortles over his mommy's arm and he knew that she knew what he'd done. His eyes lowered to the floor and he crossed his legs to make their bareness less obvious. Sarah didn't comment on her son's accident though, she had other things on her mind. We're going back to your friend Meg's house for a play date today, Brian. Isn't that nice? Not waiting for a response, she continued, and your friend Rachel is coming too. Her mommy asked me to watch her while she takes Danny to the dentist. Inside, Brian was actually overjoyed at this news. Since the book wasn't at his place nor Rachel's, that meant Meg's was where it had to be. This could be their best chance to fix things. Rachel, on the other hand, was quite nervous. She'd seen what had happened to Megan. Going to the house where it likely happened was not her idea of a good plan. But she had no say in the matter, and so a few minutes later they were all piled in Sarah's car headed to Megan's house. As they drove through the streets, Meggie seemed to be having a lovely time watching the world go by. She pointed out the window time and again, patting at the glass and crowing, Buildy, and Fluffy, at birds and squirrels and woof woof, at dogs being walked along the sidewalk. She was the picture of cheerful innocence, chewing at her thumb and singing along nonsense with the music on the radio. As soon as she was freed from her restraints, Meggie leapt from her car seat onto the driveway and raced across the grass to her front door, just in time for her mommy to open it and nearly be tackled in a hug. Brian hurried to the front door just as quickly as Meggie had, feeling practically naked with his pull-ups showing to anyone passing by on the street. Rachel padded more gingerly into the house, careful not to hurt her tender soles, and upset Sarah had simply packed her shoes and socks away rather than let her put them back on. Inside the house, Brian had stopped to stare slack-jawed at Sue. The teen girl was in an adult-sized version of a baby jumper. It was suspended by elastic straps to the top of the doorway between the living room and dining room. The blue pouch Sue was sat in dangled just high enough so that only the tips of her bare wiggling toes brushed across the floor. As she fidgeted, the elastic bands would stretch and her feet would fall flat on the floor, prompting her to push up, making the pouch she was in bounce up and down. Dressed in nothing but a diaper hidden by the bouncer, she appeared naked, her breasts jiggling as she jumped. "Watch it, Brian, or your face will freeze that way," Rachel warned him. Brian blushed at being caught and pretended to be very interested in the ceiling all of a sudden. Amanda welcomed Sarah into the house and shut the door while Meggie continued to try to hug her tightly around the waist. Okay, honey. Why don't you take your friends out to the yard and play for a bit," she suggested. "Meggie play," the girl agreed, hopping up and down so that the sound echoed through the house. Amanda nodded and commented to Sarah, "She's just getting to the age where she enjoys playing with other children, you know. It really is wonderful." "Oh yes, 21 really is a magic age for little ones, getting used to the potty, playing with other children. It is a great time," Sarah noted. "Okay honey," Amanda told Meggie, "before you play let's get you nice and naked." Meggie chirped. With that, Amanda unzipped Meggie's play dress and slipped it down to her ankles, leaving her standing in nothing but her pull-ups. Then with one quick flourish she had those around her ankles as well. Amanda helped her daughter step clear of the piled clothing, leaving her hopping about buck naked singing, all naked. Naked, naked, naked. Seeing Sarah's confused expression, Amanda explained, "Oh, it's a new thing I'm trying. They call it naked potty training. See, whenever she has something on, even just pull-ups, she thinks it's like a diaper and she just goes. When she's naked she remembers to use the potty and she doesn't lose control while trying to get her clothes off to sit on it. Does it really work? So far, so good. That sounds like something I should try with my little guy. He has a really hard time telling me when he needs to potty," Sarah mused. "Oh, definitely give it a try. It's perfect because you know little kids have no modesty anyway. As you can see, my little Meggie just loves her naked time." What they'd seen before this moment had been bad enough. But to see Megan stark naked in all her glory was beyond the pale. There was their longtime friend and compatriot hopping around totally unclothed and happy as a lark. She wasn't drunk or slutty, she wasn't making lewd gestures for a bunch of frat boys. She was just playing like the innocent toddler she thought she was, and in her new diminished mentality clothing simply got in the way. Meggie had a slender, pretty body. Her small breasts jiggled as she hopped about. Although he tried not to stare, Brian couldn't help but notice that his friend lacked tan lines. Her bared bottom was just as tanned as her arms and legs. It seemed that in this new reality Meggie spent a lot of time nude in the sun, probably playing in the yard, perhaps even at the beach. She really was a silly little nudist now. Sarah and Amanda entered the living room leading the naked woman by her hands. Sarah said to her friend, "Yes, I think now is the perfect time for Brian to have a go at naked potty training himself. If that's okay with you." "Oh, by all means, Meggie would love to have another jaybird to play with," Amanda assured her. "You're sure? You don't mind his pee-pee jiggling around all free? Don't be silly, nobody will mind his cute little weenie." But Brian shook his head vigorously. He felt naked in his pull-ups as it was. I don't wanna go naked, he told them. Oh, don't be fussy, Brian, Meg's mommy doesn't mind one bit. It'll be just like at home after bath, his mommy assured. Brian backed away, but there was no escape. Sue was blocking the way to the dining room and the adults were before him. He just kept shaking his head. Brian, you're just having too many accidents. Now either we try this or we have to go back to deer pies for a bit, Mommy warned. He didn't know why, but that idea actually scared him more. He didn't want to be a baby. Being a toddler was more than bad enough. No, please. No diapers, he wailed, feeling on the verge of a temper tantrum. Mommy stepped close and pulled her grown boy into a cuddle. Okay, no diapers, she agreed. Brian let out a sigh of relief. Mommy knew he wasn't a dumb little baby. But just as he felt relieved, cool hands slipped under the bottom of his red t-shirt. The chilly fingers tickled against his sides and then yanked upward, swiftly removing his shirt. A separate set of fingers belonging to Amanda hooked into the sides of his pull-ups and yanked downward at the same time. In a split second he'd been rendered nude. Cool air brushed across his penis. He looked down at it dangling there, flaccid and exposed to everyone in the room. Brian tried to cover himself, but Meggie had already rushed over and seized his hands, hopping about urging, "Pway, wanna pway." Brian nearly broke down into tears right there and then. Rachel could see his defeat and she just couldn't let him be alone like this. He tried to save her back in the potty room after all. Now it was her turn. "Can I go naked too?" she called out. Brian sniffled and looked over at Rachel like she'd grown a second head. "Oh, of course, sweetie," Amanda replied. "I don't think Joy would mind, do you?" she asked Sarah. "No, she won't care. We need to give them a bath later anyway," she agreed. "Okay, honey, let me help you get undressed," Amanda directed. Rachel swallowed her pride and let the woman slip her dress off, feeling a rush of shame as the cool air brushed across her bared breasts. As her pull-ups were slid down her legs and her bottom was exposed to the air as well, she forced herself to look at Brian. He better appreciate what she was doing for him. "Joy never mentioned Rachel being a little nudist like my Meggie," Amanda commented to Sarah. "Well, you know little kids, monkey see, monkey do," Sarah replied. Rachel wanted to slap the woman across the face, but instead she bit the side of her mouth and kept her lips sealed. "There we go, the three little bears." Amanda smirked. Then she gave Meggie a gentle pat on her bare bum. "Okay, on your way, ya little jaybirds." Brian wanted to dig his feet into the carpet and stand his ground, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. With each step the sliding door to the backyard grew closer. The brightness of the sun outside seemed blinding and somehow foreboding. Brian kept shaking his head and mumbling, "No, wanna play inside," to the mothers. "Don't be silly, dear, you need some fresh air," Mommy insisted, following him to the door. Brian blinked in the brightness and cringed as he felt the heat of the sun on his skin, emerging onto the deck. Rough wood gave way to soft grass under his soles and a warm breeze played across his pee-pee and bum as Brian made his way into the yard. He looked about desperately for some type of shelter. There were fences on all sides of the yard, but they weren't high enough to provide real privacy. Houses overlooked it on two sides. An older woman watering plants on her deck next door glanced down at the naked 20-somethings and smiled, giving them a condescending wave. Playing naked outside was downright degrading. Brian felt like a dog put outside because he wasn't housebroken. Meggie didn't mind one little bit, of course. She just ran helter-skelter about the grassy lawn, boobs bouncing free, tumbling and rolling about as if nothing could be more fun. Soon the soles of her feet were brown with dirt, her toes muddy and her knees grass-stained. Twigs and pieces of grass stuck out of her wild hair, and yet she couldn't have smiled and wider. Brian and Rachel sought shelter by the fence, crouching in the small shadow there. "Why'd you do it?" Brian asked. So you wouldn't be alone, she shrugged. Well, there was Megan. Rachel shook her head dismissively at their old friend who was chewing on a dandelion and some dirt pulled from the ground. She doesn't count. Not anymore. Brian nodded. Sarah appeared on the back deck carrying a pink potty seat. A moment later Amanda came out with a second one, setting it to face the other. If you need to go potty, they're right here, Sarah told them. This is so, Brian began. What? Rachel asked as he trailed off. Brian grasped his abdomen and looked at her with worry. I think I gotta go. So, go then. I won't look. You heard your mommy, the potty is there. Not pee-pee, he mumbled. Oh, Rachel nodded. Grunting again, Brian stood and hurried towards the deck, ignoring the feeling of his unhindered pee-pee swishing back and forth between his hairless thighs. His only thought was of making it to that potty in time. He did. Sitting swiftly on the seat and leaning forward to do his business in some sort of privacy. Oh look Sarah, your little boy is using the potty already. Amanda called from just inside the house. Brian cursed her for calling attention to his predicament. Next thing he knew his mommy and Sarah were out on the deck smiling down at him. Meggie hurried onto the deck herself and sat on a red plastic pushtrike. Rachel slowly ambled over, covering her breasts and trying not to stare. Honey, come sit on the potty so you can make too, Amanda called to the girl, taking her hand and leading her reluctantly to the second potty seat. Now he and Rachel were each sat on a potty on the deck, naked in the sun, facing each other while everyone looked on expectantly. Bryant tried not to go now. He couldn't do it, not in front of all these people. But his body wasn't cooperating anymore. He felt sudden pressure and pushed in response. It was instinctual and he couldn't stop it after that. Everyone heard the rude noises erupting from the potty, the plop-plop of poopy dropping into it. Brian grunted and strained, just wanting it over with quickly now. As the sounds continued, his mommy knelt beside him, rubbing his bare back and crooning, "Good boy Brian, what a good boy you are making poopis for mommy." Even Meggie was clapping her hands and feet as she sat on her pushtrike babbling, "Poopy. Poo-poo poo-poo." Even when that humiliation was over, the worst was still to come. Brian had barely finished his business when he found himself being stood up and led over the wall of the house. Mommy took out some wipes and he felt the cool moist things cleaning his bottom. He knew his position was revealing this whole messy ordeal to Rachel and Meggie, but he was powerless to resist. He just stared down at his toes and waited for it to be over. After the cleaning ordeal was over, they were allowed back inside to watch cartoons, while still sat naked on their two potty chairs. As if watching Winnie the Pooh wasn't bad enough, now he wasn't even allowed off his potty seat because he needed to set a good example for Rachel until she could make poopy too. As they sat there in silent humiliation, Sarah strode into the room carrying a pink toddler book. "Hey Amanda, where did you get this book?" she called. "It looks really familiar for some reason." The other mother came in from the kitchen and looked it over. "Oh yeah, I dunno where it's from. Just found it last night." "Why?" "Well, I'm pretty sure The Catcher in the Rye is one of Brian's books." Brian and Rachel's heads snapped to attention at those words. There was the book. But it didn't look anything like the book they wanted. What had happened to it? Oh, Meggie must have taken it by mistake when they played yesterday. You can take it back, of course. What's it about anyway? That's a funny title. Seems to be about a little rabbit who doesn't want to grow up, she said, flipping through the pages. Oh, I can understand that, Sarah nodded. I mean, just look how much trouble Brian is having learning the potty. Things were so much easier when he was little. I know, Amanda agreed. I wish we could just keep them our little bundles of joy a bit longer. Brian and Rachel's eyes went wide and the whole world seemed to freeze as the book in the mommy's hands began to glow once again. Back to diapers. The air seemed to ripple outwards from the book, as though it were the source of a gas leak. The two mommies were truly frozen, unblinking, unflinching. The same was not true for Brian and Rachel. They could still move all right, but they were nonetheless frozen where they were, unable to move out of terror. What could possibly be happening now? Already they were sitting on potty chairs, buck naked, watching kiddie cartoons. They shuddered to think this could get any more embarrassing. As the ripples swept out with the first changes they saw came to the toys on the floor. Dollies and Lego blocks seemed to implode in on themselves, then morph into simple plastic letter blocks, clown-faced rattles and other baby toys. Something large began to grow out of the floor, expanding like a fast-growing flower until it snapped into shape, a playpen. The wavy air reached the two adult toddlers next. Brian leant back on his potty as he felt strange energy beginning to flow over his bare skin. As he tried to push away as though his space was being invaded by an aggressive puppy, as though simply scooting back and looking away could stop it, the potty chair beneath him began to melt away. He fell to his bottom with a thud as the potty disappeared into the carpet as though swallowed by quicksand. The potty gone, Brian scooted back on his bum, his limp penis brushing across the carpet as he tried to escape the unknown forces assaulting him. Rachel abandoned her potty as it too sunk into the carpet, though it felt plenty firm under her bare soles. It was no use running though, for the process seemed to gain speed with every passing second. The energy passed over and through the duo. Rachel's mouth tingled, her gums aching as several teeth receded up into them, leaving nothing but bare pink gums in their place. Her dark hair turned lightened several shades, not going blonde, but certainly not as dark as before. It also became thinner, wispier as her pigtails vanished. Brian grasped at his mouth as he too lost several teeth. Then he was distracted by something more concerning even than that. His legs felt strange, fatigued and twitchy. He rubbed at his calves, trying to see what was happening to them, though they looked no different. With a thud, Rachel dropped to her bottom beside him, looking particularly surprised. And Brian knew, she hadn't meant to sit down at all, her legs had simply given out. Her bared bottom didn't smart for long though. A second after she hit the floor, a crinkly white diaper appeared out of thin air, wrapping itself around her loins. Rachel hoped a shirt would materialize the same way, but she had no such luck. As the ripples seemed to dissipate, she was left sitting on the floor in only a diaper. As a stillness returned to the air, the mommies began speaking again as though nothing had happened. "But what can you do? They grow up so fast," Sarah declared. "Yep, my little Megapoo is just crawling up a storm these days. Why, she'll be walking all on her own in no time. How cute," Sarah gushed. From the way they were talking, Brian guessed he and Rachel were now little more than infants. Aside from the playpen and baby toys, the room hadn't changed that much, but he guessed his bedroom would be much different now. MMMPH, Rachel grunted, trying to stand up but finding her legs uncooperative. Brian shook his head knowingly. He wasn't foolish enough to try that himself. He could feel the weakness in his legs. He knew somehow he'd lost the ability to walk. Rachel dropped onto her stomach with a bang, painfully landing on her bare breasts. She grunted and sulked, sticking her diapered bum in the air and showing off the puffy white garment decorated in a pattern of light green rattles and teddy bears. Amanda and Sarah looked over at their babies and shared a chuckle at the little girl's difficulties. Then Sarah clucked her tongue at Brian. "Well, what happened to your diaper, little mister?" she asked rhetorically, heading over to her boy. "Did you wanna get all nakey wakey? Did you?" she cooed in baby talk to him. Brian shook his head and tried to quickly explain. "No, I didn't wanna go nake. Bwan quotes." As soon as the words left his mouth, Brian knew they had come out all wrong. He'd thought the normal words in his head, but the messages got garbled on the way to his mouth, and then his tongue seemed to be all clumsy and tricky to control. Before he could correct his poor diction, his mom was picking up a big pack of diapers and addressing Amanda as though he hadn't said a thing. He was being completely ignored. He's such a little nudist these days, she told Amanda. I think I'll have to start taping his diapers onto him. He gets his hands on the tabs and next thing I know there's a rip and he's streaking through the mall with his weenie hanging out. Oh, I'm sure Meggie will be just the same once she figures out how to get those deer pies off. Could be, Sarah agreed, setting the diaper box on the floor and opening it up. Brian looked at the side of the box. It showed a picture of a young man around his age lying on his back in nothing but a diaper and pulling at the toes of both feet as he waved his legs in the air. The man had a glassy-eyed soporific look on his face, grinning like a contented idiot as he played with his feet. Above him the brand name Huggies was emblazoned across the package. In the right corner were the words, "Crawling Early Walking Boys 16 to 22 years." Sarah drew out a big white diaper with blue teddy bear prints. She unfolded the bulky garment while Brian tried to calm down and concentrate on speaking properly. He found that if he was less excited it was easier to control his tongue properly. "Mama, I don't wanna be," he started, speaking slowly and clearly. "I know you want to be naked honeybun, but this isn't our house and you can't be making pee-pees and poo-piss on our friend's carpet," Sarah cut him off. Brian reddened with frustration. He wasn't saying he didn't want to wear a diaper, he was trying to tell her he didn't want to be naked. Why wouldn't she let him finish what he was saying? Sarah knelt at his side and gently pushed him onto his back on the carpet. "Okay honey, don't squirm while I get you dressed. Be a good boy for Mama," she urged him in that awful high-pitched voice. "I won, Mama," Brian assured her, nodding. He was determined to show her he wasn't some stupid little baby. Sarah lifted Brian's legs, slipping her head between them and placing one calf on each shoulder. Then she used her body weight to push Brian's legs upward, lifting his butt in the air just long enough to slip the new diaper under his butt. She grabbed some lotion from the bag beside her, squirting it into her palm and then reaching forward. Brian's eyes widened and he felt a flush of shame as his mother's hands began to rub his exposed penis and all around his crotch. This was an all-new height of shame for the young man. To have his own mother actually manipulating his former manhood, simply to keep it clean when he inevitably wet and messed his new diaper, was so demeaning it made Brian want to cry like the baby he was being treated as. "There we go, that will keep Mama's whittle guy nice and comfy in his deer pie," she told him as her hand slipped under his raised bottom. Brian closed his eyes and sniffled as he felt the cool greased fingers slip up and down his butt. He felt so violated, so powerless. He couldn't help but wriggle his legs, wanting to pound his heels on the floor. "Honey, don't squirm. Remember, you promised Mama you'd be a good boy." "I'm a bad boy," Brian squealed, the tears starting to escape the corners of his reddened eyes again. "Then show Mama how you can hold still," she replied. Brian forced his legs to be still and Mama's hand left his bum at last. Then she had a bottle of powder and she was dusting his pee-pee and bum with it. The smell of the baby powder was overwhelming to his senses. It seemed they were becoming keener. Every touch, every scent was magnified. He could feel every cool fleck of powder settling on his pee-pee and bum. Mama put away the powder and began to take the diaper closed, finally giving him a speck of privacy. It was a big, bulky diaper and it came all the way up to his belly button. But it also forced his legs out slightly. As he moved them he could feel the crinkly material brush across his smooth hairless thighs. Once it was fully secured, Mama let his legs go and then directed his arms up, slipping a red t-shirt over his head. It wasn't like his earlier t-shirt though. It had writing on it he couldn't read, but the real change was its length. This shirt was only half length, not quite reaching his belly button. Dressed in this baby tee and diaper he felt like Tommy Pickles on Rugrats. As he turned onto his knees and attempted to stand, the t-shirt left his tummy uncovered. Brian was beyond this small shame though. He had experienced so much worse now that being half-clothed no longer fazed him. In fact, it no longer even bothered him that his legs were totally exposed or that he was barefoot. All that mattered was he proved to himself that he was at least still able to stand on his own 2 legs like a man. He just wanted that one small dignity to be left. It took all his strength to force his knees to lock into place, his legs straightened. They felt weak all right, but more than that he felt like he was standing on a rolling, pitching ship's deck. His toes flexed and his knees wobbled as he tried to keep his balance. He was forced to hold onto the couch for support. Rachel was staring up at him, chewing her thumbnail anxiously, slowly slipping more and more of the digit into her mouth. The mamas were beaming at him like he'd made a great accomplishment in simply standing up. "Look at that, Sarah, your little one is quite advanced for his age. 21 years old and he'll be walking around the place on his own in no time," Amanda commented. "Yes, he's quite good at standing and he can even walk a bit as long as I hold his hands. But he's not quite ready to tool around on his own yet." "I can walk," Brian blurted out indignantly. "Well, he certainly has the right attitude," Amanda noted. "And he's quite the little talker, isn't he? Very advanced for his age. Oh, he's gonna be quite the chatterbox pretty soon, no doubt about that. Most grown-ups have a hard time understanding his babbling, but Mama knows what her whittle guy wants. Mamas can always understand their baby's language. He seems eager to do a little walking. You want to give him a hand?" "Yes, he could use the practice. But get ready for some crocodile tears when he falls down," Sarah warned. Brian pouted. He hated the way they talked about him like he was deaf. Here they were mocking him while he stood right in front of them, and they went on as if he couldn't understand a word they said. He was determined to show them he could do more than walk with someone holding his hand. He'd just been running around the backyard minutes ago. He would force his muscles to work properly. Mama came up beside Brian, smiling as she took his hands off the couch and into hers. She pecked a kiss on his cheek, smiling as she looked him in the eye. "Okay, honeybun, let's go for walkies." Brian felt even more off balance as Mama led him away from the couch. She walked backwards, keeping a firm grip on his hands and her eyes locked on his, smiling encouragement the whole way. Meg's Mama was also smiling and nodding her praise as she watched the walking lesson. Rachel didn't seem impressed at all, of course. She just sulked on the floor, now fully sucking her thumb. Walking was tricky indeed. The change wrought on Brian's body by the last shift had done a number on his abilities. His motor skills had taken a very serious hit. With each step his leg jerked upward rather than smoothly lifting. He stepped too high, all his movements exaggerated, awkward. His foot would then slap down hard, toes turning inward. With each step his body swayed left or right, pitched forward or slipped backwards. Only his mother's firm grip on his outstretched arms kept him standing upright. "There we go, lift those toeses, get them up and set them down," she directed. "Very good, Bree. You're making walkies just like a big boy. Mama is so proud." As she praised him, Brian felt an odd sense of accomplishment. Sure, it was silly to be proud of something so basic, but given the problems with his body, this was an achievement. He found himself beginning to smile, even to giggle with giddy pride. Mama led him all across the room and he didn't fall down. That made him feel so big, walking just like Mama. For a second it didn't even occur to him how ridiculous that thought was. Then Mama set his hands on the door jamb by the entry the dining room. She brushed a hand through his hair again and gave him a big smooch on his forehead. "You did very good, honey. Mama knows that was tough for Bui, and she's glad you tried." Mama started to walk away, but Brian had to follow her. He'd made it this far, surely he could do a couple steps on his own. Tentatively he let go of the jam and took a furtive step forward. His legs wobbled dangerously, but he continued. He swung his right foot past the left, going for his second step, but as it set down his foot rolled on its side and his knee gave way. Next thing he knew, his arm and cheek were slamming into the carpeted floor. Out of shock, Brian began to wail. Falling like that was so disorienting, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't just sniffle and tear up, this time he was bawling his eyes out, unable even to see straight. Mama spun around as soon as she heard the thud of his body hitting the floor. He'd only given a couple shrieks before she was at his side, pulling his lanky 6-foot form into her lap and cuddling her arms around him. Sure, there, little guy. It's okay now, Mama's here. I got you and you're all safe, she sung to him, rocking gently back and forth. Brian wanted to stop, but once started it seemed out of his control. His emotions were on a roller coaster ride now, impossible to keep a hold on. He sobbed even as Mama's warm arms cuddled him close and he felt her kisses pecking the top of his head. Mucus poured from his nose and dribbled over his lips. Where'd you get hurt, sweetie? Where are those bad boo-boos? Mama asked, looking over the young man's face and arms. Did they hurt you here? Is this the bad boo-boo? She asked, gesturing to his right arm. Let Mama kiss them all away then. See, Mama kisses them and makes the boo-boos all better, she told him, kissing his arm and cheek. Slowly Brian felt his emotions coming back under control. It had been like trying to stop a speeding train, getting them in check, but he felt much better now that Mama kissed away the hurt. In fact, it was the surprise of falling more than any actual pain that had made him cry. As his tears dried up, he realized there wasn't actually any pain. This made him feel even more foolish. That's better, isn't it, Brie? You feeling better now, baby? Brian nodded, still sniffling a bit as he said, so we ICWY Mama. Oh, that's okay, honey. Don't worry, Mama knows what baby needs when he falls down and goes boom. Baby just needs kisses on his bad old boo-boos. That makes them all better because Mama has magic kisses. Brian giggled despite his shame. Somehow the idea of his Mama having magical kisses was both ludicrous and wonderfully comforting. On an intellectual level he knew that was made up, but somehow it seemed perfectly possible to him on an emotional level. He trusted everything Mama told him without question. His tears dried up and a smile on his face. Mama lifted Brian out of her lap and set him on his butt on the floor, getting him a few toys to play with while she went to prepare the baby something to eat. Brian wasn't interested in the silly red and blue letter blocks Mama had left him, so he got onto his hands and knees to crawl over to Rachel. Creeping about that way really was much easier and safer than trying to walk. As much as it demeaned him to crawl, he didn't want to have another meltdown like a moment ago. The idea of walking now really scared him. Wackhell, you okay? He asked his friend as he reached her side again. Rachel was still sitting right where she'd been the whole time, sucking her thumb vigorously in an apparent daze. She hadn't moved or said a word since the last transformation. She wasn't even making any attempt to cover up her bare breasts. Brian was worried that either the transformation had warped her mind or it had simply snapped under the strain. The diaper-clad young woman turned to him, showing her sorrowful eyes. They stared at each other for a long moment before she removed her thumb with a pop and mournfully announced, I done got teeths. Rachel was pouting and looked on the verge of a meltdown herself. Brian shook his head and corrected her quickly. You got teeths? Can you fee em? She opened her mouth wide, revealing a mouth with several gaps where teeth hadn't popped through the gums yet. Look it, they all gone. Just some of em. Most. It's okay. We gonna be okay. Rachel shook her head, determined things would not be okay. How come we can talk good? Sound all dum-dum. Brian shrugged. Cause a DA book. It do Edwarding. Rachel looked angry now, very angry. She turned to a toy playset nearby and bashed it with her fist. The toy rattled and made several dinging noises. It was brightly colored and plastic, of course, covered in bells and things that could be turned and twisted, knobs and levers. As soon as she'd hit it, Rachel found her attention drawn in by the bright, noisy toy. She pulled at a blue tab sticking out of the contraption and it immediately produced a satisfying ripping noise. She hit the bell next, then twisted a multicolor dial, resulting in a crunching sound. It was so engrossing. As she played with the toy, Brian crept up next to her, bopping the bell experimentally. When it rang, he too smiled mischievously. Soon they were each banging away at it, twisting and pulling the gizmos, having a grand old time with the playful baby's toy. They barely even noticed when the mamas reappeared from the kitchen. "Well, I'm sorry to put an end to the fun, but it's time to fill those tum-tums up with numinums," Sarah announced. Brian didn't really want to put aside the toy. He was really having fun with it. It made so many cool noises wait, cool noises? Brian blinked in astonishment as he reflected on what he'd been doing. He was a college student, he still looked like one, aside from his teeth and hairlessness. Yet he'd been happily playing with an infant's toy for going on 5 minutes, if not longer. In fact, he'd been so engrossed he'd actually lost track of time. And from the look of Rachel's face, she was having a similar revelation. Getting messy. Before he could ponder his strange behavior anymore, Brian felt Mama's arms scooping under his own and lifting him off the floor. How Mama was strong enough to lift him onto her hip and carry him was beyond his understanding. He could only assume it was the work of the book, altering certain aspects of the laws of physics. Mama carried him into the kitchen, where 3 high chairs were lined up along the counter. They were huge chairs, of course, built to accommodate college-aged men and women. Each was white with a footrest and a detachable tray. As Mama set him down in one of them and strapped him in, he got a look at Meggie for the first time since their latest transformation. Their former friend was dressed just as Rachel was, in nothing but a diaper. She was sat on the linoleum floor of the kitchen with her back against the baby-proofed cabinets with a pot upside down between her legs, another one on her left foot and a couple smaller ones scattered across the floor nearby her. She was drumming away at the pot between her legs, making a cacophony of sound, while chewing on the black plastic handle extending from the pot. Amanda was busily preparing food for the babies while her daughter banged away, legs jerking this way and that, a line of drool running down her chin and dripping to her bare boobs. Sarah locked Brian's tray into place, rubbing his cheek lightly. "Okay, Brie, we'll have you all fed in a jiffy. Let me just get your little friend Rachel to join you for dinner." A minute later she returned with Rachel on her hip and set her down in the chair on Brian's left. Amanda scooped Meggie up from the floor and carried her to the remaining high chair. "Mama, Baba, Gabu." Meggie babbled as her mama strapped her in. "Yes, sweetie, you'll be having a nice milky baba very soon," Amanda assured the eager girl. Brian was disappointed to see that Meggie's mind had been reduced along with her motor skills and speech. She continued to babble cheerfully and blow raspberries or spit bubbles throughout their meal. She seemed completely unconcerned with staying clean while eating, not caring at all that much of her meal ended up on her body instead of in her mouth. Not that he and Rachel were doing much better though. The Gerber's baby food being spooned to them from orangey glass tubs with blue labels tasted disgusting. Not only that, it looked repulsive too. Brian forced himself to swallow the gook, but Rachel gagged and spit it back up several times. It wasn't long before she had it all over her chin. Unable to stomach any more, she began to twist her head back and forth in an effort to avoid Sarah's attempts to feed her. The result was some very messy cheeks as well. "Ugh, no more." Rachel whined, but to no effect. "Come on, sweetie, eat it all up like a good girl," Sarah encouraged her. When this failed, she tried pretending to try the gook herself, proclaiming, "That's yummy yummy," and rubbing her tummy in mime for the girl. Rachel didn't believe it for a second, of course. She sulked and closed her lips tight, refusing to allow another spoonful of the sludge into her mouth. She was already despairing at how filthy she was from the meal, especially compared to Brian. By accepting the feeding, he'd kept himself relatively clean. The Looney Tunes bib tied around his neck to protect his t-shirt was barely even necessary. Rachel and Meggie didn't have bibs because they had no shirts to need protection. Instead, their bare chests had both gotten good and messy. Though Meggie wasn't as concerned as Rachel, she was busy painting her chest with the spilled food like it was her new favorite game. Well, at least you did a good job, Brie, Sarah told him, though mostly for Rachel's benefit. Now you get to have a treat, she said, beaming as she put a piece of chocolate cake on his tray. Brian loved chocolate cake and was eager to get some in his mouth. His fingers manipulated it poorly though, crushing the cake and getting his hands coated in frosting. He brought a handful to his mouth, smearing his cheek and dropping crumbs down his bib and onto his diapered lap. He sucked the frosting and crumbs off his fingers and palms, no more concerned with neatness than Meggie. By the time the treat was finished, Brian was a very messy college boy. Mama had to clean off his face and hands with a wet nap, the same as she did for Rachel. I do it. Rachel had tried to insist. But Sarah had ignored the squalling girl's pleas and cleaned her up. Next time, honey, you need to let a grown-up get you clean right now. No. Rachel repeated. Sarah and Amanda shared an exasperated look, continuing to clean up their charges. Once the kids were relatively clean again, Amanda placed a rattle on each of their trays while she went to prepare their bottles. Meggie took to banging hers on the tray, then discovered it was just as fun to chew on it. Brian gave his an experimental shake and was soon engrossed in playing with it. He used it as a drumstick, a conductor's baton and a maraca. Rachel refused to get suckered into playing with a baby toy again. She was determined to keep her mind intact. So she simply shoved hers off the edge of the tray, letting it drop to the floor where it was well out of reach. Careful, hun, you shouldn't throw your toys away, Sarah told the girl, picking it up and placing it on the tray for her again. Rachel said nothing but stared the woman in the eye as she shoved it back off the tray. The toy slammed into the floor with a terrific clatter. Sarah shook her head reproachfully and picked up the rattle again. This time she held it out before Rachel and enticed her. Come on, baby girl, don't you like your toy? Listen to the lovely sounds it makes. Rachel shook her head no, willing the woman to leave her alone. But then the mama was shaking the toy, and it was so bright and colorful. It moved back and forth and made these funny, indescribable sounds. Rachel wanted to look away, but it was entrancing, the shifting colors, the rattling noise. She found herself reaching out and the smiling friendly lady slipped it into her hand. Shaking it herself was doubly gratifying. Why had she ever been upset about being given this silly toy? It was so much fun. Okay, honey, time for your milky BABA, the mama announced, breaking her concentration on the rattle. Rachel looked up out of her daze to see Sarah holding out a BABA filled with milk for her. It was one of those crooked baby bottles that were supposed to be healthier or something. Rachel shook her head, putting out her hand, palm flattened, to refuse the bottle. Okay, so she'd played with a rattle, that didn't really make her a baby. She wore a diaper, okay, but she hadn't actually used it yet. No, she was not really a baby. She wouldn't accept a BABA. However, that nipple did look enticing. Memories of having her thumb in her mouth came flooding back. It had started as nail biting, a bad habit sure, but not infantile. But having something in her mouth like that had felt deeply satisfying on a level she couldn't have imagined before. The more of her thumb she'd taken into her mouth, the safer, more relaxed and peaceful she'd felt. Now that big rubber nipple on the BABA seemed to be calling to her. If her thumb had felt that nice, what would a nipple BABA be like? How could she refuse to find out? No. She couldn't just give in like that. Rachel shook her head, closing her eyes tight and trying to force herself not to think about the thumb, or the nipple before her. She was an adult, a college student for God's sake. She had to get a grip on herself. The rubber nipple brushed across her lips, lighting up the nerves there. Instinct took over and in a split second her mind betrayed her and Rachel sucked the nipple into her mouth. She bit down and suckled on it, immediately being rewarded with slightly warm, creamy milk. She suckled and swallowed, letting it squirt across her tongue and cheeks and roll luxuriously down her throat. It made her warm all over, inside and out. She drifted away from her worries, lost in pleasurable sensations. With her eyes only open a crack, she could just make out Brian and Maggie enjoying their own bass filled with yummy milk. They too looked just as happy and peaceful as could be suckling away. When the BABA was all done, Rachel found she didn't really want to stop suckling. It was like an urge she had now, to suckle, to keep something in her mouth. She only stopped when Sarah eased the bottle away from her. Rachel wasn't happy to give it up at all. She reached out for it desperately and squalled. "Mine. That mine," she screeched at the woman. "Shush now, dear," Sarah told her. "I think someone's getting a bit sleepy and cranky after her BABA. Time for this little one to have her nappy poo." The tray was removed and Sarah undid the belt, keeping Rachel in her seat. The woman didn't lift her out immediately though. Instead, she leant closer and cuddled Rachel into her arms, rubbing her bare back. It wasn't the same as having her mama do it, but being held and cuddled was still very nice. Though she was confused when the gentle rubs turned to patting on her back. The next thing she knew, something was rushing up her windpipe and she opened her mouth to burp loudly. A second loud burp followed shortly thereafter. "Ooh, that was quite a burp. You must have really enjoyed your BABA to get so much air with your milk," Sarah told her. With that, she set Rachel down on the kitchen floor, letting the girl rest on her hands and knees while she lifted Brian out of his chair and began patting his back the same way. Rachel watched her diapered, bibbed friend get burped by his mother, letting out a series of lengthy burps while he rested his head on her shoulder. "There we go, that's a good boy, get it all out," she crooned to him. Once Brian seemed to be all burped out, Sarah lifted him out of his seat and set him on the floor with Rachel. Amanda lifted Maggie out of her seat and carried the grinning big baby out of the room, cooing baby talk to her. Sarah set about cleaning up the sizable mess they'd made, leaving them to creep on the floor. After a couple minutes of that, boredom set in and the duo got restless. Brian grabbed one of the pots Maggie had left on the floor, tapping it lightly. Rachel reached out and touched his wrist. "Don't do it. Looks dumb," she told him. Brian shrugged. "Look at what I wearing," he said, gesturing to his diaper. "Already look dumb." Rachel conceded the point, letting his wrist go and watching him bang at the pot, hitting it over and over. She could see that something about making noise satisfied him. He looked entranced. In fact, she could feel a growing need to make noise herself. Maybe she could just give the little pot a bang. She started to reach out for it. "Well, how's Mama's little Ringo doing? Are you gonna be a rock star someday, honey? Mama's drummer boy?" Sarah asked Brian as she appeared leaning over them, drying off a tray with a paper towel. Rachel yanked her hand back as though the pot was burning hot. She'd almost given in, almost acted like a stupid little baby again. It was getting harder to fight it. The younger they were treated, the less bodily control they had, the stronger the urges became. It seemed like an instinct she had to fight. Her body wanted to do infantile things. Brian, for his part, enjoyed Mama's silly tone and playful questions. He even smiled up at her, banging loudly on the pot, until he saw Rachel staring worriedly at him. The smile disappeared in an instant, and he blushed with shame at acting so foolish, like he was enjoying being treated like a baby. Mama's praise made him feel all warm and fuzzy inside, but Rachel's cold appraising gaze reminded him that this wasn't natural at all. "So we, dunno what I was thinkin'," he told her once Mama was gone again. "Don't wanna end up weak, Maggie," she reminded him. Brian nodded gravely. No, he certainly didn't want that. The sounds of rolling wheels could be heard then, coming closer and closer. The rolling sound was interspersed with high-pitched giggles and squeals. Brian and Rachel looked towards the living room, wondering what was going on. As they looked, Maggie appeared back around the corner. She was in some kind of odd contraption. She was standing up, but she was also sitting down. She was in a saucer-shaped vehicle with several wheels like would be on an office chair. Her bottom was suspended in a stretchy seat that wrapped around her crotch, allowing her bowed legs to dangle so her toes brushed across the floor, allowing her to propel herself about without actually walking. The whole contraption was a giant-sized baby walker. It was yellow plastic with a red seat. There was a tray before her with Sesame Street characters built into it, lighting up when she bopped them with her hands. So as she jolted the walker left and right with her uncoordinated leg thrusts, she was also eagerly slapping at the figures on the tray, crowing her delight as they lit up. "Oh my, that is so lovely," Sarah gushed as the bare-chested college girl hopped up and down in the stretchy seat and banged at the tray. "I know, isn't it? She just loves making her walkies in the thing. You know what, I have just the thing for Brie too," Amanda exclaimed, hurrying back into the living room. She returned pushing a second adult-sized baby walker. It was a bit more basic than Meg's, colored simple gray and lacking toys on the tray. Meggie loves her new one with toys, but I think Brie would fit in her old one perfectly. Sarah nodded in agreement and soon Brian was being pulled away from his pots and lifted into the walker. He felt the stretchy material slip around his thighs as he was lowered. It caught him and suspended him in the air. It was an odd feeling, being able to just feel the floor brushing back and forth across his toes. "It's a perfect fit," Sarah declared. "Excellent, these things are really good for keeping them out of trouble, you know. They can't quite reach anything to get hurt and there's no falling down. But I'm afraid they do bang into a lot of stuff, so put away anything breakable." "I'll keep that in mind." Rachel felt a bit left out watching Brian and Meggie bump into each other in their saucers. She was still stuck down on the floor, her useless legs folded up beneath her. Silly as they looked, they at least allowed her friends the dignity of being at the same height as the grown-ups. As she sulked on the floor though, Rachel soon discovered much more pressing concerns. Her stomach was cramping, forcing her to bend over. The cramping moved downwards, into her lower abdomen. She moaned as she felt it continuing to move through her, fearing what was about to happen. Sure enough, her recent meal had triggered her digestive system to clear some room. She needed to make a poopy, and she needed to make it soon. She wanted to hold it in, but her sphincter muscle seemed to have lost all its tone. She couldn't seem to clamp down at all. She really did need this diaper after all, she had lost all control. That was a painful fact to admit. A knocking at the door distracted Rachel from her dread for a second. The mamas looked up and Sarah glanced at the clock. "Do you think it's her?" she queried. "Hello, hello, hello." Joy's voice called from the front foyer, answering Sarah's question. "Hi Joy, we're in the kitchen," Amanda called out. Joy came in carrying Danny on her hip. Though he was nearly the same size as her, and looked ridiculous with his long gangly legs wrapped around hers, Joy seemed to have no difficulty carrying him. The teen baby was wearing a yellow terracloth onesie that left his legs and feet bare. A matching yellow and white Pluto pacifier bobbed back and forth in his mouth. He seemed oblivious to the world, staring with empty eyes up at the ceiling. "How was the dentist?" Sarah asked as Joy walked in. "Oh, just fine, little guy is having some real discomfort with the teething now. But hey, he'll be able to really try some solids pretty soon, so that's nice." "He's really getting big," Amanda agreed, tickling Danny's cheek. I just hope he doesn't bite Mama too much while he's feeding. I don't wanna be nursing a shark. That's why I had to switch Rachel to formula when she was 18, Joy commented. Speaking of which, how is my little princess? She's been perfect, ate all her food and had quite a good couple burps for me too, Sarah told her. Joy looked down at Rachel and smiled wickedly. Oh, I know that face. Looks like we're about to have a little stink bomb here, she joked. Rachel shuddered and pawed at her tummy. Was she really that obvious? How could her mama be making fun of this? She was feeling absolutely humiliated and now all the adults were giggling and staring at her. Potty please, she squealed, willing even to use a stupid potty seat to poop in now, an idea that mortified her only hours ago. Potty? I wonder where she learned that word, Joy mused. Please, wanna potty, Rachel repeated. She must have heard it at daycare, Sarah suggested. They were ignoring her. How could they just stand there and allow her to poo-poo her diaper? It infuriated Rachel. Then she felt the final cramp. Despite all her willpower, the body betrayed her, pushing in response. She felt the mess ooze out from her bottom, squishing into the seat of her diaper. It was an unstoppable flow. She could feel it sliding across her bottom, coating her soft skin. Rachel could smell it too, almost immediately. It was a powerful stench, inescapable, unmistakable. Then came the noise, little popping farts as she pushed the last of it out. The sound, the smell, her red face and tight lips all announced to the room exactly what she'd just done. She recalled Meggie vomiting when Danny had pooped his diaper at the restaurant. She'd been sick then herself. Now it was her diaper, her bottom covered in her own dirty mess. Brian was staring down at her from his walker, a look of utter horror in his eyes. He wrinkled his nose and pushed his walker backwards, away from her stench. Rachel didn't cry this time, she was beyond tears now. She fought the urge to vomit again, forcing herself to think of other things. Pu. Wow girl, you sure are a stinky bum, aren't you? Joy chided her daughter. I poopy, Rachel managed to choke out. Yes, sweetie, that's right, Joy now agreed, seemingly proud the girl recognized the fact. If she knows when she's messy, maybe she will actually be ready for the potty soon, the woman said to the other mothers. Maybe, but 21 is a bit early, don't you think? Sarah asked. Could be she's a really early bloomer. Anyway, we'll see if she continues to show interest. Maybe in a couple months we'll give it a try. In the meantime though, we better get this girl clean before her bum gets all red and itchy. Rachel watched Mama set Danny down on the floor and come over to her. She was being lifted by her armpits, the heavily loaded diaper hanging threateningly low on her hips as Mama carried her out of the kitchen. You can use Sue and Meg's changing table, in their room, Amanda told her. Thanks. Mama swung her arm under Rachel's bum and settled her on the hip as Danny had been before. The move caused the messy diaper to squish against her bottom, spreading the cooling mess even more. With every step Mama took, the diaper squished across her bum again and she winced and gagged. Upstairs they went, then along a darkened hall and into a room. When Joy found the switch on the wall, the room lit up, revealing a big nursery. 2 massive cribs stood against opposite walls, each quite big enough to hold an adult. One had a mobile filled with shining green and silver orbs, the other had a mobile using glittering bits of pink and red plastic rocket ship, stars and planets revolving around and around. Other than the cribs, the room was Spartan. After all, the babies' toys were all inside their cribs or down in the living room in the playpen. In fact, Mama carried Rachel to the only other piece of furniture in the room, a changing table. Like everything else, it was wide and long enough to fit a 21-year-old. Mama set her down on her back, making her squirm as the cool plastic brushed across her exposed skin. Then Mama pulled a sizable strap across her tummy and buckled it in so she wouldn't fall off the table. Don't need that, Rachel insisted. But Mama shushed her and in a quick motion slipped a pink binky between her lips. Rachel tried to spit it out right away, but Mama held it there a moment. It felt good to have the rubber teat in her mouth actually. Something about suckling was so comforting, it was indescribable. She began to suckle the rubber nub, her cheeks working as the sounds of her suckling reached Mama's ear and she let go of the binky. Rachel didn't try to speak again, the binky felt too nice to remove. She didn't want to speak, she only wanted to suckle, and suckle, and suckle. But she still didn't like being touched and laid bare on this table, so she squirmed more. Then Mama produced a set of plastic keys, one red, others yellow, blue, pink, orange and so on. Mama jiggled the keys, making them noisy. Rachel found their motion entrancing, the noises they made music to her ears. She wanted them so badly. She reached out for them but Mama held them just out of reach. She heard the rip of the tabs of her diaper letting go and then felt cool air on her exposed privates. She didn't care, she wanted those keys. Mama let Rachel close her hands on the keys at last and she felt triumphant. She felt them all over, brushed them against her cheek to feel their texture. Seized by a sudden urge she released the binky from her mouth and bit down on the solid plastic, feeling it with her gums and gnawing at it with her few teethies. She felt her legs being lifted and then a very cool wet thing rubbing in her bottom finally distracted her from the keys. Mama was between her legs again, lifting them in the air, cleaning her poopy bum with baby wipes. The filthy diaper was already gone and she was naked again. Rachel blinked and focused her thoughts. She was lying on a changing table naked with toy keys in her mouth. Yet, she could feel that she was actually smiling. She yanked the keys clear and wiped the smile from her face instantly, staring determinedly at the ceiling while the wiping continued and got harsher. "My, you got messy this time, Rachel," Joy told her happily. Seeing her girl's sour expression, she reached a free hand up and tickled Rachel's tummy, making her squeal and giggle despite herself. When the cool wipes were finally put away and Mama had cleaned off all the revolting poopy, Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. Mama got out some lotion next, cleaning her most private parts with a motherly care. She counted the dots on the ceiling above her while Mama dusted her with baby powder, then slipped a new diaper under her bum and taped it up. Mama brushed her nose right up to Rachel's and gave her an Eskimo kiss, then replaced the binky back in the girl's mouth. "All clean and snug," she chirped. "You don't need a shirt tonight, do you?" "No, of course not, we want baby to be nice and comfy." Mama lifted her off the table at last, but instead of returning downstairs she carried Rachel across to one of the cribs, dropping the side and setting her on the bed. Rachel scooted back into it as Mama raised the side back up, leaving her looking at her mother through wooden bars. She felt like she was in a jail cell or a cage at a zoo. "Okay, Rachel, time for nighty-nights," Mama explained to the perplexed young woman. Rachel shook her head no. "Sorry, hun, but it's really late. You need some shut-eye. We have a big day tomorrow. We're going to Gymboree. Doesn't that sound fun?" "Of course it does. I know Mama's princess is just going to love it. But you need to be rested, sweetie. You need to go night-nights." Rachel plucked out her pacifier. "No, not any nights. It earwy. No beddy. Sure, honey, Brian and Meggie will be up for beddies in just a moment. You all need to rest." Rachel still pouted, cursing her inability to get adult thoughts to reach her mouth and come out sounding properly. She would have continued to rage, but she could feel her unstable emotions getting out of control again. She didn't want to have a silly baby tantrum or cry in front of Mama. So she crossed her arms and sulked in silence. Mama dropped the rail halfway again so she could peck a kiss on Rachel's forehead, then she put it back up and headed out the door, blowing kisses as she went. The crib had a number of plushy animals and along the wall side of it was a PlayStation with levers and buttons to push, sounds to make and such. Rachel ignored it, sucking on her binky again and counting the toy keys still in her hands. She didn't have to play alone long though. Soon enough the mamas were all pouring into the room with the babies in their arms. Unfortunately they decided to separate them by sex, setting empty-headed little Meggie in her crib and putting Brian across the room with drooling, finger-munching Danny boy. Rachel wasn't sure where Sue was sleeping, but apparently not with them. Maybe she was in a damned bassinet at this point, Rachel thought. Meggie hopped up and down in the crib, standing up with the support of the railing. "Okay, jumping bean, time to get to sleepy boys," Amanda told the excited girl. "Ni." Meggie agreed, dropping to her bum and gathering the fuzzy blankie up to her cheek for a cuddle. Her mama messed up her hair and then headed out after the others, leaving the room illuminated by a nightlight that cast an eerie bluish glow. A baby monitor sat on the changing table between the cribs. Rachel watched it carefully, waiting for Meggie to drift off to sleep, sucking on the end of the blankie. She just needed to wait until the real babies were asleep, then she could talk to Brian about their predicament. They could figure out where that book was, maybe find it once the grown-ups were asleep. Suckling the binky and cuddling the soft stuffed toy bunny in her arms, Rachel was suddenly very sleepy. Meggie seemed to be out of it, surely Danny was too. Now she just needed to get up and drop the side of the crib. If only her eyes weren't so heavy. She just needed to rest them for a second, just for a moment. Bath time. Morning sunlight streamed into the nursery, playing across Rachel's face, slowly waking her from deep slumber. Even with her eyes still closed, she could see the light through her eyelids. She could feel the warmth on her face too. It wasn't the sun that brought her quickly back to awareness though, it was the smell. Something absolutely reeked. It was 5 times worse than when she was poopy last night. Her hand instinctively went to the front of her diaper. Sure enough, it squelched at the touch and she felt the cool liquid of pee-pee swishing around her loins. But there was no muck on her bum, she hadn't made poo-poo in her sleep. Rachel opened her eyes, blinking as they adjusted to the light. Something was looming above her and to the right. Rolling over to see it more clearly, Rachel gagged and pulled back to the side of the crib. A large brown-stained bare bottom was presented to her. Meggie was standing at the side of the crib holding onto the railing, her poop smeared but uncovered and presented to Rachel. The woman's messy, reeking diaper was discarded on the mattress of the crib, where she'd apparently yanked it off after waking up messy. Now Meggie was standing there buck naked, smiling and clapping her slightly poopy hands at the window, where she could see birdies flying by. Rachel's sudden movement got the big baby's attention though, and she twisted around, letting go of the railing and so plopping on her back. She sat up, unbothered by her tumble onto the soft mattress, and extended her dirty, disgusting hands towards Rachel, as though expecting a hug. Having no intention of cuddling the messy girl, Rachel dropped the side of the crib and slipped out of it. Her legs folded beneath her as soon as they reached the floor, forcing her to crawl across the room to the other crib. Rising to her knees, Rachel managed to get hold of the other crib's railing. She pulled herself up to a standing position, her legs quaky but holding, and dropped the side. Danny was awake already too. Her 18-year-old brother was still dressed in a yellow terry-onacy, playing with his feet. He'd apparently become much more limber as a result of the changes to his body caused by the cursed book. He was able to easily pull his legs back so that his feet were on either side of his head. He yanked them back and forth playfully, babbling to himself. "Oh Danny, I so wee," Rachel apologized to her sadly reduced brother. He had been so bright before, so innovative and thoughtful. Now he had discovered how to get his toes into his own mouth and was beaming with cross-eyed glee as he munched away at his toesies. Brian too was awake, and he didn't look anywhere near as happy as the toe muncher beside him. Brian looked as gravely serious as one dressed in a t-shirt and diaper could. "We squooed," he muttered after a long silence. Rachel shook her head and gave him a reproachful look. He wasn't going to abandon her now, she couldn't carry on alone. "Don't say that. We can fix it," she insisted. "I wet," Brian replied simply. "Me too," Rachel admitted. "Don't matter. We gonna find DA book today. Brian shrugged. And then what? She didn't have an answer for that, of course. So she replied with another question. So what then? We give up and be weak him, she asked, gesturing to the young man still absolutely engrossed with his footsies. Or her, she continued, pointing to the poopy naked woman shaking the set of toy keys about. No, Brian agreed, clearly disgusted by the very thought. White den. We gonna fix it. Rachel told him, determined. The door to the room opened without warning and Rachel twisted around to find Mama and Sarah looking over at her, perplexed. How did you get loose, silly goose? Mama asked. Shrugging, Rachel just replied, wanted Tarpway. Mama put her hands on her hips and shook her head, but the smile told Rachel she wasn't really in trouble. Amanda was already putting her dirty girl on the change table to clean her up. My goodness, she's a mess. I think I'll have to give her a bath before Gymboree, Amanda said. That sounds like a good idea, let's give them all a bath, Joy agreed. Amanda nodded and a few minutes later Brian and Rachel were standing in the bathroom holding the wall for support while their mamas stripped off their wet diapers and wiped their privates clean. It surprised Rachel how comfortable she was becoming with being naked. She didn't like it, in fact it still embarrassed her, but nothing like the shame she felt earlier. She'd been stripped so many times now it was becoming routine. She imagined that if this went on much longer she might actually start to lose her adult modesty. Even seeing Brian's penis dangling there beside her and watching his mama wipe it clean didn't shock her anymore. There we go, all dry, Sarah announced as she finished wiping the tip of Brian's pee-pee clean. Now get those cute little tushies in the tubby, she directed, leading Brian by the hand. Rachel crept across the cool tile floor and climbed into the tub after Brian, joining Meggie and Danny already inside. Amanda was washing Sue separately. The teen girl was sat in her baby bath again and like Danny was enjoying a nice morning toe-munching session while her mama washed her tummy and boobies. The big tub was larger than a normal one, but it was still quite a squeeze with 4 teens and young adults in it. Danny and Meggie were engrossed in a splashing competition. Suds piled on their heads as they slapped their flattened palms on the surface of the bathwater and crowed their delight. Brian, even more than Rachel, was still feeling shame at being naked in a tub with the others. So he sat quietly, covering up his pee-pee as best he could. He had been cringing as his mama cleaned it right in front of Rachel and now he just wanted a diaper on so he could hide his shame. After allowing the babies some time for play, and once the floor of the bathroom was sufficiently soaked, the mothers stepped in to bathe the kids. Brian and Rachel tried to be cooperative so that it would be over faster. When Sarah told them to lie on their fronts so she could clean their bums, they did as they were told. Only when they saw the flash did they realize she was actually snapping photos of the 4 young people lined up in the tub with their bare bums pressed hip to hip against each other and presented to the camera. Hey! Brian yelled, wounded. Sarah didn't seem to notice his disapproval. What cute little bums, she said to Joy. I know, couldn't you just eat them up? Sarah nodded back, giggling. The bath seemed to go on for an eternity. Finally the water was drained and the wrinkly kids climbed out and let their mothers towel them dry. When their new outfits came out they were just relieved to see some clothing, regardless of how infantile it was. First came their new diapers, thick but flexible for the budding toddlers. These were simply taped onto them while they lay on the bathroom floor. Then their new clothing was brought out. Rachel found herself being slipped into a pale pink and white romper with stitched-on bunnies. The fleecy garment was quite soft and cuddly and it covered her breasts and even her thighs, coming to just above the knee length. It had snaps around the crotch to allow for easy diaper changes. Brian found himself being placed in a romper of his own, though his was more of a boy's design. It was yellow and blue striped with a rugby shirt-styled collar. His failed to cover any of his legs though and the lining of his diaper poked out around the leg holes, leaving no doubt he wasn't potty trained anymore. Just as with Rachel's, his romper had snaps around the crotch for quicker changes. Beside them, Meggie was being slipped into a simple baby dress. It was purple and sleeveless at the top with lots of ruffles in the skirt. Danny wore black jean shortalls over a white t-shirt, though they were clearly meant for a baby as the jeans had snaps around the crotch the same as the rompers. Finally, Sue was carried back into the room dressed in a pale blue onesie with the word "I pooed" across the front. The mamas all shared a chuckle at the silly outfit while Brian and Rachel tried to figure out what was so funny. It wasn't a long car ride to the mall, but getting all the babies strapped in took longer than the actual drive. There were no more simple booster seats, they were now all in full baby seats, Sue's facing backwards. Meggie, Rachel and Brian were all placed in the minivan while the younger babies went in the other car. Sitting strapped in their confining baby seats while Sarah turned on inane nursery rhymes to play the whole drive, the former college students felt a renewed sense of hopelessness. Of course, Meggie was perfectly content to chew on her toy bunny and bang her hands on the window, but the other two simply sulked and tried to tune out the insipid music. Halfway to the mall, Meggie threw her bunny at the seat in front of her, watching it fall to the floor. She leant over as best she could in her restraints and tried to pick it up. Of course, anyone with half a brain could see that would be impossible. Meggie soon realized this as well, but she couldn't undo her restraints to get at it either. Pushing the big red buttons and releasing the belts was simply much too complicated for Meggie's mushy brain. So, out of frustration, Meggie began to wail. And unlike a little baby, her wails were at adult volume, ear-piercingly loud. While Sarah tried in vain to appease the screeching, bawling young woman, Rachel and Brian covered their ears. Meggie was in full tantrum mode, kicking her bare feet against the back of the passenger seat, pounding her fists on her baby seat. Sarah drove with one hand and rifled through the bag she'd packed with the other, glancing away from the road every couple seconds to look for something to calm the girl down. As she did so, the bag tipped on its side and spilled out on the floor. Brian's eyes widened as he looked down at the contents sliding about the floor. Among them was a pink book with bunnies on the cover. Even though he couldn't actually read the title anymore, he knew that was Catcher in the Rye in its new form. If only he could reach it. "DA book. DA book," he yelled to Rachel, pointing. Barely able to hear him over the commotion the girl next to her was making, Rachel tried to see what he was pointing at. When she understood what she was looking at, Rachel let out a gasp. The book was right there in the back seat with them, only inches away. It was well out of Brian's reach, but she could get to it, not with her hands of course, but with her feet. For once she was happy Mama was taking her out to a public place in bare feet, because now she was able to use her toes to grasp at the book. Unfortunately, it was harder than she thought. Her fingers had become less coordinated and her toes were even worse. She finally succeeded in pulling it away from the rest of the bag's contents, placing it right beneath her feet. "Leave it, dear," Brian told her. "I almost got it," she insisted. "Don't push it, we get it after," he told her. So she stopped trying and left it on the floor. She could have gotten her belt off and picked it up, but not without Sarah noticing. Meanwhile, Meggie had finally calmed down, her wailing trailing off to quiet sobbing and hiccups. Rachel decided that as soon as Brian's mama freed her from the seat, she'd grab the book. Out in public. The minivan eased into a parking space in the covered parking lot outside the Westfield Tri-City Mall. Sarah turned the car off, finally ending the incessant repetition of the nursery rhymes. Rachel readied herself to grab the book, but wasn't sure if she should unstrap herself from the seat. She didn't want to get in trouble. She decided to wait for Sarah to let her out. Brian's mama slid the door open and immediately gave her boy a tickle on his tummy. "Well, weren't you a good little passenger today?" she praised. "You and Rachel were so good, Mama will get you a special treat for lunch." Sarah drew out a collapsed stroller from the floor behind their seats, popping it open to reveal it was a double-seat one. It had 2 navy seats with little waist belts to strap them in and foot rests just above the small grey wheels. The back had pouches for Mama to fit their diaper bags, baby wipes, and toys into. The stroller was as big as a small couch once it was assembled, easily big enough to fit 2 adults. Sarah undid Brian's seatbelts and swept him into her arms without giving him a second to attempt to grab the book from the floor. In one motion she had him sat in the stroller and was doing up the belt around his waist. As she did this, Rachel decided she couldn't wait any longer. She pressed down on the red button at the center of her tummy, releasing the belts. Shoving them over her head, she scooted forward out of the backwards angled seat and dropped onto her knees on the car floor. With a squeal of success, she pulled the round-edged toddler book into her arms and held it tight against her body. "How did you get out of your seat?" Sarah asked as she ducked back into the car. "Took off DA belt. Me hoop. I big girl," Rachel told her, trying to sound cute and innocent. "Well, thank you, honey, but I think it's safer if you let a grown-up undo your belt from now on." "K." Rachel agreed, happy she wasn't in any trouble. Sarah nodded and lifted Rachel by her armpits, swinging her through the air. She felt her bottom slipping into the new stroller seat after the dizzying spin. Then as Sarah did up her waist belt, the grown-up noticed the book in her hands. "What you got there, sweetie?" she inquired. "My book," Rachel insisted, hugging it tighter. "Oh, are you going to read that to your little brother?" Rachel nodded sheepishly, unwilling to admit she couldn't read a word. "Well, I think I'd better hang on to it now so it isn't lost in the mall," Sarah declared, reaching out for the book. Rachel shook her head vigorously and held onto it tightly. "No. Mine," she yelled. "Rachel, don't be naughty. Let me have the book. You don't want it to get hurt, do you?" Sarah asked, grasping the exposed edge of the book. Rachel's heart was pounding. After all she'd gone through, she couldn't just let it go. The book was her only link to the life she'd once had, perhaps her only means of returning to it. She wanted to explain all that to the woman, but her mind was racing in panic and she couldn't put her words together. "Mine. Need it," was all she could manage to yell. But Rachel was no match for the woman. Despite being no bigger than the girl, she seemed infinitely stronger. She pried open the girl's arms and slipped the book from her grasp. Rachel was reduced to squalling with anger, tears dripping down her cheeks as she kicked her feet on the footrest and wailed. Brian seemed frightened by her loss of control and he tried to comfort her, rubbing her arm and whispering that she had to calm down. Sarah placed the book back in her bag and swung that over her shoulder. She simply ignored Rachel's tantrum, hoping it would stop when it didn't gain her any attention. Instead, she lifted Meggie out of her seat and onto her hip, carrying the now calm binky-sucking girl through the parking lot. As the stroller neared the entry to the mall, Rachel forced herself to get control. She couldn't be seen having a tantrum, she just couldn't. It was hard to stop though. Her emotions felt overwhelming. How did the woman not understand how important that book was to her? Sure, to a grown-up it was just some silly baby book, but it meant the world to Rachel. She'd had it right there in her arms and now it was gone. How could she not cry after losing it? The stroller rolled through the automatic doors, a cool air-conditioned breeze blowing across their faces. As the wheels jostled over the entry mat and then onto the smooth faux granite floor, Rachel finally managed to dry her tears and confine her cries to a few sniffles. Brian touched her arm again, giving her a sympathetic look. "You okay?" he asked. Rachel gave him a little nod, afraid to open her mouth to speak lest a wail come out instead. "We get it, Gain," he assured her. Rachel wanted to believe that, but she still felt lost. The mall was filled with people. The first thing she saw was a group of half a dozen 30-ish people wearing hoodies and baggy calf-length jean shorts, iPods in their ears, texting on cell phones as they went from store to store. They looked like the junior high-aged mall rats she usually saw in this place, except now the boys were 6 feet tall and balding and the girls actually needed makeup to cover the first signs of wrinkles on their foreheads. A man and woman of about 50 passed the bubblegum-chewing gaggle of 30-year-olds, towing 2 20-something men by their hands. These towering young fellows were each about 6'3" or 4". One was dressed in a Spider-Man t-shirt, baggy jean shorts and light-up black sandals. The other wore a tank top, gaudy bright swim trunks and yellow SpongeBob flip-flops. Spider-Man boy was pointing at a candy shop, begging to get some sugary treats while the clearly younger boy was busy picking his nose with his free hand. Mom and Dad just led them out of the mall, ignoring the little one's pleas. The further their stroller pushed into the mall, the busier it became and the more self-conscious Rachel and Brian felt about their get-up and mode of transport. Their only comfort was that there were others who appeared worse off. Like the woman who appeared a year or two older than them and was being led through the food court by an older man by a harness strapped around her shoulders. The man pulled the leash to keep her toddling along whenever she spotted something shiny or pretty and tried to wander off to touch it. Or the young man about the same age as her who was being led skipping barefoot through the mall in just his t-shirt and Bob the Builder underoos, probably having wet his pants earlier. Rather than head directly for Gymboree, Sarah pushed their stroller into the food court, heading for McDonald's. As they waited in line, Brian began to squirm. At first he wasn't sure why he felt so antsy. He thought maybe it was because he was being confined to a stroller instead of being able to walk. But it was more than that. He felt pressure building up, he needed to pee. Brian adjusted his position, trying to hold it in. He'd wet himself in his sleep but not yet while awake. He recalled the disgust on Rachel's face when she used her diaper the night before. It was clearly an awful experience. Sarah reached the front of the line and ordered a burger for herself and juice for the babies. Looking down at her little boy, she saw him squirming in his seat. "What's the matter, baby?" she asked, giving him a light tickle on his tummy again. That was the last thing Brian needed. The tickle was the final straw. He giggled involuntarily and his immature bladder let go. He felt the rush of warmth down his penis and then the eruption of liquid in his diaper. Nerve endings danced with pleasure as he let go. Even though the urge had only hit him moments ago, it felt as though he'd been holding it in for an eternity. It was a massive relief to get it out and Brian couldn't help but sigh. The warmth of the pee swirling around his diaper and cupping his crotch was nothing short of pleasurable. He even smiled, it felt so nice. Mama knew exactly what the squirming, the sigh and the smile meant too. "Oh," she declared jokingly. "I think someone just made wee-wee." "Is that true, Brie?" Brian's smile was gone, his cheeks pink. He nodded furtively, not really wanting to admit what he'd done but unable to deny it. At least it wasn't poopy, he thought. That was a small comfort, but it was something. He felt Mama's hand caressing his cheek, mussing up his hair. "That's okay, honey, Mama will get you changed in just a second," she crooned. With her meal in hand, Mama turned the stroller around and headed out of the food court and into the main mall. She checked her watch and declared, "We don't have much time, honey, so Mama will have to get you changed fast." She rolled not towards the restrooms but to the center of the mall, stopping next to a maroon padded bench backing onto a row of fake-looking plants. She undid Brian's belt and lifted him out, juggling him and Meggie for a second before slipping the girl into the empty stroller seat and setting him on the bench and pushing him onto his back. Up to that point he'd been confused by what she was doing, but then it hit him exactly what was happening. Brian shook his head and tried to sit back up. "Brian, be still for Mama," she ordered. He continued to struggle, squirming and trying to sit up again, banging his heels on the padded bench. "No, not change here, go back womb," he demanded. "Honey, there isn't time. Now don't be silly, you can't stay in a wet diaper. Mama needs to get you all clean and dry." Brian twisted away from her, but she was so much stronger than him now. He couldn't tell if it was he who'd become weak or she who had become super strong, but the result was the same. She pinned him down and began to undo the snaps on his romper's crotch. Pop, 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 they went, slowly revealing his diaper. Rachel and Meggie had front row seats to his diaper change. Rachel was at least nice enough to deliberately look away, but Meggie seemed quite entertained and kept up a running commentary. "Him pee-pee baby. Pee pee dear pee. Mama pee pee bye bye, she babbled loudly. The snaps undone. Mama pushed the romper up to reveal the whole diaper, then undid the tabs and opened it up. Sure enough, it was quite soaked, urine still glistening on his penis. Mama slipped the diaper out from under him, balling it up and disposing of it. Looking around, she rolled her eyes and declared, "Whoops, forgot to get a fresh one. Now stay still, baby, Mama doesn't want to have to chase any more mall jaybirds." Brian had no intention of going anywhere stripped like this. He was left lying on the bench with his whole crotch exposed, his pee-pee dangling there for every passerby to see. The cool breeze across it seemed to sting him. He didn't cry because he couldn't afford to draw any more attention to his situation. As it turned out, it didn't matter. A young woman appeared at the end of the bench, smiling down at Brian and his exposed privates. She had big innocent blue eyes, short blonde hair in messy pigtails and a goofy gap-toothed grin that told him she didn't have much going on between her ears anymore. "Mommy look it da baby gettin' changed," she announced loudly enough to turn the heads of every passing shopper. Brian cringed and a shiver of shame ran from his head to his bared toes. The girl's mother appeared at her side and Brian hoped she would lead the girl away and tell her off for embarrassing him so. But the woman just beamed at her daughter and nodded. She had no intention of reprimanding the girl. After all, why would anything she'd said actually embarrass Brian? He was just a dumb little baby who didn't know any better, right? "Yes, sweetie, the baby is getting a new dear pie," she agreed. "Him got a pee dear pee. I don't need a dear pie no more cause I'm a big gil," the woman told everyone in earshot. There was nowhere to hide. He could see the shoppers turning their heads, looking down at his wet penis, seeing that he was nothing more than a diaper-wetting infant. He just prayed Mama would hurry up with her rifling through the diaper bag, pull one out and cover him up again. "He needs a dear pie cause he just a siwy widdle baby," the woman continued, clearly proud of herself. Her mother just patted her head and agreed that she was a big girl and that she was very proud of her toileting abilities. Then Sarah joined them, new diaper in her hand at last. Only she wasn't immediately pinning it on him. Instead, she'd stopped to chat with the damned rubberneckers. "I see Brian has a little audience," she chuckled. "Yes, my Cindy is just fascinated with babies who still need diapers, I'm afraid." "I hope you don't mind," the other mother said. Brian rolled his eyes at the woman asking Mama if she minded when it was he who was being put on display. "No problem at all. It must be nice to have your baby out of diapers," Sarah told the woman. "No to baby," Cindy piped up. "Baby gotta wear diapers. Me go pee-pee in da potty and got big gul panties see," she declared, yanking down her shorts to reveal her Tinkerbell print pull-ups. "Cindy, big girls don't show people their undies," her mother reminded her, pulling the girl's shorts back up. "So we mommy," she pouted. "Oh, it's okay, I can see she's just very proud to be a big girl," Sarah assured. "Thanks, but she needs to learn not to go around flashing people." "Oh well, kids will be kids. She's much too little to have a sense of modesty yet." The mothers shared a knowing nod and Cindy was finally led away, waving bye-bye to the baby. Mama then turned her attention back to her boy, slipping the new diaper under him and praising his good behavior. "Thank you for staying put, dear, you've been a very good baby." Once his penis was wiped clean and he was well powdered, the diaper was finally closed up and the romper snapped shut again. Then it was he who was lifted onto Mama's hip while Meggie rode in the stroller. Gymboree. Gymboree was bustling with children and their carers when they walked in. They spotted Joy and Amanda immediately, waving at them from middle of the play area. Sue was creeping on her tummy at their feet, mouthing a big soft bean bag. Danny was apparently practicing standing, Joy holding both his hands while he stood with bowed knees and in-turned toes, babbling with delight at his newfound ability to be upright. "Look, Rachel, it's your brother and his standing up," Sarah told the girl in the stroller. Sarah brought them inside the play center and Brian couldn't help but look about with some wonder. There were just so many bright colors, oversized bouncy balls, slides, ramps and toys. It was a lot to take in. Meggie was beside herself, slack-jawed with awe as she took in the room through an infant's eyes. The reception area was separated from the rest of the room by a low barrier. The welcome desk and a row of chairs for visitors and parents sat along the wall. There was a tall cabinet by the entry for people to slide their shoes into before going into the main play area. A plump older woman with dyed blonde hair and thick glasses welcomed them to Gymboree. "I'm Edna. Can I ask how old your little ones are and what program you're here for?" Sarah jostled Brian on her hip and replied, "Well, these little ones are all 21 and they're here for the pre-walking play group." "Lovely, you're right on time," Edna declared, then looked at Brian, giving him an exaggerated smile and cooing, "Well, hello there, buddy." "Did you hear that, Brian?" Sarah said to him. The nice lady said hello. "Can you say hi back to her?" "Hi," Brian mumbled, not amused by their condescension. Though it only got worse when Mama grabbed his wrist and made him wave his hand like he was too thick to do so himself. "What a bright little guy," Edna told Sarah. "Yes, he's quite advanced for his age, almost speaks in full sentences already," she bragged. "Oh, that's brilliant, you're a lucky mommy." Sarah nodded and pecked a kiss on her boy's cheek. "Okay, just leave your shoes in the bin and I'll help you get the little ones into the play area." As Mama carried Brian in, he watched the kids playing around him. Several young men were tiptoeing down a balance beam raised a foot off the ground. A group about their age was crawling through a tube on the floor, a multicolored tunnel. Others were swimming about in a sort of ball pit filled with soft shapes. Everyone seemed to be having a good time. Brian was set down on the floor with his mama sitting behind him. She pulled him back into her lap and he saw that other mothers were sitting with college-aged men and women in their laps all in a circle. Edna set Meggie and Rachel down on either side of them, showing off incredible strength as she easily carried the two adult women across the room and lowered them to the floor as though it were nothing. In front of them was what Brian recognized as a parachute. It covered a large section of the floor and their circle of moms and babies was formed around it. Edna had left, but another carer who introduced herself as Claire cheerily directed the mothers to each grab a corner of the parachute and to lift it high in the air on her mark. Mama places her mouth right by Brian's ear and whispered, "Okay, baby, when Mama lifts the pretty blanket up, you get over to the other side just as fast as you can. Mama will give you a special juice BABA afterwards." "Okay, mommies, lift," Claire yelled, and the parachute went up. With all the cheers of encouragement, Brian couldn't help but get caught up in the spirit of the thing. He forced himself forward, immediately dropping to his hands and knees and crawling forward. The parachute's primary colors filtered the lights on the ceiling, casting a bright rainbow of light across the floor and the other babies. A young man in a Big Bird romper was creeping faster than Brian, and his competitive streak made him force his hands and legs to move faster. Halfway across and the parachute was coming down, threatening to collapse on them and trap them. With a pounding heartbeat, Brian didn't think how silly that idea was, he just pushed faster. The parachute sprang upwards again just as it seemed ready to touch their heads. Happy with the reprieve, Brian decided to try and walk the rest of the way. Surely with all this adrenaline flowing he could force his muscles to work correctly. He rose to his knees, but it was impossible to get a foot on the floor without something to pull himself up on. A confused-looking Rachel reached his side, also on her hands and knees. Without a word he grabbed her shoulders and used the girl to push himself up. She glared at him and called out in surprise. But he didn't care, his knees had straightened and he could feel the carpet under his bare soles. He was standing. With wide, halting steps he moved forward. He could hear Mama shouting her praises as he took step after step. Mamas on the other side of the circle were nodding and smiling at him, and that made him feel all good and warm inside. He made it a full 6 steps upright before his ankle rolled and he dropped heavily to his hands and knees again. But at least he'd made it all the way to the other side. Just as he reached the mama on that side, the silky material of the parachute brushed over his head and neck as it dropped to the floor. Brian smiled up at her, proud he'd made it in time. She knelt before him and tickled him under the chin. "What a cutie pie you are," she said. Brian was starting to feel like a puppy, on his hands and knees being petted. He pulled back and looked around for his mama. She wasn't where he'd left her anymore. Immediately he started to panic. He needed Mama so much. She did everything for him because he couldn't do anything for himself anymore. If she disappeared, what would become of him? He wanted Mama now. "Mama," he called out, tears forming in his eyes. "Where Mama?" A hand on his shoulder and the scent of Mama immediately soothed him. "Sha sweetie, Mama's right here baby," she assured, pulling him into a much-needed cuddle. Brian slowed down his rapid breathing as he cuddled in her arms. He had to remind himself that he was being silly, that Mama would never abandon him. He was her baby and she loved him so much. No, she'd never leave him. Once he'd calmed down a bit, Mama produced a nice big ABDL filled with apple juice. It looked so appealing, he grabbed for it right away, though he had trouble holding it at first. After dropping it to the floor once, Mama helped him to grip it with both hands. He took the rubber nipple in his mouth and began to suckle. The juice was nice and sweet, quenching his thirst and tasting good. He sucked greedily, downing half the bottle in a matter of moments. "What a thirsty little man," Mama commented. Brian took the nipple out of his mouth long enough to declare, "Yummy. I'm glad you like your BABA, honey." It seemed all too soon the BABA was empty. Mama took it away and Brian saw that the others had disappeared. He spotted Rachel across the parachute, now sat in a big baby walker like at Meg's house. This one was a bit more basic, just a white walker with mesh seat and a tray. Rachel wasn't happy about being in the contraption. She hadn't even tried to walk since the day before. She was happy to stay on the ground, where she was at least free to roam. This thing kept her all cooped up, unable to reach anything beyond the tray. Her bowed legs felt funny dangling like that, and it was strange pushing the thing about with toes just brushing the carpet. Rachel had been a bit jealous of Brian when he'd been placed in one the night before, but now she knew that was stupid. She was getting right into a good sulk when an idea popped into her head. She looked over at Sarah, standing near Brian, fitting his empty bottle back into her overfilled bag. The bag that was sitting precariously on the edge of a chair. With all her strength, Rachel dug her toes into the carpet and pushed off in Sarah's direction. Her floppy legs did the best they could and she picked up speed, aiming right for the mother's butt. Brian wasn't sure what his friend was doing. She had a look of insane determination as she flailed her legs within the saucer and scooted faster and faster towards him and Mama. As she got closer, he realized she wasn't going to stop. What the hell, he thought. But there was no time to warn Mama, for Rachel had given one last thrust and then careened into her. "Yow!" Sarah cried out as the walker slammed into her heel and hip. "Oopsie!" Rachel called out innocently, a wicked smile on her face as Sarah collapsed in a heap and the bag toppled onto the floor, spilling its contents everywhere. The bottles, clean diapers, makeup, wipes, all of it was spilled across the carpet. And right in the middle of the pile, the book. The only problem was Rachel couldn't reach it. Once again she was trapped in a baby's toy, her salvation just out of grasp. Sarah was already recovering, so Rachel knew there was only one solution. She gave Brian a desperate look, then pushed aside her pride and cried out, "War! She wailed, forcing snot out of her nose, shaking her head and making like she was crying her eyes out. Sarah's attention went from the spilled bag to the distraught baby and she immediately was at the girl's side, trying to comfort her. While Rachel was being cuddled and assured it was okay by Mama, Brian crept over to the pile and found the book, snatching it up and crawling away as quickly as he could. The sound of Rachel wailing got more distant as he made a beeline for one of the tunnels. He didn't dare look back as he crawled in behind a slightly older man in bright red overalls. Keeping his hands just behind the man's wiggling bare feet, Brian silently willed him to hurry it up. Finally they reached the other side of the tunnel and with no one behind him, Brian was alone and hidden. Brian held the book in his hand and thought carefully about what to do. He decided there was no point trying to make it turn him grown up again. He would just try to get a bit older, then he could fix things more easily. So he spoke softly to the book, saying being a grown-up was bad. I weak being a more widdle. But not a baby. Wanna be a widdle boy, go to school and play. Please, make me widdle boy. Nothing happened, so Brian tried a new tack. Okay, I stay baby, but not my friends. Make big again. You got me. Just let go, he offered, hoping that once they were older his friends could find a way to save him too. If the book demanded a victim, maybe it would be satisfied with just him. There were no wavy lines of energy, no eerie glow emanating from the book. It didn't do a damn thing. Brian felt lost. He'd given it his all and had nothing to show for it. He felt his rage at the stupid book grow by the second. Come on, stupid book, do something, he roared. Still nothing. I hate you. You make everything bad, he yelled, slamming the book onto the floor and hitting it. What happened next wasn't at all what he'd been expecting. The book didn't start to glow, there was no slow change. Instead there was a blinding flash of light and a wave of searing heat from the cursed book. Photo shoot. When his eyes adjusted from the flash, nothing seemed to have changed. He was still in the tunnel, still at Gymboree and still dressed in the striped romper. Only the book itself seemed to be different. It had become plastic. It was now a rounded puffy plastic infant's book with pictures of little yellow duckies on the cover. Barpooth, he mocked the book. Brian blinked. What had he said? That didn't sound right at all. He concentrated and declared, Marth, Barbaboo. No. This was all wrong, the book had robbed him of his ability to speak. How could he fix anything now? He couldn't, that was the simple answer. He just couldn't. There was something wet dripping on his hands. Brian saw bubbly liquid on his fingers, then he felt the wetness on his chin as well. He was drooling, spittle coating his chin and hanging from it. Brian had to concentrate on keeping his mouth closed to keep the saliva from running over his lips. Feeling inside his mouth with his tongue revealed that his teeth were all completely gone now. Fighting the panic rising up inside him, Brian began to crawl out of the enclosing space of the tunnel. His arms promptly gave out and he found himself flat on his tummy. Brian scooted on his tummy, legs flailing behind him like a frog until he was free of the tunnel. Just holding his head upright seemed to take an effort now. His muscles had turned to jelly. Even when he wasn't crawling, his legs twitched and his feet wiggled. The motor control areas of his brain were back to complete infancy now. As he left the tube and looked about the room, he discovered that his visual acuity had also decreased. He'd never needed glasses, but now everything in the distance was blurry. However, things nearby remained perfectly clear and he was able to see the woman lying on the floor facing him. For a second he didn't recognize the adult-sized infant, even though he could see her just fine. Then the face staring at him clicked into place and he gasped at Maggie. He hadn't recognized her until now because she looked very different than a minute ago. Maggie was bald, her lovely hair completely missing from her head. She was gaping at him slack-jawed with drool pouring freely from her toothless mouth. Despite the bald head and toothless mouth, it was actually her eyes which showed Brian the most prominent and disturbing change. Before, she'd been wide-eyed and innocent-looking, sure. But something had happened in this last transformation, some threshold had been crossed. Now her eyes were completely vacant, empty of all personality or even a flicker of intelligent thought. Whatever had been left of adult Megan, the little flicker of her old self he'd still seen even as she babbled and messed her diaper, it was completely gone now. Her mind had undeveloped to the point that she was nothing but an empty-headed little infant, albeit in a grown-up body. Meggie blinked those big unthinking eyes, pursed her wet lips and blew a raspberry, saliva bubbles escaping the corners of her mouth. Brian just shook his head in disgust. Then he had a terrible thought, bringing his hand to the top of his head and sighing with relief as he felt hair. Granted, it felt thinner than before and was probably so light it appeared blonde by now, but still it was hair. "Well, there you are," a voice called from just behind him. Brian managed to twist his head enough to see Mama there, hands on her hips, grinning down at him. "How did you get all the way over here, Bree?" she asked. "Badu," he babbled, forgetting he could no longer form proper words. Mama giggled at his cute babbling and picked him up. The feelings of helplessness he'd been having since this began now became complete. He was limp as a ragdoll in Mama's arms. From Meg's behavior and his lack of speech or motor control, he now estimated his abilities at the 5 or maybe 6-month-old level. As Mama rested him against her bosom and cradled his bottom with her arm, he felt that his diaper seemed much thicker as well, the leg holes no longer contoured to fit a learning walker or even a crawler. For several disorienting seconds he could only see Mama's shirt as she carried him across the room. Then she set him down in a strange seat that wrapped around him with a section sticking up between his legs. He recalled that this was called a bumbo. It was designed to keep a small infant sitting upright, preventing him flopping over on his back or tummy. It forced his legs straight out in front of him where he watched them twitch and wiggle seemingly on their own. Rachel was sat in a pink bumbo right next to his. Though her outfit hadn't changed, her hair had become thinner as well, and she too had a romper collar that was now wet with drool. Brian gave her a pitiful look, wishing he could tell her how sorry was that he'd only made things worse for them again. She glared back at him, opening her mouth as though ready to yell at him, but shut it again when the only result was more spittle down her chin. For 5 minutes they were forced to sit there trapped in their bumbo chairs watching other older kids play. With each demotion they appreciated what they'd had before. At least at the last level they were mobile and could communicate to some degree. Rachel thought she'd even enjoy being back in one of those baby walkers now. At least that was a vehicle of sorts. When Sarah and Joy returned from changing Danny into a new diaper, they set about entertaining the bored-looking babies. Danny was plopped on the floor to creep while the two mommies shook rattles before Brian and Rachel. Neither baby wanted to show any interest, even though the noises were undeniably attention-grabbing for both. Was this what their future held? How could they ever be happy contained to baby seats and forced to watch the world go by while their mothers gave them silly toys that could never entertain their adult minds? Sarah frowned at Bree's lack of interest in the rattle. "Come on, sweetie, look at the pretty rattle," she urged. Looky Bree," she cooed to the boy, shaking it right before his eyes. Brian glanced at the rattle at last and then his eyes seemed locked on it. "Yes, there we go, there's my happy baby. Who weekays his whittle wattle? Does Bree? I think he does. I think he wants to chew it, doesn't he?" Brian began to reach out for the toy, despite himself. Mama let him take it into his hands and he found the urge to put it in his mouth was indeed irresistible. He gummed the hard plastic, slobbering over the toy and feeling ashamed by his infantile explorations. At least until he looked over and saw that Rachel was smiling and squealing with glee as her mama tickled the soles of her feet. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. Brian felt light tickles brush up and down his own feet as Mama copied Joy. The nerves down there seemed to have become super sensitive and he shivered with ecstasy, smiling around the rattle and giggling uncontrollably. Mama was so funny. How could getting a little tickle be so much fun? Bree likes getting icals on him's footses. Look at that silly smile. Sarah baby talk to him. Do you love your mama? Can Bree tell me who he loves? Say mama for me, sweetie. I know you can do it, just say mama for me. Feeling alive with silliness as the tickles continued, Brian opened his mouth and tried his best to make his mama happy. Mba, he crowed. Ooh, that was close, sweetie, mama declared. Try again, sweetie. Come on, ickle bwibwi, tell mama who you love. Say mama. Brian concentrated on getting his tongue in the right place, then opened his mouth, ignoring the flood of drool that caused, and said, mama. Sarah leapt with joy, clapping her hands and then leaning it to plant several big smooches on her baby man's face. He said it. Did you hear that, Joy? I sure did. Joy nodded, happy for her friend. Turning to her girl, she said, can you do that, sweetie? Can you say mama like you little friend? Rachel was still giggling from her tickles and decided to give it a try. Dardo, she blathered unsuccessfully. Joy chuckled at her daughter's attempt. Oh well, it was close, sweetie, but I'm afraid it's mama, not dada. She'll get it soon enough, Sarah assured the other mother. Yes, soon enough she'll be crawling and speaking real words and everything. I'll just enjoy her cute little babbles while I still can. Amanda reappeared with bald little Meggie on her hip. Hey guys, we better get going if we're gonna get those photos done, she reminded them. Oh goodness, you're right, we need to get going, Sarah agreed as Joy nodded. Brian and Rachel were picked up out of their bumbo seats, Brian still mouthing his rattle, and were carried out of the play area to their waiting stroller. It had changed since they were last in it though. Now instead of being two abreast there was one seat behind another. Amanda slipped Meggie into the rear seat while Rachel found herself placed in the middle one. A set of plastic toys dangled above her head just in reach of her hands. Also facing her was a little mirror secured to the back of the seat in front of her. In it she could finally get a glimpse of herself, and it wasn't a pretty picture. She could see the drool glistening on her chin, how thin and wild her hair was, the darkened soaking wet front of her romper. Even with her obvious breasts showing, she looked like an overgrown infant in every way. Brian was sat in the front seat, his legs now divided by part of the handrest. It had holes built into it holding a BABA and several toys. Once Sue and Danny were secured in their own separate stroller, they all made their way out of Gymboree and through the mall again. This time Brian wasn't paying attention to the sights, his attention was locked on the toys attached to his stroller. He didn't seem able to look away. Hitting at them over and over was just so enjoyable. Rachel felt just the same in the seat behind him. She lay back in her chair batting at the dangling toys, making them spin about and light up. It seemed like no time at all had passed before they were at their destination and their mommies were lifting them out of the stroller. Rachel actually cried out when she was lifted free. She wanted to play with the toy more. She screeched at her mama to make her stop, but that accomplished nothing. Mama just sat down on a seat with Rachel on her lap. It only occurred to Rachel a bit later that this was surely uncomfortable for Mama, as she weighed at least as much as she did. Nevertheless, Mama began to bounce Rachel on her knee, calming her down. The up and down motion was quite relaxing, in fact. She liked the sensation as well as the knowledge she was safe on Mama's lap. Once she was calmer, she was able to reflect on her recent behavior. It troubled her that she so easily accepted playing with baby toys as fun and that she'd just screamed and babbled nonsense when she was upset, like that was a normal response to things going wrong. Just the idea that she'd thrown a tantrum over losing a flashing yellow baby toy was enough to make her feel like an idiot. They were at a photography studio somewhere in the mall now. The waiting area they were in was not separated from the actual studio, so they could see the whole setup. The walls were all painted black and there was a very complicated, expensive-looking camera on a tripod in the middle of the room. There were several backgrounds available, but the one he had down at the moment was simple blue sky and clouds. There was a desk with a cash register and beside it a clothing rack with all sorts of outfits. The waiting area walls were covered in photos, some color, some black and white. It appeared from these shots that the man here specialized in baby photos. That was probably a pretty good industry if people stayed babies for over 20 years. The shots displayed showed naked or diaper-clad young men and women smiling eagerly for the camera. One had a teen girl clothed only in a diaper chewing on a big string of what were meant to be mommy's pearls, giggling her pigtailed head off. Another featured a 20-something man in a plastic kiddie fireman hat and shirtless with blue jean shorts pulling a giant red radio flyer wagon in which a lanky teen boy was seated, he with a dumb infantile grin and naked but for a diaper as well. Once Joy was satisfied that Rachel was calm enough, she was carried over to a large playpen in the corner and deposited there. The other babies were already all in it. Rachel noticed that Sue and Danny hadn't really changed this time. It appeared they were now all about the same level of development. Those two and Meggie were happily lying on their backs or tummies gnawing on the simple baby toys in the playpen. Rachel and Brian still had enough self-control not to touch toys that countless young men and women must have slobbered over. This pen was surely rife with baby germs. That didn't stop their baby-minded compatriots from offering them toys. Baba, Danny babbled to his sister, offering her a drool-soaked green teething ring. Rachel shook her head, unable even to say the word no to her brother. He stared blankly at her a moment, then returned the teething ring to his own mouth, blowing spit bubbles around it. Rachel gagged and looked away. She didn't like to see how far Danny had fallen. As with Meggie, his eyes were now devoid of recognition or any real thought process. "We'll start with your older girl then," a male voice announced from outside the pen. Rachel tried to see through the mesh, but it was too tough. Only when the man appeared over the railing, gazing disinterestedly down at them, did she see the photographer. Amanda appeared at his side a second later and together they lifted Meggie out of the pen. "Here we go, baby," Amanda crooned to her girl. "Let's get you in your special outfit for your photos." After a short time, Joy and Sarah appeared again, looming above them as though giants. Being in the huge playpen warped their perspectives. Rachel and Brian found themselves being lifted out. "Let's get you guys ready to be stars," Sarah joked. Meggie was already having her turn in the spotlight, quite literally. With her mother right beside the photographer, Meggie was alone on the studio floor with all the floodlights focused on her. The outfit she'd worn was discarded in a heap by the tripod. Instead, she'd now had a white ribbon tied around the crown of her bald head, a big pink bow affixed to it just above the right of her forehead. She wore that and nothing else. Even her diaper was discarded with her other clothes. She was lying naked on her tummy on a thick white section of shag carpet, long bare legs askew behind her, smooth bum lifted slightly in the air, boobies on display as she craned her neck and gaped at the squeaky ducky toy her mother held. Her blank eyes followed the toy's every movement, and each time it squeaked her face was lit with an open-mouthed grin, which the photographer dutifully caught in photo after photo. "Good girl, Meggie, look at the pretty ducky," Amanda encouraged. Meggie couldn't so much as reach for the toy, or crawl towards it. But she was content to look at it and smile at the funny noise it made anyway. When they'd taken enough shots of that pose, Amanda put away the toy and went to her daughter's side, rolling her onto her back on the carpet. "Good girl, Meggie is a good baby," she cooed. Then she began to tickle Meggie's soles, making the girl giggle as Rachel had at the treatment earlier. Only Amanda was also pedaling Meggie's feet in the air above her. "Look at your tootsies," she sing-songed to the naked woman. Sure enough, Meggie grabbed one of her feet and yanked it back and forth. Amanda stepped back and the photographer snapped shots of her playing with her feet, pulling them back and forth and finally jamming several toes in her mouth to suck on. "There we go. That's my little toe muncher," Amanda announced. "That'll be our next Christmas card." When Meggie finished her toe-sucking session, Amanda got her re-diapered and back in her baby outfit. Now it was going to be one of their turns. the photographer came over and asked who would be next. Well, let's get the boy out of the way, Sarah stepped up. If that's okay with you, Joy. No problem, go ahead. Okay, the photographer agreed. Let's get him dressed properly. What do you think? For an infant of his age, I always say just a diaper or nothing at all is cutest. Okay, let's do it with just his DP, so he doesn't make a mess. The man nodded and went off to prepare his camera. Brian was lowered to the ground and laid powerless while his mama slipped his romper off him. Then he was carried over to the white rug and laid on his tummy. The rug was warm and tickly, but he refused to smile. The last thing he wanted was his humiliation permanently captured on film. He was determined to ruin the photo shoot any way he could. Mama stepped back and the man handed her the ducky. She dutifully began to wave it around, squeaking it playfully. Brian wouldn't play ball so easily. He pointedly refused to even look up at the ducky, lest it actually capture his attention. Instead, he looked intently down at the carpet. If they couldn't see his face, they had no photo. Come on, sweetie, look at the ducky. Mama called in vain. Quack quack, she imitated, with no result. Finally, she turned to the photographer and shrugged. I don't know what's wrong with him, she declared. He's usually very good with strangers. I don't understand why he's so shy all of a sudden. It's okay, miss, I've seen this before. Has he been fed recently? Well, no, he hasn't had his lunch yet, she admitted. Then you should feed him now. That often calms them down, makes them more relaxed. Sarah nodded. Of course, I'll do that right now, thanks. With that, she swept Brian back up and carried him out of the shop and into the mall, not bothering to put his romper back on him. Pleased though he was at foiling the photo shoot, he wasn't happy about being taken into the mall in nothing but his diaper. He clung as tightly as he could to Mama, hoping to shield his body from public view. Why are you being so cranky today, little guy? Mama crooned to him. Maybe you are just hungry, she mused. Mama sat down at a bench just down from the studio, swinging Brian's weak, useless legs onto the bench beside her and resting his head in her lap. It was a weird position for him to be in, looking up at her that way. He watched as she undid the buttons on her blouse. What was she doing that for? Brian shrieked when she pulled back the blouse to reveal a nursing bra. Brian squirmed wildly but couldn't get free. She had a firm grip on him to keep her baby from falling, and he didn't have the strength to pull away from her. She seemed quite concerned by her baby's fit, but couldn't understand what was wrong. Sure, it's okay baby, it's okay. Mama's here, Bree, right here, and she's not going anywhere. Brian shook his head, willing her to understand. Bana. Egar, he jabbered incoherently. Here baby, have come to Mama, she said, pulling his head to her breast. Brian shook with revulsion as his mother's bared breast filled his vision. He wouldn't. The breast brushed his cheek and some unknown instinct took over and his head twisted on its own accord until the teat brushed across his lips. They opened and took the brown fleshy bit into his mouth. Once it was there, he couldn't stop himself from suckling, just like he did on the pacifier or the BABA. It was better than his binky or BABA, in fact. It was warm and soft and felt so natural. The creamy warm liquid that squirted into his mouth was the best tasting thing he could ever remember having. Once taste was all it took to be hooked. Brian suckled on, swallowing a tummyful of Mama's milk. This was Mama inside of him, warming him, providing for him. He could see only the skin of her boob, but it didn't matter, he wasn't thinking about anything, just existing in the moment. Time meant nothing while he was feeding. All he knew was everything was perfect. He was barely awake when the suction was broken. The lovely nipple slipped from between his lips, some milk dribbling down his chin and wetting his chest. Mama closed up her blouse while he lay with his head rested in the crook of her elbow, staring wordlessly up at her, still smiling with delight. He didn't struggle as she lifted him back up and carried him into the studio again. It was only once there that his mind seemed to flick back on and he realized where he was and what he'd just done. Suddenly he wanted to vomit up the milk he'd just drunk. He thought about all the people in the mall who'd passed by and seen him feeding like that. People had actually seen him, a 21-year-old man, feeding at his mother's breast, naked but for a diaper right there in the mall. How could he ever go back to normal after that? And what was worse, he felt a burning desire to do it again. It tasted so good and it felt so wonderful. He was addicted. Back inside the studio, the photographer was finishing up with Rachel. She was wearing a big pink bow in her hair now and her romper was gone. Instead she wore a frilly pink tutu and nothing else. She was topless, her breasts bared to the camera as she squirmed on her belly like a fish out of water. She didn't look happy either, but Joy didn't seem to care that the girl wasn't smiling. She was just interested in capturing the cute outfit the baby was in. With the photos done, Rachel was finally stripped of the silly tutu and placed back in the playpen in just her diaper. Now it was again Brian's turn. "How's he doing?" the photographer asked. "Much better, he really calmed down once he got a tummy full of Mama's milk." "Great, let's get started then." "Okay, you know what, I think he'll be happier if we get him free of his DP, so let's make some nudie shots," Mama decided. "Sounds fine, those are always the cutest anyways." Brian shook his head but was completely ignored again. With a couple of rips his diaper was floating to the ground and he was being deposited on the carpet again, now totally naked. The shaggy material tickled his pee-pee nicely, but that wasn't going to make him forget how embarrassing this was. "Oh, look at his widdle tushy, these are going to be just lovely," Sarah told the photographer. Brian knew when he'd lost the battle. They weren't going anywhere till Mama had her photos. So when she squeaked the stupid toy again, Brian looked up and forced a grin. The camera snapped over and he did his best to hide his weenie. All they'd get was his butt and he could live with that. The cameraman stopped and Brian hoped this was it, but instead he said to Mama, "Would you like some footsies shots like Amanda's girl?" "Oh yes, those are so adorable." "Okay, let's get him on his back and playing with his tootsies." Mama rolled the boy onto his back and then began to pedal his feet, just as Amanda had done to Meggie. But Brian just stared back at her, not amused. "Come on sweetums, look it wiggle, look it those toesies," she crooned. Brian would have crossed his arms if he could have. Instead he remained still, not giving in. "Come on Bree, this little piggy went to market, this little piggy stayed home," she sang, playing piggy toes with him. But again this had no effect on him. "Guess he doesn't like his toes much," the photographer shrugged. "Guess not," Mama sighed, releasing his feet. Brian was feeling pretty proud of himself. He'd ruined their photo shoot after all. Not bad for a baby unable to even sit up properly. His moment of pride was short-lived though. It ended as golden liquid arced through the air, splashing Mama and soaking the carpet. He hadn't felt it coming on at all. Suddenly he was tinkling all over the place. Even once it started he couldn't do a thing about it. His bladder had no control whatsoever. All he could do was watch the pee-pee spurting from his naked weenie. "Oh dear," Mama exclaimed. "I'm so sorry," she told the photographer. "No problem at all, happens a lot in this line of business. I'll get it cleaned up when he's done, don't worry yourself. You just get him cleaned up and diapered again." Mama nodded as his pee-pee stream slowed to spurts and then finally stopped. Brian moaned in shame as Mama slipped his diaper under his butt and grabbed some wipes to clean his weenie yet again. And the only thing he could think was, at least it wasn't poopy. Back inside the studio the photographer was finishing up with Rachel. She was wearing a big pink bow in her hair now and her romper was gone. Instead she wore a frilly pink tutu and nothing else. She was topless, her breasts bared to the camera as she squirmed on her belly like a fish out of water. She didn't look happy either, but Joy didn't seem to care that the girl wasn't smiling. She was just interested in capturing the cute outfit the baby was in. With the photos done, Rachel was finally stripped of the silly tutu and placed back in the playpen in just her diaper. Now it was again Brian's turn. "How's he doing?" the photographer asked. "Much better, he really calmed down once he got a tummy full of Mama's milk." "Great, let's get started then." "Okay, you know what, I think he'll be happier if we get him free of his DP, so let's make some nudie shots," Mama decided. "Sounds fine, those are always the cutest anyways." Brian shook his head but was completely ignored again. With a couple of rips his diaper was floating to the ground and he was being deposited on the carpet again, now totally naked. The shaggy material tickled his pee-pee nicely, but that wasn't going to make him forget how embarrassing this was. "Oh, look at his widdle tushy, these are going to be just lovely," Sarah told the photographer. Brian knew when he'd lost the battle. They weren't going anywhere till Mama had her photos. So when she squeaked the stupid toy again, Brian looked up and forced a grin. The camera snapped over and he did his best to hide his weenie. All they'd get was his butt and he could live with that. The cameraman stopped and Brian hoped this was it, but instead he said to Mama, "Would you like some footsies shots like Amanda's girl?" "Oh yes, those are so adorable." "Okay, let's get him on his back and playing with his tootsies." Mama rolled the boy onto his back and then began to pedal his feet, just as Amanda had done to Meggie. But Brian just stared back at her, not amused. "Come on sweetums, look it wiggle, look it those toesies," she crooned. Brian would have crossed his arms if he could have. Instead he remained still, not giving in. "Come on Bree, this little piggy went to market, this little piggy stayed home," she sang, playing piggy toes with him. But again this had no effect on him. "Guess he doesn't like his toes much," the photographer shrugged. "Guess not," Mama sighed, releasing his feet. Brain drain. Back home at last, Brian and Rachel were relieved to be out of public view, back in their snug rompers and left to play in Amanda's living room. Baby gates blocked the exits to the room, and nothing small enough to swallow and choke on had been left on the floor. The whole place was now baby-proofed for big infants. All they had to play with were teething rings and rattles. That was enough for the real babies, but Rachel and Brian were quickly bored. Joy noticed the depressed look on Rachel's face as she checked on the babies from the kitchen, where the proper adults were enjoying a cup of coffee together. She slid the baby gate aside and entered the room, crouching by her daughter. "Oh baby, why the long face? You seem so listless today. Are you gassy? Are you coming down with something?" she asked, feeling Rachel's cheek and kissing her forehead. Not warm. "Maybe you just need a little love from Mama," she said, rolling Rachel on her back and unsnapping her romper to expose her tummy. Rachel squirmed, uninterested in being played with, her intelligent eyes burning with indignation. But Mama just placed her lips on the exposed tum-tum and blew a big raspberry on it. Rachel kicked her legs and chortled in glee. It just tickled so much. And then Mama did it again. Soon she was rolling on the floor laughing and smiling. "That's better, baby just needed some loving," Joy declared. "I know, let's get you in your bouncer." Rachel was still recovering from her giggles as Mama slipped her romper back off, leaving her in just the thick diaper with its heart prints. Mama scooped her up and carried her over to the door jamb, pushing the baby gate aside and threading her legs through what looked like a big green diaper suspended from the ceiling by elastic straps. The green seat ensconced Rachel's loins and Mama released her. She was suspended in the air, her tippy toes just touching the carpet. "Come on baby, show Mama how you like to jump," Joy urged her. Rachel wiggled experimentally, making the elastic stretch until the soles of her feet were flat on the ground. She enjoyed the sensation of the carpet brushing across her soft soles again, as though she were walking. She gave a slight push from her knees and found herself rising quickly upwards. It was a dizzying and unexpected sensation, like she might just fly right away. Rachel gaped slack-jawed with surprise. "That a girl," Mama praised. She descended with sudden rapidity and her feet connected with the soft carpet, knees bending as her weak legs refused to support her. But the elastic stopped her descent and she pushed off again, back into the air. It was lovely. "What silly, pure fun." Rachel giggled as she bounced up and down in the oversized baby jumper. She didn't even mind that her bared boobies were jiggling about with each landing, giving Brian a good show. She was once again lost in her own little world. And so their afternoon went. Brian drifted off to a midday nap in the giant automatic baby swing, glimmering toys dangling from the canopy above him. Both he and Rachel made poo-piss in their diapers again. It had become so easy to do so, their poop becoming looser, flowing out of their bums with little warning and requiring little effort. They were even becoming accustomed to being changed in front of each other and the other babies. The changing sessions, with their mommies pecking them with kisses, giving them lovely toys and rubbing down their privates with smooth cream and sweet-smelling powder, were actually enjoyable. They almost made the foul-smelling diapers and icky bottoms worth it. By the evening though they were both bored again. Sue was having her turn in the jumper, Danny in the swing, leaving Brian and Rachel to the toys. Meggie was creeping nearby, trying to reach Mama's bag, left by the couch. The diaper-clad woman reached her goal and after a couple attempts succeeded in knocking the bag over with her clumsy hands. So it was that the cursed book made one more appearance. Meggie of course hadn't a clue what it was. She didn't recognize the object before her had completely stolen her life, reduced her to a mindless pooping machine for her mama to care for. She didn't even know it was a book, or for that matter, what a book was. So all she did was chew at the plastic corners. Brian and Rachel, though, knew exactly what Meggie had. Brian had no more interest in the book though. He was convinced now that it could bring nothing but bad luck and he had no intention of ever attempting to use it again. With any luck they'd start to slowly progress, grow back up. Rachel, however, looked at the book with desperation in her eyes. She hadn't been there the last time it changed their lives, only Brian had seen how hopeless it was. Rachel still thought that wretched tome might hold the key to her salvation. Rachel began to creep towards Meggie, a look of wild, almost insane hope in her eye. Brian couldn't believe what she was doing. It was beyond all reason to think that thing could actually help them. As much as he wanted to just ignore it, he couldn't allow Rachel to get her hands on it and then make things even worse. So he too began to creep across the room on his bare tummy, his romper long ago stripped off for ease of diaper changes. The painfully slow race of the two frog-legged scooting young adults proceeded before the bemused eyes of their mentally reduced cohorts. Their diapered bums lifted and dropped and their arms batted at the floor, propelling them along. In the end they reached Meggie at the same time. Rachel seized the book away from the girl, making her pout and whine. Holding it triumphantly up, Rachel tried to reason a way to use it now that she couldn't even speak. How could she exhort it to fix her without a voice to do so? As she pondered this, Brian grasped the other side of the book, shaking his head vigorously at her. Dadu. Rachel babbled angrily, scrunching up her face and pulling at the book with her weak arms. Eeha! Brian screeched back, pulling his own direction. How stupid could she be, he thought to himself. The book sprung open as they pulled at the front and back covers. The plastic stretched, threatening to rip the book in half any second. The book was starting to give way, and a little tear appeared at the top. As soon as it appeared, a green light began to emanate from it, pouring out like radiation in a cartoon. Both Rachel and Brian froze, wondering how much younger they could possibly get. The world didn't shift though, it didn't even freeze. Instead, the greenish light energy seemed to grow outward, towards Brian. With a gasp he pulled his head back, but he was too weak and clumsy to actually make a getaway. The green energy shot into his temple. Rachel watched, petrified, as her last real friend opened his mouth with shock, his eyes wide with terror. The green energy connecting his temple to the book pulsed, growing lighter and darker as though breathing. Brian's terrified eyes glazed over, the fear draining from his face. His jaw loosened, mouth hanging wide open, lips slack. His eyelids drooped slightly as his faraway eyes dulled. His whole face seemed to change before her eyes, his muscles losing their tension. The beam receded, pulling back from Brian's temple. A thick string of drool was hanging from his chin as his gaping mouth formed into a smile. His hands released the book and he dropped back onto his bum, legs splayed wide before him. He appeared almost drunk to Rachel, his head wobbling side to side. He looked at her and stuck his tongue out just between his lips and blew, sending spittle everywhere. He chortled as his spit bubbles popped, then seized his right foot in his hands, pulled it to his face and blinked spellbound at his long wiggling toes before jamming them in his mouth. Rachel felt awful guilt as she looked into his eyes and saw they had become like Megis, empty of even a flicker of intelligence. She knew it was all her fault. She never should have been so foolish as to fight with him over the book. Now she'd destroyed his mind and she was all alone. There was no one left to commiserate with, to scheme an escape with. Now Brian was nothing more than little Bree, a dumb little toe muncher no brighter than Meggie. He'd be happy to play with baby toys and poop his diaper for however long they remained this way. Only she would be miserable. In a moment of weakness, of utter despair, Rachel decided she couldn't go on this way alone. She rolled to her back and managed to sit up, though it took considerable effort. She grasped the book in her hands and pulled with all her might, trying to rip it in two. Bree gazed at her with curious incomprehension. The book reacted just as she knew it would. It had worked as planned, though it would likely be the last plan she'd be able to reason and carry out for a long time. The green light shot out of the tear. Rachel paused as the energy sat before her, seemingly analyzing her. Then it blasted into her temple. It wasn't a painful sensation as she'd imagined it would be. It felt like warm marshmallow pumping into her head through her temple. Warm and gooey it trickled through her head, invading every crevice, making her thoughts sticky, slowing them down. It was quickly becoming hard to think, yet she felt comforted, warm, almost happy. Speech centers tingled, words blasting through her mind, then went dark, leaving her instantly wordless, her thoughts reduced to images. All the objects in her field of vision lost their names in an instant. Without words she couldn't describe what they did, all her memories were in words. Suddenly she couldn't understand what anything was. It was not a pleasant feeling, total and utter confusion. But mercifully it was short-lived. The confusion dulled as her memories scrambled and disappeared. All her recollections of college, of high school, elementary school, growing up, riding a bike, swimming, driving a car, were wiped away in an instant. She still knew she was a grown-up and that she knew all the people in this room, but she had no idea what being a grown-up meant or how she knew them. A sensation of indescribable pleasure washed away the rest of her confusion as her brain simplified, her higher thought processes shutting down and taking away all her inhibitions, her fears, her worries. Rachel no longer minded being naked, but for her diaper, she wouldn't have minded being completely naked. She no longer had the ability to feel embarrassed, or to worry about the future. Brain cells were slaughtered by the million, but Rachel didn't miss her reasoning abilities as they left her. Because as soon as they were gone, she didn't know she'd ever possessed such amazing thinking abilities. In the final seconds, as Rachel's final IQ points disappeared, she lost her sense of past and future and even her sense of identity. She wouldn't even recognize herself in the mirror anymore. She could not plan, could not think ahead. If an object left her field of vision, it ceased to exist for her. Finally, the gooey warm marshmallow tickling her brain slipped back out of her temple, the green light disappearing into the book, leaving her mind empty, a clean slate. Rachel gazed at the person facing her and wondered who he was. Warm liquid tracked down her front side. She ignored it. The person, Rachel was no longer aware of distinctions like he and she, was sucking its toes. Rachel copied it, pulling her foot to her mouth and suckling the toesies. She didn't really comprehend the wiggly things were a part of her, but it felt nice to suckle. It made her feel something in her tummy, like she was eating. It gave her a sense of comfort. She felt her slobber dribble down the sole of her foot and it tickled. She liked that. Warm stuff poured out of her, she felt relieved, relaxed down below. It made her warm all around the puffy thing she wore. She forgot all about the toes, only focused on what she was thinking about right now. The warm feelings in the diaper made her happy. She was a very happy baby. Asterisk. Joy entered the playroom that evening to check on the babies and immediately shook her head. "Geese, I can't leave you two alone for 2 seconds, can I?" she declared. Brian had gotten out of his diaper again and was splayed naked across the floor with his poopy bum presented to her. Hearing her voice, he craned his neck around and gaped, smiling up at her. Rachel was sat in a blue bumbo right before him, and at least she was still in her diaper. She looked up at her mama with wide baby eyes, chewing away at the corner of her baby book, slobbering all over the poor thing's cover. Joy clucked her tongue and told her, "Honey, I hope you like to read books someday as much as you like to eat them now." Rachel yanked the book out of her mouth, a string of drool still connecting it to her lips, which she pursed to blow bubbles at Mama. Joy gently removed the wet book from the baby's hands so it could be cleaned up. Rachel let it go, already forgetting about it as she babbled, "Da-doo-ba, ah-hee-hoo," in cheerful tones. "Yes, sweetie, I'm sure," Rachel replied, pretending to understand the baby's senseless blather. Brian continued to grin up at her with that endearing toothless smile of his, and Joy decided the poopy-bummed jaybird could wallow happily in his filth for another minute while she disposed of the well-chewed book. Joy carried it out to the kitchen by 2 fingers, trying not to touch the slobber coating much of it. Then she tossed it in the trash bin. Who gave Bree such a silly toy, she wondered aloud, heading back to fit the boy with a clean diaper. What she couldn't see as the trash bin lid closed, was the book take on a strange glow one last time before disappearing into thin air. This world had been sufficiently warped, now it was time to change a new world, a new dimension. It would take time to build up power, of course, but then it was more than just a book, and it had all the time in the universe. And so a newly reformed black leather copy of a literary classic appeared once again in the dusty stacks of a prestigious library. And there it would stay, not until someone came looking for it, but until it decided to go looking for them.